Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Next Week Now, your number one source for the latest, in this case, review of the Curiosity format. I'm your host, Trachy, and joining me, as always, is our lovely co-host, Jayfish. Jayfish, how you doing today?
I'm doing great. How are all y'all out there?
They can't answer you. The
Yeah,
video's not out yet.
Blues Clues something.
Anyways, we got a special episode for you. That's right. It's our insanely long Curiosity set review.
This is gonna be a doozy, folks. Please grab yourselves a bottle of water and something to eat.
Yeah, don't worry, people. Though, we won't be reviewing Aftermath until a later point in time, so that will be a separate video. So it's only 356 cards that we're going to be reviewing, not 406 cards. Oh my god, this set.
Massive set.
Yeah. Anyway, for those who have no idea what we're talking about when I say Curiosity, well, Curiosity is a 40 card format using cards from the most recent standard legal set, plus any cards that can be drafted from that standard legal set, in this case, the Multiversal Legends. So, our upcoming season is going to be March of the Machine, which will be exciting. The culmination of the Phyrexian saga. Now, we have events every Saturday starting for this season, May 6th, going to July 1st. And the format is basically, as I said, 40 cards, 8-card sideboard. Your main board, 2 rare/mythics with singleton copies of a rare/mythic. So, you can have a Elesh Norn and a Shieldred. You can't have 2 Shieldreds, for example. 6 uncommons with 2 max of each copy of an uncommon. And then any number of commons you want, but only 3 max of each copy of a common. As I said, 8-card sideboards. Your rarity restrictions must be met post sideboarding as well, so you can't just put 8 rares in your sideboard and then bring them all in game 2. That's not going to work out the way you want it to. But yeah, it's a lot of fun. We got a great community. You can hop into the Discord. The links will be in the video description below, and you can hop in. We're a very friendly community. We like talking about building decks and stuff. So if you're I don't know where to start, we got plenty of examples and stuff. And you can usually find a game. So yeah, come and join us. It's free. It's a lot of fun. And yeah. Anyways, so set review. Oh, sorry, you were going to say something, Jayfish?
No, sorry, I thought you were waiting on me to start the set review.
Okay. No. First, before we get into the set review, let's go a bit over what the scores are. We rate from a 1 to 5 scale, no decimals or anything like that involved at all in the whole thing. It's just a straight 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now, 5s. Those are cards that we think will be banned. So, Curiosity has a way of shaking things up, keeping things from getting stale, and that is its ban and suspension rules. So, the winning rare/mythics in the main board, plus companions if they are in the sideboard. Special rules since companions are in this season of Curiosity in the Multiversal Legends fun. But the winning lists, rares, and mythics will be suspended, meaning they can't be played the next week. if a card has been suspended twice, it will be banned. Can't be played. For uncommons, there's no suspensions for uncommons. It requires an uncommon to be in the winning deck list for 4 of the weeks. It doesn't have to be in a row, just 4 of the weeks. So half of the weeks of the Curiosity season. Commons, there's no, rule for that. If a common is so egregious that it needs to be banned, that's brought up with the people who organize the event, it in Swords, and a bunch of community outrage. Commons don't really get banned, so we're not going to give any common a 5 rating, ever in a set review. Unless they decide for some reason to reprint, Sprout Swarm or something, in which case that would probably deserve a 5. Pestilence or something just insane like that. But yeah, so those are 5s. Cards that will get banned. Very few cards will get that rating because there's only so many bans you can have a season, right? 4s, those are our staple cards. You can expect to see a lot of 4s. Actually see the cards that get 4s seeing a lot of play. These are your staple cards. If you are in these colors that the cards are in, you're probably playing those cards, or they're the cards that make an archetype actually good. So yeah, those are our 4s. For 3s, those are good cards. They're cards that they're not instant staples, but you'll probably be completely fine putting them in your deck. You're not unhappy to play them at all, and they do good work. They just aren't must include if you're in those colors. These tend to be a lot of cards that are specific to a certain archetype, for example, or that do good work, but aren't insane pushes ahead in the game, stuff like that. We also rate our sideboard staples a 3 rating as well. Your stuff's we'll see Negate, that will get a 3 rating. Spoilers, by the way. 2s, those are the cards that will maybe see some play. They're the cards that there's a cool potential archetype for this. Probably not one that's very strong though. Maybe it's a card that we'll see a one of play in a deck. And we also include our sideboard, not quite staples, cards that are fine in the sideboard, but you aren't going to be this card is a fantastic sideboard option. These are just your fine sideboard cards. Then 1s are cards that we don't think will see any play, either because they're bad cards or just because they're outclassed. Often tends to be the case nowadays that it's more just cards are outclassed. Wizards of the Coast has gotten a lot better about not just printing outright terrible cards for limited, which this isn't limited, but a lot of what's good in limited tends to be what's good in Curiosity as well, so something to keep in mind. Now, we're almost ready to start the set review part, but first, quickly going over the 2-color draft archetypes, just because that gives us kind of a baseline for what kind of archetypes we might see in Curiosity. As I said, it's decently similar to the draft format. One of the best ways I've heard Curiosity described is it's basically you're playing your ideal draft deck. White-blue, we got the Knights archetype. White-black is Phyrexians with a decent amount of Incubate to support that. White-red is the backup mechanic. White-green is +1/+1 counters. Blue-black is a kind of graveyard control archetype. Blue-red, that's a convoking spells deck. Blue-green is transform. black-red is sacrifice, black-green is incubate, and then red-green is the kind of like a battle ramp deck. Battles are our newest card type. And speaking of battles, let's get into the set review with our new card type. Jayfish, start us off.
Yeah, we will start things off with the Invasion of Ravnica. Anyone who's got a chance to play with this in Limited knows it's a pretty strong card, especially if you get it early enough to build around. But you might be wondering, why a 1-star? And it's kind of just one of the things about Curiosity. You don't really want your rare cards to be just a removal spell. And sure, later on this turns into a pretty good guy, but you got to put a lot of investment in to get that guy. Yeah. So I can't go higher than a 1 on Invasion of Ravnica.
Yeah, in Limited, as you said, it's a fantastic card because it can fit into any deck. It doesn't require you to commit to anything. But in Curiosity, it's a constructed format, so you know what you're playing. You're not going to be like, am I going to be in white-green? No, you know you're in white-green if you're in white-green, so there's no need for really a colorless card. So yeah, the Invasion of Ravnica gets a 1 because of that. Our next card is Aerial Boost. Now, I will say this. If Curiosity was a paper format, I would probably rate this card at 2. You might be wondering, wait, why would it get a 2 if this was in paper? Well, because of the whole way that you have to pass your turn in Arena. Even when you're tapped out, it makes it very obvious if you have Aerial Boost in hand, because it's like, my opponent's tapped out, but they're still passing but they still have that kind of slow down before they pass. They've got Aerial Boost in hand, so it's not really that surprising, which kind of defeats the purpose of a potential 0-mana combat trick. So that's why I rate this card a 1.
Yep, same for me. I'm giving it a 1. Combat trips, even when they're free, they don't really hit the bar. They need to at least cantrip themselves or give some kind of very good effect, like Indestructible. This gives flying, but you've already declared attackers, so unless you're using it proactively to get over something, they're going to see it coming.
Right, yeah. So, yep, Aerial Boost gets a 1. Weak starts, but instantly getting into a strong card in the number 3. This is Alabaster Host Intercessor. Now, land cycling is amazing because I actually consider land cycling to basically be almost card advantage because it allows you to not have to mulligan as often, which is basically +1 card, right? I'm not crazy in saying this, right?
I mean, it's nice to always have land cycling.
Maybe I'm overblowing that, but anyways,
yeah, maybe just a tad.
Anyways, still, Alabaster Host Intercessor, cycling's great, and Alabaster Host Intercessor is also a really good card. Having that Fiend Hunter style effect on a 6-drop is a really strong card in the late game, especially because when you're this late in the game, your opponent's probably used up their removal spells, so they don't have something to instantly kill it in all likelihood. They'd have to top deck something, which means Alabaster Host Intercessor can stick around for a while and keep things under wraps. I like this card a lot. I think it's going to be the top end of choice for pretty much any white deck, especially a Phyrexian-based white deck. So I'm going to give this card a 4.
Yes, I'm giving this a 4 and would like to, just get it out there since we haven't seen them yet. There are a lot of tokens in this format, so a lot of the times you might just use this to kill an Incubate 5.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and that's going to be a great move to make. What about the Sanctifier? We got the second Alabaster Host card.
Yeah, Sanctifier, also a pretty solid card, though not as impressive as the Intersector. Just a 2/2 lifelink with a relevant creature type, like Phyrexian's There are a lot of them, and the white-black archetype has a good payoff for being a Phyrexian tribal, I think.
Oh,
So
yeah,
I think this
totally.
could see some solid play. I'm giving it a furry.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen these 2-mana 2/2 lifelinks before. Kaldheim had one. Adventures in Forgotten Realms / Baldur's Gate had one. And they basically perform as 3s every single time. They're good aggro card and also good against aggro as well. This set has like +1/+1 counters, which goes well with lifelink. So yeah, easy 3 for that. Next is Angelic Intervention. Those of you who know me know what I'm going to give this card. I love these kinds of combat tricks that like give your creature like some form of protection. And the +1/+1 counter is very nice because of the fact that there is a +1/+1 counter archetype. So this can end up like putting on actually 2 +1/+1 counters instead. Yeah, Angelic Intervention is exactly what you want out of a combat trick. It's hard to get any better than this, so I give it a 4.
Yeah, this will be in pretty much every white deck in some number, just to get your opponent thinking about it. This is an easy 4.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, including like one combat trick in your deck is a good play because it makes it so that your opponent has to be wary during combat. And they're like, do they have it in hand? Maybe I shouldn't block here. Stuff like that. So yeah. Next we have Archangel Elspeth. Ooh, I love this card. Archangel Elspeth is fairly reminiscent of a previous incarnation of Elspeth, Elspeth Knight Errant, which, for those of you who have like played any Cube or actually played with the card back when it was released, Elspeth Knight Errant is an absolute bomb. And Archangel Elspeth, she's better. Like, her soldiers have lifelink, the flying is permanent, and with +1/+1 counters, the -2 is actually really strong in this set. +2/+2 2+1/+1 counters plus permanent flying will turn anything into a major threat, especially considering we have a fair number of keywords in white, thanks to white being one of the main backup colors. So, plus, I mean, you can also give your 1/1 soldiers with lifelink the counters as well. Elspeth, phenomenal card. I think the best top end for a aggressive white deck that you can possibly have. In fact, I'm going to go with a 5 rating on Elspeth.
Yeah, I may have been a tad too critical in my review of this. I'm only giving it a 3, but I do see that this is a very solid card, so I could see it being a 4.
Okay, I can accept a 4. I at least think she's a 4. Like, having played a lot with her in like standard and stuff, she impresses in standard as well. So yeah, 5 for me, 4 from you. Want me to say 4 from you?
Yeah, I'll say 4.
Okay, so yeah, Elspeth, quite a bomb. Next we got Attentive Skywarden. What's going on with that?
Attentive Skywarden is a card I want to like more than I should. Like, getting free transforms on your incubator seems fun, but in practice, the incubation cost is so cheap that you can usually just pay for it. And we're going to see much later on in this video, there's another aggressive flyer in white who kind of just makes this irrelevant. So I'm only giving it a 1.
Yeah, there's so many white Windrakes in the set. There's like 3 white Windrakes. It's kind of silly. Yeah, because of that competition, I can only give it a 1. It's not a bad card. It's outclassed though. Next we got Bola Slinger. Yeah, I love a seasoned marshal. And this is a better seasoned marshal. It's a good white aggressive card. The fact that the tap part actually gets like haste because you can just back up one of your other creatures, that's quite good for pushing. And Bullet Slinger, especially if you can double up the trigger with the white red uncommon, getting to tap down 2 things, you can push through for a lot of damage pretty easily with Bullet Slinger. I think it's a good enough white aggressive card that I'm willing to give it a 3.
Yeah, I'm not much of an aggro player usually, so my own biases might be going into my ranking here, but I'm only giving it a 2.
Fair enough. Yes, you very much. I view you as more of like a control player, very much so. Next we got the Boonbringer Valkyrie. Flying first strike lifelink on an angel for 5 mana. That's what we call the Baneslayer angel of the set. And, I mean, Baneslayer is always good. And this is better than Baneslayer angel. Like, the protection from, like, demons and dragons never mattered. Backup 1, giving, like, something flying first strike and lifelink, that's quite good. Like, that pushes in some damage and gives you a nice life buffer. So even if Boonbringer Valkyrie then is, like, killed with a removal spell, you still got value off of it. So it's a very solid card. What do you think about it?
Yeah, we're definitely going to be seeing some Boonbringer Valkyries this season, so easy 4.
Yeah, I would agree with a 4 for that. What have we got next?
Next up, we have Cut Short, which is one of the better removal spells I think I've seen in a while. Free mana, just kill target tap creature or a planeswalker that activated its ability this turn. Now, the planeswalkers in this set, as we'll see, aren't fantastic. They're
there's
probably yeah, but she's definitely the outlier of the ones we have.
Chandra's pretty good.
I don't like the Chandra. But we'll get to her in some time. Don't wanna pun about cutting this video short, talking about everything ahead of time.
That's true.
Yeah, I just think this is a very solid removal spell. I think creature decks might even play it because convoking it could get you in for cheap. I'm not positive on that, but I could see it, at least in like the sideboard for aggro matchups.
Okay.
So I'm giving it 4.
You kind of got a bit quiet there, Jayfish. You might want to.
Sorry, I'll try to.
There you go.
Try to stay closer to my mic.
See, I'm only going to give it a 3. I think that there's a lot of really good removal in the set. So I think Cut Short is a bit, like, outclassed in the main board. But I like it a lot as your sideboard removal option. I will also say that having played with the set a lot, there is a lot of vigilance in the set. Which, the reason Wizards probably did that is because of the way vigilance plays with the battles. It allows you to continue pushing the aggro while still not having to worry about your opponent just bringing down a battle and then just attacking through. It allows you to have defense for that kind of situation. But that means that Cut Short isn't going to be able to kill like a vigilance creature, which can be problematic, especially when you're facing the Phyrexian deck, which has Phyrexian Awakening, which gives all Phyrexians vigilance. I ended up playing a situation in Limited where I had like 2 Cut Shorts in hand, but my opponent had Phyrexian Awakening, so I could do nothing. So
yeah, you could see how that'd be a problem.
Yeah, so I can only give it a 3, but it is a good card. Next, we got Dust Legion Duelist. This card was unassuming at first, but having played with the card, it's got quite good card advantage. You tend not to want to run it out on 2. Generally, you should run it out on, like, it depends on what counter giver you have. For example, if you have Enduring Bond Warden, you can just run it out on 3 perfectly fine. But, like, usually I find running it out on 5 with the Sigiled Sentinel to be a good place to be. But it's a good card advantage engine, I think, and I think it's a strong enough include in the green-white counters list where basically if your opponent doesn't deal with this, you're drawing the card every turn. So I like it at a 3.
I never liked these like really cheap small creature rares. Like every time we see them, I'm always very critical of them. I feel like, but I do see how this one has an important role to fill in certain strategies. Like you said, just if you can get the counter on it, it's pretty efficient. So I'm gonna give it a 3.
Cool. And next one of the marquee cards of the set, it is Elesh Norn. Ooh. And what art on that? Beautiful. Her front side is solid. 4-mana 3/5 vigilance that also like either taxes your opponent or like harms them. And you know, whenever a source an opponent controls deals damage to you or a permanent you control, that tends to happen a lot, right? So Elesh Norn is kind of a card that necessitates removal. It's where the backside comes into play that Elesh Norn gets really spicy, because if you can get her transformed, she wins the game, because she creates 5 2/2s that then become 3/3 Devil Strikers, and then she just destroys everything and comes back. And I wouldn't say it's easy to flip her, but it's not hard. The main thing you need to watch out for is instant speed removal. So
yeah, as we're seeing all of the Praetors, they're all very solid cards. Elesh Norn definitely one of the scarier ones if they don't have removal, though. Yeah. So I definitely see giving this a 4.
Yeah, 4. Well, most of the Praetors. Poor Jin is bad as always.
Even Jin's not terrible.
Okay, he's not terrible. He's just like, we basically got like the Praetors as like the bombiest of bombs in the set, and then there's Jin. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, I will say about, I'll save this for when the card comes up later on.
Okay. Next we got Elspeth Smite. No, Elesh Norn is not dead from this. Remember, she has 5 toughness. Elspeth Smite...
That's a flavor fail.
It's not a flavor fail. Elesh Norn's not killed by this. In fact, she's weakened and is then killed with the Mirrodin Avenge card, where Karn kills her, which kills a damaged creature, so you use this on Elesh Norn. And then you kill it with Mirrodin Avenged and flavor win.
Well, there you go, folks. I stand corrected. Look forward to our lore podcast starting whenever WotC is starting their lore podcast. We're gonna do a counter podcast,
and it will be better. It's just me raving about Kamigawa all the time. It's a sideboard card. Like, I'm not gonna main this, but against an aggressive deck, especially like say like a black-red deck, which like is running like Luris and Ragavan and stuff like that. Yeah, I'll bring it in. So I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I don't see myself ever playing this. I'll just play a cheap creature to block. So I'm only giving this a 1.
Okay. Yeah, it's not super impressive. Unlike this next card, Squirrel. It's Enduring Bond Warden. I mentioned this card earlier. This is such a good role player in the white-green counters deck. Like, you put all your counters on this, and like then when it dies, you just put your counters on something else. It's a great way to put counters on things because it's just 1 mana. And it's a 1/2, which means it can block Ragavan. So, you know. I mean, it trades with Ragavan, but it trades advantage, and like you still.
I'll take that trade every day.
Yes, exactly. Squirrels beat monkeys. So yeah, I like this card as the 3.
Yep, super free.
Okay, next we got the Golden Scale Aeronaut. How about that guy?
Yes, we do. Overcosted creature gives a relevant keyword and a counter to something else. I can't rate it too high. I can't rate it highly at all. This is a 1.
Yeah, it's too expensive. Maybe at 4 mana, it probably could have been good, but yeah, at 5, it's too much. Okay, what have we got next?
Next up, we got a Restoration Angel.
No, not
Slightly
as
cheaper,
good.
slightly cheaper than the original. Yeah, slightly smaller stats though. Oh, no flash. That is the
That's
big
the
one.
main
I see why you're
problem.
saying not as good. Yeah, but sometimes you want Blink. You can synergize this with Yorion for tons of value. So I'm giving it 3.
Yeah, I'm only giving it a 2. It's not bad at all, but I mean, we've seen like a lot of really good white rares slash mythics, so it's got some competition. So I'll only give it a 2, especially since Blink's not like a dedicated archetype in the set. Next we
Yeah,
got.
I mean, Yorion just on his own could carry Blink decks. I think.
That is true enough. Next we got Heliod, the Radiant Dawn, and his flip side, Heliod the Warp Eclipsed. Couldn't have happened to a better person.
Yeah, not too impressive a card. As we're see going on, there's not a ton going on with enchantments this set. That said, I don't want to infer the wrath of any private detective agencies, but we will see something pretty synergistic in about 3 weeks, I'd say.
Yeah, that's when we will be doing an aftermath set review once like we have better quality images and stuff. Um, but there is some stuff. But yeah, enchantments are hard to put into the graveyard, so I don't like Heliod at all. I rate it a 1.
Yeah, I'm just giving him a 2. I like him for some stuffs, but he's not amazing.
Next we got the Infected Defector. Oh my god, that is kind of difficult to say. Infected Defector, Infected Defector. Say that 10 times fast. Yeah, it's too expensive for 2 poor of stats. It's a 1.
Yep, totally agree. And speaking of the Nyx card we're talking about, we could probably just get like some kind of shorthand for this one. This is like the 8th time we've seen Inspired Charge, I feel like.
Listen, the
It's
set
never
isn't.
been good.
Yeah, the set's not like if it was core set 2015, sure, I would give this card like a 4. But it's not core set 2015, so it's a 1. Inspired Charge is always bad. Don't play it. Next we got Invasion of Belanon, our first white battle. What have we got going on there?
Yeah, so 3 mana, 2/2 Night Vigilance. We will see later on that Knights is one of the also themes. A lot of tribal themes going on with white. And this flips if you deal 5 damage into just a straight up Anthem. That's all pretty impressive to me, so I'm giving it 4 stars.
I'm giving it 3. I do like the card a lot, though. It's just the Knight's uncommon slots. Like, obviously, you're playing the white-blue Knight. That's for sure. But the rest of them, like, there's, like, 3 or 4 cards that are all kind of, like, interchangeable in quality. I think this is about on par with the rest of them. So I'll only give it a 3. But, yeah, flipping into an Anthem is very nice in the deck. So it's a good card. Okay.
Yeah. Next up, another invasion. I think I'm probably going to be doing most of these invasions. I rated them a lot higher on average, I feel like. Invasion of Dominaria. 3 mana, gain 4 life, and draw the card is not impressive, especially for an uncommon. But it flips into Sarah's Angel, so I kind of like it. I'm giving it 3 stars.
I give it a 1 because I don't like the idea of a battle that doesn't impact the board when you play it. It makes it difficult to flip. And I don't think a Sarah Angel is enough of a payoff to make it worth the front side. So I'm going to rate it 1. Okay.
Well, then let us move on to the next invasion, the invasion of a plane I've never heard of and won't even try to pronounce.
This is a Teos home plane.
Wow.
War of the Spark.
I vaguely do. Yes, he make a the wall. 2 mana. Look at your opponent's hand, exile a card from it, and it costs 2 more. They may play it, but it costs 2 more. And then if you do only 3 damage, that's basically nothing really. It flips over to a crazy strong enchantment. And as we've kind of already talked about it, companions are back. There's one companion who really cares about CMC 2 or less that I think this is going to be crazy with. I'm giving this 3 stars.
It's a good card, that's for sure. It's just I'm not quite sure if it's where I want to be for my rare/mythic, because it's the kind of card that in the late game, like, it's not as useful. Like, if you play this on turn 2, it's fantastic. Like, you're going to be really happy with it. But because of that, like, late game might not do what you want it to. I'm only giving it 2, but it's not a bad card by any means. I wouldn't be surprised if it saw some play. So yeah.
I mean, do you really care about finding this in the late game? Like, oh, so what? Your opponent might be empty-handed. I'm gonna flip it into the busted enchantment, maybe.
Well, just because of the fact that in that case, like, the board might be stalled enough that it might be difficult to flip the battles from what I've played in Limited, and what I'm guessing might be the case in Curiosity.
True. Okay, next one. Another invasion. Another one where I'm on major
invasion. This is major cope. Like, I don't know how you can't rate this a 1.
Now, there are a total of 2 demigods, all right? That's so many targets. Yeah, this should be a 1. This should be a 1, but yeah, I like it.
The card is basically like 5 mana Realmbreaker's Grasp. That's the best case scenario for it. And like, Afara doesn't do anything. There's no enchantment synergies in the set. You're never going to have 3 other enchantments.
2 demigods.
Okay, sure. Go ahead with your double white and double black. Okay, I rate this a 1. Yeah.
Actually, there's 3 demigods. Green has 1.
Yeah, that's right. Anyways, next is Kithkin. Yay! Kithkin return. Billy Rider. Yay! It's a goat as well. It's a 1/3 double striker at common. Double strike at common is interesting. I mean, there's counter synergies in the deck, so that's nice. And, double strike is a strong enough ability that I'm willing to give this card a 2 just based on that.
Yep, this is an easy 2. Honestly, it could maybe go higher, but let's just say 2 for now.
Yeah. Next, we got the Knight of the New Coalition. I think this is a functional reprint, or maybe like the Knight from Gallant Cavalry didn't have Vigilance. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, you get 2/2 Vigilant Knights. Like, yeah, in the Knight deck, that seems like solid enough filler. Like, it is basically filler. It's not going to be like a staple of the Knight deck, but 1 or 2 copies in your Knight deck doesn't seem atrocious, so I'll give it a 2.
I mean, depending on how you build your Knight deck, like, I definitely could see going wide wanting to be an option. So I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah. The Knight deck also has some other 4-drops that kind of compete with this. So, speaking of Knights, we got the Knight Errant of Eos. I like this as a potential rare in the Knight deck. I don't think it will be like one of the 2 main ones you play, but I definitely think, like, if Knights end up being strong, which I think they will be, I think like the 2 main rares they have, Invasion of New Phyrexia and Archangel Elspeth, I think those will get banned. So Knight Errant of Eos can come in, and it's decent value. 4/4 that you can cast for pretty cheap. Your Knights tend to have Vigilance, so you can still be aggressive while also being able to convoke easily enough. and then like you get 1 or 2 creatures out of the deal. And yeah, that seems solid enough for me. So I don't know.
Yeah, I originally had this as a 1 because I thought the CMCs were both counted, so I thought this was just like terrible. But yeah, this could be a solid alternative rare for knights. So I'm gonna give it a 3. I think.
Yeah, I agree with a 3. Okay, next we've got an interesting archetype that might be revealed. If I'm on the same wavelength as you, what have we got?
Yeah, so this is especially just coming off of
the Formula mechanic.
Yeah. These are we're going to see with all the equipments in this set, they're crazy cheap. Like the cheapest I think we've ever seen equipments. But there is like 0 synergy for equipments that we've seen so far. Mr. Detective Agency. So I think minor spoilers. I think I gave all of these a 2.
Yeah, there is a multiversal legend that makes equipment quite good.
Oh right, there's Shram, and there's also the
not Shram, but Rayav is the main one. And because of Rayav, I'm going to give this card a 2, just because maybe a red-white equipment list, it ends up being a deck. So this is a speculative 2.
Okay. Well, let's move on to a classic creature, Monastery Mentor. Just the All-Star is back. Monks aren't really a thing, neither are humans, but again, there's some synergies to just being a tribal deck that he could play into. So I've given this a 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's Monastery Mentor. Like, it sees play in older formats and tends to be just consistently good in a spells list. Jeskai spells, Boros spells, what have you. So, yeah, I like it as a 4. Next, we got Norn's Inquisitor. It is a knight, but you're mainly playing it in the Phyrexian decks, where it's a 1/1 that basically draws you a 2-mana 3/3, and also turns your other incubate creatures into slightly bigger incubate creatures, which is quite good. Yeah, I like this a lot in the Phyrexian decks. It seems like a good bit of value. In fact, I'll give it a 4. I think it's really strong.
Yep, feel the exact same way. This was an easy 4.
Okay. We mentioned this card before when I was talking about cut short, falling short in some cases. This is Phyrexian Awakening. Vigilance is a huge keyword to have for all your creatures. It just makes life so difficult for your opponents. And, it comes with a 4/4 as well. That's very nice. A 4/4 Vigilance. Yeah, Phyrexian Awakening is quite a strong card. It is odd mana cost, which I hate because I want to play Gyruda in my Phyrexian deck, but still, I'll rate it a 3.
Yeah, like this could lead to some insane curves also. Like Snow Christmas Magical Christmas Land here. Turn 1 Ragavan, just always turn 1 Ragavan. Turn 2 Inquisitor, in the turn 3 Awakening, and the turn 4 transform both the tokens. That's crazy.
Okay, you're probably playing Ichor Drinker rather than Ragavan in this archetype, but still.
Always Ragavan.
Okay. Next we got the Censor. What's going on there?
Censor, this is like again like a crazy good hate bear. I feel like we haven't seen one this good in years. If your opponent if you're on Phyrexians but your opponent isn't, they are really gonna be behind in tempo. Like he's your favorite character. He's Urbrask on one side, and he's also what's the can only cast 1 spell effect.
It's like, what is it? Aethersworn something? It's the two. I think it's either one something. I don't know. It's
Yeah,
been too long since I played Rares.
like the point is, very solid Phyrexian card. But it is an odd cost, and as you mentioned, you might want to be even just to play Garuda. So I'm gonna give this a tentative 4.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3. I definitely like it a lot, especially if like Garuda gets banned. In which case, then yes, the odds are now open. Still, it's a card that I also see like sideboarding out if you're in the Phyrexian mirror. So, you know, make sure you have uncommons in the sideboard in case that happens. But still, it's still a 3-mana 3/3 even in that case. So, you know, not too bad. Jayfish, does this card do it for you? This Progenitor Exarch? I know like cats or something.
Sorry. What are we talking about? Can you repeat the question?
Oh no, never mind.
No, it's fine. I didn't quite catch the question. I don't mind.
Like, this seems like a card that like furries would like. I don't know.
I mean, I like it, but that might just be because it's a good card. Like again, you can companion it with Lurrus, get some cool value out in the late game. I'm giving it I'm only giving it a 2, but that might be a bit too low.
I could see it being a 3. I'm also giving it a 2 right now, just because, as I said, White has a lot of good rares. Like, this set is very
dominant. Has a lot of good rares. Like we could literally say that about every deck.
Yeah.
Which is why I'm pretty excited for this set.
Yeah. Especially since we can count to 20 now. So our bombs aren't like the kinds of bombs that just like, you know, count to 10. Okay, except for Skithrex. Anyways, yeah, 2 for Progenitor Exarch. Next we got Realmbreaker's Grasp. I mean, this is planar disruption pretty much. It doesn't do planeswalkers, but still, like, this is your staple white removal. If you're in white, you're playing this either in the main or the sideboard. You'd be making a mistake if you're not. So this is a 4.
Yeah, it kind of sucks having just came off of planar disruption, but you're really not missing out on much. Easy 4.
Yep. Next, we got a Scroll Shift. I think this is a functional reprint as well.
Yeah, I believe so. We don't need to talk too much about this one. This could more so be summed up as you play it in Yorion to reset all your other ETBs. So I'm giving it a 2.
Yeah, I'm only giving it a 1. I don't think that's going to be a deck, but yeah, sure. Next is Seal from Existence. Oblivion Ring effects are always like 4s. And Seal from Existence is one of the strongest Oblivion Ring effects we have seen because the ward makes it so your opponent's going to be taking an entire turn off if they try to remove this. And, I mean, Ward 3 is big enough that, like, you know, it will take a couple of turns before your opponent's able to remove this. Even with, like, a 2-mana enchantment removal spell, that still means they have to get up to 5 mana. So, Seal from Existence is a phenomenal uncommon removal spell. Definitely an option for every single white deck to consider. So, it's a 4.
Yep, automatic 4.
Okay.
We have the Seraph of New Capenna. There might be a role where you want this in like an Angel tribal deck, but that's kind of a stretch. You know, since this is a New Capenna card, I'm going to mention it. Invasion of New Capenna, crazy for tribal deck synergies, in my opinion, and I'm not biased at all, just because I am the crown cadaver of New Capenna.
That's true. You are the winner of New Capenna. But wait, shouldn't that mean I like Invasion of Dominaria a lot?
I mean, my set was fun, though. Dominaria.
What are you talking about? Your set was awful. New Capenna was...
I won.
Probably the worst curiosity set we had. Meanwhile, Domino United, like once Walls got banned, was great. Anyways,
But yeah, this is a pretty bad card all around. So I'm giving it a 1.
yeah. We mentioned White Windrakes. This is another White Windrake. It's a 1. Sigil Sentinel, though. I mentioned this a bit when talking about the counters deck. It's at its core, it's a 3-mana 3/3 Vigilance, which that's a solid stat line. And being able to put the counter on something else, like, yeah, that's good. Like, all around, it's a solid card. I like it at a 3.
Yep, could help you with convoking something. I could see this as a solid 3. I think I'll give it a 3 as well.
Yeah. I mean, it basically goes into every single white deck except for the Phyrexian deck. Because, like, it's a knight with vigilance, it's got backup, and gives a counter. Yeah. Next we got Sun Blessed Guardian. For the red-white deck, it's got a pretty cool thing on the flip side, where when it attacks, it creates a copy that also gets the counters that have accrued on it. And it will probably have a couple because it's like a 2-drop. So, like, you play turn 2 Sunblessed Guardian, you play turn 3 Sigiled Sentinel, swing in with your 3/3 Vigilance, you know, and then late game, you get a decent aggressive creature. So, you know, it's fine for an aggressive backup deck, I think. So, I put it at a 2.
Yeah, I'd rate it higher if the flip cost just wasn't so high on this one. Like,
that is true. Yeah, that's true.
Some of these curve out really well, and the others are just like, why don't you go ahead and pay 6 mana? So I'm going to give it a 2, just because it will be fun to flip it when you do.
Yeah. Okay. You love this next card, don't you?
I love this next card. I wanted to mention it when we were talking about Elesh Norn, just straight up. This is the most main boardable artifact and enchantment hate we've ever seen. Like, you will play some number of this in the main deck all the time, I feel like.
Maybe not for all the white decks, but for counters and Phyrexians, you are definitely playing this card in the main board. I love it. It's
yeah, I guess the night decks won't be main boarding it, but like that's like
they'll
2
still
first.
sideboard them. So
yeah, this is a crazy good removal spell. So 4 stars for me.
Yeah, easy 4. I absolutely love this card.
Yeah, speaking of crazy good removal, let's just follow that up with another crazy good removal source. 5 mana, exile all creatures, and incubate X, where X is the number of creatures exiled this way. You know, just wrath the board for a decent cost, and you get a presumably pretty big creature out of it. It's definitely a rare you want to play. Easy 5 stars.
Yes, this is the kind of card that as soon as you play it, you win the game. Like, it's very rare that your opponent is able to bounce back from you wrathing the entire board and having, like, I don't know, probably at minimum like a 4/4, but maybe even like a 8/8 or a 9/9. Yeah, easy 5. I'm going to dread playing against this card.
Next up, a card most people are going to dread playing against. Surge of Salvation. Just 1 mana. You and permanent you control gain hexproof until the end of turn. And prevent all damage that black or red sources would deal to creatures you control. So a lot of the time you're going to be sideboarding this. You could mainboard it if the meta was full of red-black decks. I don't see that really being a situation, though. But yeah, this is just going to be crazy when it comes out of the side. So easy for...
Yeah, and you don't need to be playing against just like a black-red deck, right? If you're just playing against like a black deck or like a red deck.
Yeah, I mean, even for the just you and permanent you control gain hexproof, that might be relevant sometimes.
I mean, you know how much I love those kinds of effects, right? So
yeah.
Yeah, this is a sideboard staple, so it's a 3.
Yep. Easy 3.
Okay, and next we got Swordsworn Cavalier. 2 mana 3/1s, aggressive body, and the Knights deck can pretty consistently give this card first strike. So a 3/1 first striker is a good aggressive body for the Knights deck. You know, it's not anything like super amazing, but you're playing it in your Knights deck. It's a 3.
Yep, I totally hear you there. Next up, let's try to figure out why I chose to give Turkir Dune Shaper a 2.
It's not bad.
I know. It blocks Ragavan. There we go. Easy 2 stars.
I mean, that's originally why I gave it a 2-star rating, but then I decided to change it to 1 just because, you know, I think you'd rather just play Enduring Bond Warden. So.
Yeah. So, yeah, not too much to talk about with that one. Let's move on to the next one, which is kind of an interesting card to play, but probably too overcosted for constructive. Tiller of the Flesh. Whenever you target a permanent with, one or more permanents with a spell, you get to incubate 2. Just probably too slow to see play.
Yeah, even in, like, some kind of, like, Monastery Mentorish kind of deck, like, I still don't see it being that good because of its, like, cost to stats ratio, so I don't know. What do you think we should rate this?
I'm gonna go with a 1. Just too slow.
Yeah, I'll agree with a 1. And final white card, it is the Zalfiran Lancer. 3 mana 3/3 uncommon isn't the greatest, but you know, getting +1/+1 in vigilance when a knight enters the battlefield, you can often get 2 knights down in a turn, so it often can attack as either 5/5 vigilance. Otherwise, like as I said with Sword and Cavalier, you're still playing a knight every turn, so it's like a 4/4 vigilance. That's fine. Knights have a lot of uncommon options to choose from, though, so I'm only putting this as a 2.
Yeah, I feel like this is the kind of card I'd usually give a 1, but the vigilance is kind of important, so I'll give it a 2.
Okay, cool. Which brings us to blue, and our first blue card is Artistic Refusal. Artistic Refusal in a Convoke deck, if you can reliably Convoke it for, like, at least 2, I like this card a decent amount, because then it like gets into Dismiss territory. Classic counterspell 4 mana, counterspell draw card. And in this case, if you're Convoking 2, like, you get the Catalog effect instead, which is quite good for, like, a control-y deck. If you can't reliably get the Convoke, of course, like, then it runs into problems, and that's something like a blue-red deck, like, might have a bit of trouble getting, like, a ton of creatures because you're also wanting to play, like, your spells. So, I can't rate this too highly. Probably a 2.
Yeah, I think the only place this would see play would be in Blue-White Knights. And there, I think there's too much competition for the uncommon slots, so I'm going to give it a 2.
Okay. How about our next counter?
Yes, we got Assimilate Essence, the Mana Leak style counter. But this time, if they pay for the counter, you get a little bit out of it. You get a little 2/2 guy. It's not too impressive, but, you know, you just play a Mana Leak, the Mana Leak card by itself. So the fact that you can get something out of it in the late game, it's kind of a benefit. I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, there are situations where, like, you know, your opponent's at 9 mana and you feel bad about having this card in your hand, but it at least does something. But yeah, just a 2, in my opinion. Astral Wingspan. What about this? Is this any good?
Probably not. Or is there just a pretty weak card type? I mean, you can search it with Invasion of Pharaohs, but you need the spot for those demigods. So it's got to be a 1 star.
Yeah, it requires a really good aura to not be a 1. This is not that. So yeah, easy 1. Next card is Captive Weird. It blocks Ragavan so well. It doesn't even die to Ragavan. Let's go. That is actually quite a good reason to play this card, but it's a good card even besides that. It's a 1/3 for 1 blocker in the early game. You can just play it on turn 1 and, like, like just be like, all my blocking needs have been met for the next couple of turns. Let's go. And then, you know, when you have spare mana, it flips into a 3/3 that replaces itself. And that's quite a solid card. All in all, I think that the impact, like its place in the meta, is such that I'm going to give it a 4.
Yeah, you will play this in blue-red decks in some part, just because, like you've said, it blocks Ragavan. Like, you won't mind burning yourself to draw a card. So this is going to be an easy 4 for me.
Yep, good card with Captive Weird. We got the next of the color hate cards with Change the Equation. This is probably the weakest of the color change cards, though. Just because, for one thing, the front half of it is terrible, and, you know, counter, just a simple counter is still not, like, incredible when it comes to an uncommon, so... But still, you might sideboard in, like, a copy, especially, like, if red-green is, like, prevalent in the meta, then this might become a meta choice, so 2, probably.
Yeah, 2. Sharknado 2. This time they're Phyrexians. Yeah, this is a obvious callback to Shark Typhoon. I believe that's the card's name.
Yep, you are correct.
This time it's a creature, though, so it is more vulnerable to stuff.
I mean, Shark Typhoon was basically a creature. You basically always cycled that card.
Not in the late game. But yeah, this is just going to be very solid. You might play this with, like, Monastery Mentor, do a whole go-wide token deck. Easy 3 stars for me, I think.
Yeah, in, like, a blue-red deck, like, this is just a staple card. Like, you're in spells, and you're playing convoking spells, so your convoking spells tend to have a higher mana value, so you're getting bigger incubates. And I mean, it's a 3-mana 2/4 flyer. That's a good set of stats. That's a good blocker. So, yeah, I like it as a 3. Next, we got Complete the Circuit. What's going on there?
This is a card not, we've said it before, no card is made with curiosity in mind, but this is made with it about as far from mind as you can go. 6 mana, but it has Convoke. You may cast sorcery spells this turn as though they had flash. And when you cast an instant or sorcery spell this turn, copy that spell twice. So theoretically, you know, if you have, like, I don't know, 10 billion guys, you can get a lot of value out of a sorcery speed at the end of your opponent's turn. But it's just not ever gonna really do anything. 1 star.
Yeah. If it was a lower rarity, we might talk about it, but as your rare, no.
If it was an uncommon, I'd talk about it, but this is clearly a rare because, you know, it has to be a rare for other purposes. Like, it does too much stuff to be an uncommon.
Quiet again.
Oh, sorry.
Nope, even quieter. Jayfish, no, Jayfish is dying. He's getting sucked into the void. Oh my god, you're even quieter.
You hear me better now?
Yes, now we can hear you. You were just like, you were getting sucked into the void.
Okay, well, I'll just stay here and yell for the rest of the video.
Thank you. Okay, let's move on from that, and let's go with Corruption of Tawashi. It's expensive, is what it is. It's decently high impact when you get it down, but its cost is so much, and it also, like, its deck is meant for the blue-green archetype, which I don't think is good. Blue-green has traditionally not been good in Curiosity for quite a number of years? Yeah, years.
Yeah, blue-green's just kind of all over the place this set.
Almost want to give it a 2, but I think 1 is the right place for it.
Yeah, I want to give it a 2 as well, but I just don't think it will see any play.
Okay, so sad one for Corruption of Tawashi. This is a disturbing card. I wouldn't want that to happen to me.
And a disturbing conversion. Conversion. Yeah.
Yeah.
Flash Mill enchantment. Mill is a big blue black theme. I think this will definitely see some amount of play. 2 stars.
I don't know. I mean, it's a removal spell. You're in black. You're just playing like the insane black removal options that are available to you instead.
Well, you need to hit 60 cards so you can play Yorion.
Don't do that, people.
Do that. Like, you're going to win the mill game. You're playing 60 cards.
I'm not sure if that's where you want to go with your blue-black deck. I think you're more controlling the game so you can win with, like, your Shieldreds. But anyways, yeah, I'll give it a 1. You give it a 2.
The Shieldred you're going to bounce with Yorion. It's just free. It's free.
I don't know. I think you're just going to get her back by using Unsealed in Acropolis instead. Anyways, that's for black. Let's talk about an insanely good blue card. Aphara's Dispersal. I was surprised with how good this was when I played with this in Limited. But this gets almost as close. Like, it's surprising how close this gets to being Exclude. Exclude classic blue common that Limited players obsess about, even though it only got printed in one standard set and has never been seen since, except in like Conspiracy. Return target creature, Surveil 2 is very close to drawing a card. The fact that this costs 1 mana a significant amount of the time, and it can be both your creatures and your opponent's creatures, and that Incubate is a heavy theme in the set, Aphara's Dispersal is perfectly set up for an unsummon effect in the set. I give it a 4.
Yeah, easy 4. This is probably one of the best unsummons we've ever seen. And probably will ever see.
With the exception of Midnight Hunt's stuff, because it had the spirit stuff going on, but, you know. If this was in Midnight Hunt, oh my god.
It's got some... It's not too bad even compared to Geist Wave.
Yeah. I mean, if this was in Midnight Hunt, you would be playing this a lot. But, yeah. Easy 4. Next, Jayfish, look out! It's Expedition Lookout.
Oh no, okay.
It's a 2-mana 2/3 defender. I like that as a blocker enough that I am going to give it a 2, and, you know, potentially it can survive till the late game and actually, you know, get some hits in. So, I like it as a 2.
Yeah, anything that can reasonably block Ragavan, I've given a 2. So this is a 2.
Cool. Next we have, maybe this is actually disturbing conversion. It's Eyes of Jataxius. I love me a Kavu Climber. Kavu Climber, classic 5-mana green creature that 3/3 draws a card. This is that, except you can break it up into installments. I like it. It's a bit costly, but you know, you get decent amount of value from it. It's a good spells card. So yeah. I give it a 2.
It's nothing impressive, but it's free mana, so it triggers Jingataxius. Easy 2.
Yep. It's the championship card. It's Fairy Mastermind. Is this card worthy of being a champion?
I did not know this was a championship card. Yeah, I think this card's solid.
Wait,
I think
you just didn't read the flavor text?
I didn't know. I don't read.
It really says World Champion.
Your young adult cat fiction books. I'm very clear about this.
Anyway, sorry to interrupt you with your inane.
Yeah, no. So yeah, it's a solid card. I think this is gonna see some play. I'm giving it 3 stars, but that might be a little bit high.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a good card. It's just a bit vulnerable for your rare. So I'm going to put it as a 2. I will say, though, that you have a 2/1 blue flyer for 2 mana at every single rarity besides Mythic. So, you know, blue-white flyers could definitely be a deck. Something to consider. But yeah, not a bad card by any means. Unlike this next card, Furtive Analyst, it's atrocious. Like, 3 mana 1/4 is bad stats. That's like Horn Turtle is just never good. 2 mana to loot is insanely expensive. Like, that is not cheap at all. So, this is a 1.
Yep, it's nice. It ain't hitting on much. But you know what is hitting on quite a bit for me, at least?
No.
Halo Charge Scab. This I like this. You know, it's got that mill synergy. It's got that Yorion synergy. It can put your bombs back on top of your deck. So I definitely think this will see some amount to play.
Yes, your bombs, instants, sorceries, or battles. Okay, battles can have some bombs, but yes, your bombs, instants, and sorceries, sure. No. These cards have always underperformed. Like, you remember Meldweb Curator from Phyrexia, All Will Be One, right? And that was like one of the worst commons in the set.
I don't remember this card at all. You could totally be making this up for all I know.
Okay, which kind of shows my point that this kind of card is always bad. So, I give it a 1. Okay.
Alrighty then. Time for more invasions. Invasion of... Is this the plane Strixhaven is from?
Yep, Arcavius.
Why isn't it just called Strixhaven?
Because that's not the name of the plane. Strixhaven is the college that is on the plane of Arcavios.
Okay.
Lore.
5 mana. Do a wish. And then if you can deal 7 damage to it, which is a ton of damage, you get double vision from your hand only. Had to have that restriction. Couldn't use Halo Forger. This is a card that, like, if you ask anyone, they'd say I'd give this a 2 because I'm on Hopium. I love Wishes and Curiosity because you get to break a.
You're the only one who does this with your AFR wish ideas.
You could just get all the good rares.
Quiet again.
Oh, sorry. You can just get all of the good cards.
Still a bit quiet.
What? All right, I have no idea. We're trying to get that fixed later, folks. Point is, this card is not good.
Yeah. I don't know why it's doing all the stuff that it's doing. Like, why is it 5 mana? Why is it 7 defense? And why is, like, the backside just double vision, which is already, like, a bad card? Like, it's all around terrible. This is a 1. Okay. Next we got Invasion of Kamigawa. Oh no, my favorite plane! Yeah. Yeah, Invasion of Kamigawa is not very good. 4 mana for a freeze is way too expensive. And while the backside is, like, it's not atrocious, it's still just a Thieving Magpie. Like, I love me a Thieving Magpie, but I'm not willing to play a 4 mana freeze to get a Thieving Magpie. So, I can only put this as a 1.
Okay, then I'm also only giving Invasion of Kamigawa a 1. So let's move on to the next invasion. Invasion of Place with a Lot of Serpents. I like this card. Sorry, what was that?
But they're all super tiny. I love Segovia.
They are super tiny, but they got trample, so they're going to be synergistic with your +1/+1 counters. Yeah, this might be a fun build around, but I just don't think one copy of it will really let you build enough in Curiosity. So I'm going to give it an optimistic 2.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 1. The front side I don't think is good enough, and then the back side is also, like, not good enough. It doesn't really do too much. Like, in the kind of deck you would play this in, your non-creature spells already have Convoke. So, yeah, I give it a 1. Next we got Jace's home plane. It's Vryn. I really hope we get a standard set that like is set on Vryn sometime. But anyways, what's this card? Is it good?
I think this card is perfectly fine. 4 mana, draw free, discard 1, has some synergies, and is just kind of a lot of value. It's basically Graceful Charity. And then if you manage to flip it, you can copy a spell. So yeah, I don't hate this. I'm giving this a 2.
I hate your comparison to Graceful Charity, one of the most broken Yu-Gi-Oh cards of all time.
Look, all right. Listen, all right. If you have Cadius, Sea Tyrant of Sergovia, and 4 just anything, this is literally Graceful Charity.
Well, wait, I thought Graceful Charity discarded 2.
Well, you're basically discarding itself, right?
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree with that logic. I don't think this is Sift, actually, an actual Magic card. And Sift, I don't think, is where you want to be in considering the power level of Magic cards nowadays. So I only give this a 1. Here's Jin-Gitaxias. We talked about him a bit earlier. Disappointing card. What are your thoughts on him?
Yeah, he's the Urbrask of this bunch. Like when we first saw him, it was cool. It was cool to see him off, but they definitely chose to start with their weakest foot forward. 2 stars. The front side is kind of playable, but you're never even care about flipping onto the back.
Yeah, I mean, the backside is insane if you get it, but you're never going to get it. You're never going to have 7 cards in your hand in Curiosity. So, yeah, it's a 2. The front side's good enough to get a 2, but... next, we got Meeting of Minds. Convoke instant draw spell is very interesting. I like that a lot because it just means like, it's end of my opponent's turn. My opponent, I used a removal spell. I got some creatures as blockers, and then I just used Meeting of Minds to refresh my hands. Yeah, it's quite a good card, especially in the blue-red spells Convoke deck, but it's even good outside of there. I like it as a 3.
Yeah, furry. And to go back to Jin just for a second, I guess maybe you might want to do a little flavorful deck with him and Urbrask. But yeah, let's move on to the.
I think Urbrask you want to cast cheap spells though. So
I don't know. Like they were cheap spells. No, I get what you're saying there. Kind of contradicting. But let's get back to the moment of truth. This card's kind of good. Definitely not bad. 2 mana. Look at the top 3. Put 1 into your hand, 1 into your grave, and 1 on the bottom. Could give you some nice filtering. So I'm giving it 2 stars.
I mean, that's Anticipate. Like, this is not experimental augury. Turns out stapling basically deal 2 damage on your Anticipates is insanely good. But, yeah, I'll give it a 2. Next we got Negate. Negate is just sideboard staple. Like, every single time it's in a format, you play it in your sideboard. And you're quite happy to play it in your sideboard. Because when maybe you play a singleton copy in your main board, and, you're also fine with that. But you mainly play this as a sideboard card. It's a 3, as I said.
Yeah, 3 as well. But I will say, pretty weak Negate art. Use the one from Ixalan.
Yeah, it's not good at all. He's cheaposing.
It's kind of more like a crossbow pose.
Okay, sure. How's his armor changing though? Like, what's going on there? How does that work?
Piccolo's golden game cannon.
Anyways, here's Oculus Whelp. Whelp, is it any good?
Nope. This is like the definition of draft filler.
Yeah.
You might want it there. You don't want it here. Again, not to enrage any non-government agencies. There are some reasons you'd want dragons, but
This
not
is
any.
one of those reasons. Yeah.
Anyways, I'd like to say that we're moving on to something good. Yeah, one. But Omen Hawker is pretty far from good. It can trade with Ragavan, I guess.
I mean, you're trading up in rarity in that case.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Is there an incubate at 2 mana? Like, can I go Hawker and then do something to incubate and trade off with Ragavan? Because that'd be a pretty sick one.
I mean, yeah, like there's Gift of Completion. That's the main one I can think of, Gift of Completion. So, but
Yeah,
still,
this is all never gonna happen anyway. So let's move on to a card I do want to talk about.
Omen Hawker 1, by the way. Yeah, okay. Oracle of Tragedy.
Oracle of Tragedy. This is great. I love this card. I love drafting this card. When it enters or dies, choose one. Either loot or shuffle up to 4 target cards with converted mana cost 3 or greater from your graveyard into your library. I'm gonna be playing this as a one of in a lot of lists just to get a lot of longevity out of decks. I feel like, so I'm giving it a 3.
Usually, I'm down on these cards. I'm like, no, Jayfish, these cards aren't like going to be any good. I like this card. I mean, it's a solid enough blocker in the early game. Getting the loot is nice, and then when you need the second ability, you get the second ability. I'm happy enough with this card to give it a 3 as well. Very rare for me. Next, we got Order of the Mirror. It's a 2-mana knight. I mean, it can easily transform, and the transform side is like not bad at all. And hard to double block, but still, it's a 2-mana knight, so you play it in the knight deck, and it's a 3.
Yeah. Also free as well, but man, is this thing just so hard to block.
Yeah.
And so efficient to transform. Like we talked about it earlier, the transforms are either like perfectly curved out or pay 10 billion mana.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Yeah, and the reasonable transform cost is what makes this actually playable. Like, yeah, like turn 2 you play this. If you don't have anything on turn 3 or turn 4, then yeah, you end up flipping it. Solid curve filler. Next is one of the staple blue cards. It is Preening Champion. 2/2 flyer for 3 that creates a 1/1. We have seen this effect be good every single time it shows up. Eldrazi Sky Spawner in Battle for Zendikar, Aven Eternal in War of the Spark. Both like tip-top blue commons. In fact, Eldrazi Sky Spawner ended up being like modern playable, but that's besides the point. Preening Champion, fantastic card. You're playing it in every single blue deck, in my opinion. Like, there's no reason not to play this card. A 2/2 flyer that gives you a 1/1 is just good set of stats. Plus, it's a knight, so it has knight synergy as well. And it's 2 bodies for Convoked. So, there's a lot going on with this card. Easy 4.
Yep, just it's got so much going for it. Definitely a 4.
Next, we got, in my opinion, the 4-drop common of choice for knights. It is Protocol Knight. A 3/4 Frostlinks. I'm in for that. That's quite a good tempo swing there. It easily allows you to get in for a good chunk of damage. So, yeah, I like this card as a 3.
Yeah, I'm going free as well. Frostlinks is, I don't think it's been a while since we've seen one, but they like, I remember the one in Strixhaven did very good in Curiosity. So definitely a furry.
Yeah, it's not on the level of Frost Trickster. Giving your Frostlinks flying is insane, but yeah, it's still a good card. Next, we got Rona, Herald of Invasion. I'm down for a looter. Maybe not at rare, but her backside is a strong enough card. I mean, you get the blue obliterator, which is cool. But her backside is strong enough that, I could see her potentially seeing play. Like, she's not, like, amazing or anything. Like, she's vulnerable to removal, for sure. But I can put her at a 2.
Yeah, this is not too impressive, but some people are going to want to play it too.
Okay. Next, we got Cyber Cryptomancer. Wait, you're reading this one? This seems like a me card.
I guess so. Interesting. Yeah. This is just a very solid trick. Flashy man. He come in with counter. He gives something hexproof, and then he chumps later on.
Yeah.
You also may use this as a surprise trick to kill Ragavan. So honestly, this would probably be like a furry, but I only have it as a 2.
Yeah, I think it's not something you mainboard. It's a sideboard card, and I don't consider it a sideboard staple, so I put it at a 2. Okay. I'm seeing double. 4 C doubles.
Yeah, I love me some C double. I got 2 of this in my pre-release pool.
Oh, you were seeing double.
Yeah. That said, Curiosity, you probably need something with more immediate impact. So I'm only giving it a 2.
Yeah, 4 mana instant clone is fine, I guess. And, it does something in the late game, but yeah, it's a 2. Here's one of the 2/1 flyers for 2 mana that I was talking about. This is Skyclave Aerialist. A 2 mana, 2/1 flyer is a good aggressive body. The main thing, though, is that the backside, it cantrips. So, late game, like, you don't have anything else going on. You flip it. Your card is slightly, like, better at blocking now. Like, it's not just an attacker. Now it can actually block. And you get the card back. So, yeah, this seems perfectly reasonable. What do you think about it?
Yeah, not crazy good, but solid playable. I'll give it 3 stars.
Yeah, I'll agree with the 3 there. Okay, next we got Stasis Field.
Yeah, Stasis Field. We always see these, it feels like, nowadays. And I think this one could see a little bit of play, but it's not going to be something amazing. Like, the removal in this set is really good, but sometimes you're going to want to Pognify. So, not Pognify. Pognify was a destroy and replace,
Frogify.
but, just make something terrible. So I'm going to give it 2 stars.
I do like that it gives Defender, but these kinds of cards are just never good enough, in my opinion. Like, especially considering the amount of solid removal we have in the set. Blue is, of course, slightly, like, weaker removal than all the other colors, but still, like, you're playing another color. You're not playing mono blue, so I don't see a situation where you play Stasis Field. It's a 1, in my opinion. Plus, as far as dispersal means, you can bounce back the Stasis Field thing. So if your opponent's playing blue, well, you're kind of out of luck there. Anyways, next is Temporal Cleansing. At first I was a bit iffy on it, but having played with it, it's a decent time wipe, all things considered. I mean, it still has the unfortunate thing of your opponent can just choose to put it on the bottom. But in like your blue reds or your blue green decks, having like a copy or 2 of Temporal Cleansing seems perfectly fine, especially since it's non-land permanent. And the fact that it works well on incubate tokens, just like a bounce spell is nice in the set. So I actually like it as a 3.
Yeah, I only have it as a 2, but I could definitely be wrong about this one. Look forward to that in our Curiosity Rewind video at the end of the season.
Although we probably won't even bring it up, because even like if you're wrong about it, like it's still just, it's not going to be a 4 or anything. Like at most it's like a 3. But
yeah,
it's in that 2 to 3 range in my opinion as well. But I lean towards the 3. Anyways, next we got Thunderhead Squadron. The stats aren't the greatest for the cost, but Knights have enough Vigilant stuff that Convoke in Knights is pretty good. It seems like the kind of card you could put as like a 1 of in your Knights deck, so I'm willing to give it a 2.
this just seems terrible to me. I'm only giving it a 1.
Okay. Yeah, like, it's barely a 2 for me, at least. Maybe 1 is more accurate, but, you know. I decided to be the optimistic one for once. Tidal Terror. Let's go. It's the cycling card again. Not nearly as good as the White Cycler, because the White Cycler is actually, like, you know, removal. But, you know, it's a cycler. And land cyclers are just, you know, you can easily include, like, 1 of them in your list, 1 or 2 in your list, and be perfectly happy, because, you know, it makes your late or your early game keeps a lot easier to manage, and, you know, provides late game value. So I like this too.
All the cyclers are okay, but this is definitely either the worst or the second worst one.
Well, the regular black one is the worst, just because it's outclassed by the other black cycler that is in the set. But
you don't think the counters and menace is worth anything?
7 mana is a bit too much, but we'll get to that when we get to that.
Yeah, I mean, I was gonna say the red one from the I think the regular red one is the worst one.
Yeah. I play it as like a 1 of in my red-green ramp deck,
but yeah, I'll give Tidal Terror a 2. I believe, again, not to get too far ahead of ourselves and WotC's release schedule, but I believe there is a payoff for being an octopus.
Okay, Kiora is not a payoff. Don't play her, please. Anyways, let's do Transcendent Message.
I draw all the cards and then use the game. Yeah, 1 star. This is like the 3rd big draw spell we've seen that that I think we'll see 0 play. Like not Strixhaven. New Capenna had free blue in X to draw any number of cards you want. Yeah, so I'm not big on Transcendent Message, but maybe Knights wants to play it. I don't know.
Wouldn't they just play the common draw 2 Convoke instead? Like, that's so much better than this card. Like, let's see. You need to spend 6 mana just to equal the 4 mana version of this, and it's a rare. Terrible. Easy 1.
It's not too impressive.
Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, yawn.
Not too impressive. Wicked Slumber. I usually like stasis effects, even though they're never playable. But this one is just, I don't know. There's too much going on for this set. Easy 1 star.
Yeah, I mean, this feels worse than Temporary Lockdown from Brothers War, and that was unplayable, so it's a 1. I love Xerax. That is such a cool plane. Like, let's focus on the cards a bit after. What do you think about Xerax?
Is that the one with I don't know this plane. I don't know this plane at all.
It's not been released in Standard yet, but it's a plane of, like, basically Phyrexia Lost.
Is it in the Plane Chase thing?
It is, yes.
I have my planes chase cards over here. Hold on, let me just Google this instead of pulling that off my desk.
And while he's doing that, Xeric Strobe Knight, I mean, it's a definite consideration for the Knight's uncommon slot. Just a 2/2 with Flying Vigilant Knight. Knights has plenty of ways to get stat buffs to things, so often this is a very good receptacle for stat buffs. I mean, Flying Vigilance, that's basically Sarah Angel, right? But, and, you know, you can every now and then make an extra Knight. Yeah, perfectly solid card. I'd give it a 3.
Oh, it's the whenever you roll a die one, draw a card. That's a fun play. Yeah, this card's like crazy good. I thought this was gonna be pretty mid, but it's crazy good. 3, maybe 4 stars.
Okay, cool. And that brings. Oh wait, it's not our final blue card. I was thinking, oh, it's a Z. Nope.
You got a little ahead of yourself there.
It's a Zephyr Singer. 4 mana, 3/4 Flying Vigilant. Like, that's a good set of stats. Add in Convoke, and the fact that it gives other things flying, and you're pretty good. Like, I think a common play pattern with this card will actually just be play a 2-drop on 3 plays Zephyr Singer, and give your 2-drop flying, and then now you have a turn 3, 3/4 Flying Vigilant. And then in the late game, of course, you can like give all your stuff flying. So I like this card a decent amount.
No, so you see the common play plan will be turn 1 Ragavan, turn 2 free 2 or free drop, depends. Then turn 3 Convoke, Flying Monkey. Yeah, this is solid. 3 stars.
Yeah, 3 stars. Now it's the final blue card. What are you thinking for this one?
It can do some fun things with incubator tokens, but it's not very good. 1 star.
Yeah, this... I mean, combat tricks that cantrip tend to be decent, but this one has, like, the 3 toughness means that it's not going to win you the combat. It's going to trade. So yeah, 1 star here. Okay, cool. That is the end of blue. Let us see what we have got next in black. Okay. So this brings us to black, and our first card is quite a strong one. We got Aetherblade Agent. 2 mana, 1/1 Death Touch transforms into a 3/3 Death Touch that, when it deals damage to a player or battle, draw a card. Ooh. 2 mana, 1/1 Death Touch. It has its uses. And, you know, like, you can trade it off for, like, a bigger creature, and you're happy enough with that. But the main thing is the backside is such a good card. Like, a 3/3 Death Touch is not something that's easy to block, especially if you can back it up with, like, removal or tricks or something. And drawing a card on hit lends this pretty good card advantage. And the transform cost is pretty reasonable. Like 4 or 5 mana. That's pretty easy to do. So I think Aetherblade Agent is one of the strongest black creatures in the set.
Yep, this is definitely one of the strongest commons in the set, I feel like. We're definitely going to see a lot of it, especially when we get to the big kitty cat herself.
No.
Speaking of massive bombs.
Oh, wait.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, 4 stars.
Yeah,
my bad. So, speaking of massive rare bombs, Archpriest of Shadows. 5 mana, 4/4, backup 1, Death Touch. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player or battle, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. That's just so crazy.
To the battlefield? Oh my god.
Yeah. But, like, unless you have some kind of evasion, your opponent's going to do whatever they can to block this. Like, even if they have to throw something good away themselves.
Yeah, I mean, and with Death Touch, like, you know, your opponent is going to be throwing their thing away because you are killing their thing.
Yeah. So this could definitely see a bit of play. 4 stars for me.
I agree. Yeah, this card could be quite insane. And yeah, if you have like a flyer and you just manage to get that off, you get so much value just from that. So easy 4. Next is Iara, Widow of the Realm. I can fix her. Oh wait, nope, never mind. She transformed.
Yeah. This is it's just, it might be fun to try and make work, but it's just not all that impressive. There are too many good rares in this set. Otherwise, I'd say a pretty efficient reanimation card would be super good, but it's just too much. So I'm only giving it 2 stars.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. I think it's very unfortunate the front half doesn't work with tokens. So, not
Right.
really where I want to be with sacrifice effects. So yeah.
Anyways, next up, we got our third crazy combat trick of the set, this time in equipment form. Bladed Battle Fane. For just 2 mana, you get to. I thought I said fan. Might have said fan. Bladed Battle Fan. 2 mana, flash. Whenever it enters the battlefield, auto equip it, and the creature only gets +1/+0, but it gains indestructible until end of turn. So this is kind of crazy. Like if there's a reason to play equipments, this is definitely going to be one of the ones you want. That said, it is kind of in an awkward color, so I'm only going to give it a 2.
Yeah, I think it's more of a sideboard card for black decks. The equipment isn't anything to write home about, but it is an extra like thing to sacrifice. Since black has a lot of cards that can sacrifice artifacts easily enough. So yeah, I'll put it as a 2, as like not a sideboard staple, but like a playable sideboard card. Next we got Blight Reaper Thallid. Aw, he's so cute. And then he's a monster. You mentioned cards like you have mentioned before, cards that have great transform curves. This card has a fantastic transform curve. 2/2 for 2, unexciting. But then turn 3, you get a 3/3 plus a 1/1 plus another 1/1 when this dies. All in all, that's good enough value that I give it a 3.
Yeah, tokens are Phyrexians too, so you get tribal synergies. This is an easy free for me.
Yeah, quite a cheap transform cost helps it be good. Next, speaking of Phyrexians potentially being relevant, we got Bloated Processor. Free sack outlet for the Phyrexian deck. I'm always in for free sack outlet. And when it dies, you incubate X, where X is its power. That can potentially be quite big. This is the kind of thing that you can just sack, like, just random nonsense, your Ichor Drakers, for example. Just get rid of them for your Bloated Processor, and then when Bloated Processor ends up like trading with something or dying to a removal spell, like, it's not the end. You get an incubate that's equal to its power, so an equally big card. I think this is a solid enough card in the Phyrexian decks that I'll put it at a 3.
This seems unplayable to me. I'm giving it 1 stars.
I can't say no to a free sack outlet. Next we got Breach the Multiverse. At 7 mana, it's expensive, but you do get the 2 best cards from each player's graveyard. And this can have, like, there's good black cards to reanimate. Your 2 Shieldreds are good, and Black-Blue also has a nice combo with Hidetsugu and Kairi, where you play Hidetsugu and Kairi. you like have this in hand. You put it on top of your deck. You sacrifice Hidetsugu and Kairi to like your Dreg Mangler or something. You flip this card off the top, dome your opponent for 7, activate it, get Hidetsugu and Kairi back, and your opponent's best creature.
Yeah, this looks like super fun to play, but I would have a rare to sideboard out against in an aggro matchup.
Exactly. Yes.
So 2 stars for me.
I agree with it too. It's a fun card. Expensive though. Next we got Collective Nightmare.
Yeah, I wonder if we've collectively been mistaken about this. Like a potentially free kill spell is pretty good, but we both seem to be pretty low on it. So why don't we go ahead and say what we're giving it, and then talk about the card? I only have this as a 2.
I also put it as a 2. It's not a bad card, but let's talk a bit about it. Like, what are your thoughts on it?
Yeah, like it seems it's like a decent kill spell. Free mana, free, free.
Yeah.
Like that's a decent rate.
Yeah, it is. I think the main issue is the commons that black has as removal options. Final Flourish in particular kind of means that you don't need to use your uncommon slot on removal. Like when you're playing Final Flourish and Deadly Derision, 2 insanely good cards, we will get to them later, but they are insanely good. Some of the best black removal spells we have seen. So having your uncommon be a removal spell isn't as needed, which is why I give it a 2. I think in a black deck you would rather be playing, like some kind of creature or battle, or that like has a high impact instead.
Okay. And then let us move on to Completed Huntmaster. Pretty decent sack effect. You do have to pay mana and you do have to tap him, so it's not as free as Blooded Processor. But for just being an uncommon, I think it's just kind of better. That said, I'm not too in love with the card. I only have it as a 2-star.
I agree with a 2, and I agree with everything you said, so yeah, 2. Okay. Well, I don't agree with you thinking it's better than Bloated Processor, but I do think it's a good sack outlet. But,
Anyways, next up, Consumi Aetherborn. Love to see it in draft myself, but it does not work in constructed.
Yeah. Lifelink is a thing I like to see. It's just that, black isn't the backup color. So this doesn't like synergize with what black is doing. So I give it a 1, sadly.
Yep, 1 star as well.
Okay. Next we got Corrupted Conviction. This is a functional reprint of Village Rites. I mean, we've seen Village Rites be played like plenty of times in the sacrifice decks, right? Like that's a standard and older format even. Although I think less so in older formats nowadays, but it's definitely a standard playable effect. Sacrifice some random nonsense like an Ichor Drinker, draw 2 cards. That's nice. Also solid in the black-red sacrifice deck, where, you could potentially even steal your opponent's creature with the red uncommon threaten effect. And yeah, Corrupted Conviction, it's the kind of card that I think is like on the edge of a 2 or 3, but I'm going to give it a 3.
Yeah, I have it as a 2, but I could definitely see giving it a 3.
Okay. So yeah, we're kind of in the same place. We've like landed on opposite sides of things. I'm slightly more favorable, but yeah, it isn't about that place. Like if we actually did decimal ratings, it's like what, a 2.5 then?
Yeah, probably.
But we will never do decimals. Okay, Deadly Derision, card I was talking about. It's Grim Bounty, which was already like a 4, but at instant speed. Like Deadly Derision is incredible removal. You will be playing 3 copies of it in your black decks.
Yeah, I
Jayfish.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, what were you saying about Deadly Derision? Oh, you will.
I'm sorry. I did not just hear anything you said. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, I think you said, when I said you will play 3 copies, you said I will.
Oh, well, thankfully on the computer glitch, and yes, I will always play 3 copies of this. This card's crazy. Just the other day, I was doing a Jumpstart event, and I had a copy of the AFR card that kills a creature and makes a treasure. And I was like,
Grim Bounty.
well, this is an instant. This is definitely an instant.
Yeah.
But like the fact that this one actually is an instant is so crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Also, it's always nice to see Doretti, even though I don't think he does anything at all. I don't know. I don't follow the story too much.
No, he does not, because he's just a conspiracy card so far. So easy 4 for Deadly Derision.
Yep.
Okay.
Like if you'd let me give commons a 5, I'd give this one a 5. It wouldn't be bad, but it's that good.
I mean, yes, it's possibly the best common in the set, but yes, it's not going to get banned. Next is Dreg Recycler. I mentioned this before. It's a free sacrifice outlet, so, you know, I can't be too down on this. Like, it's not a huge effect, but it's a free sacrifice outlet. It's the kind of card that I think you play as like a 1 or a 2 of in your sacrifice-based decks, so I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, this is a beast, so it's part of my running beast bit, so I'll give it 2 stars.
Okay. I mean, that means you're going to give Kahira a 5, right?
I don't even remember what that card is. Oh, right. That's the green-white companion.
Yeah.
Speaking of cards I gave a randomly high score, Edged Familiar, 3 mana, 3/2. Decent effect, but not anything amazing. I don't know why I gave this one a 2, but I did, and I'm sticking to it.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. It's a card that's, you know, it's solid filler and limited, but I mean, we're constructed, so we're actually playing the actual best black cards, of which Etch Familiar is not one of them, so I give it a 1. Not a bad card, just outmatched.
Yep.
Next we got another etched. This time the etched hosts Doombringer.
Yeah, nothing too impressive to write home about, but I mean, he's just kind of a solid, large dude who does some immediate damage when he comes into play. I don't think he'll see any play, but he is kind of nice. 1 star though.
Yeah. 5 drops require a lot more than this to see play. Speaking of 5 drops needing to do a lot more to see play, we got Failed Conversion. We just mentioned one of the best removal spells, Deadly Derision. Our next card is also one of the best removal spells, Final Flourish. Failed Conversion has way too much competition, and it's not even, like, good, like, you know, just on its own, even without the competition. Like, yeah, it removes something and surveils too. That's nice, but it's sorcery speed, so yeah, I give it a 1.
Yeah, 1 as well. Possibly playable in Invasion of Pharaoh's Heliod combo.
Okay. And as we mentioned, Final Flourish. 2 mana instant -2/-2. That's good already. That's a card you will definitely play. The fact that you can kick it to give -6/-6, which will basically kill anything, right? Like, there are very few things that -6/-6 does not kill. And I mean, if we're in combat, there's like nothing that isn't killed by this. So, Final Flourish, incredible removal spell. absolutely phenomenal. You are playing 3 copies of this in your black deck for sure, alongside your Deadly Derisions. Overall, black is absurd when it comes to removal. Easy 4.
Yeah, super easy 4. Black has crazy good removal this set.
Next, we got Flitting Gorilla. No, this is actually a fairy, not a gorilla. It's the other.
Yeah, I'm glad you took the pronunciation on this one. I was sweating that. I think this card's decent. When it dies, mill 2, and you may exile it to put a creature of battle on top of your library. Like I said with Scab, I like that kind of effect. So I'm giving it 3 stars, but that's probably a little bit too high.
It is. It's better than Scab because putting creatures on top is significantly better than instant sorceries. And also a 2/2 flyer for 3, while not good, is definitely better than a 5 mana 4/4. I'm willing to give this card a 2, although I hate how they're so cowardly that they require you to exile this card. Okay. Next we have Jayfish. I give you the gift of completion. Yeah, I'm in for this. The incubate cards are pretty good. It's basically like an incubate lord, where it's like 4 mana 3/3, but broken up into, manageable chunks. And, whenever a Phyrexian you control dies, you get to surveil one. That's nice. And it's an even converted mana cost. I'm in.
Yeah, all of these make Phyrexian enchantments are super good. This one does not disappoint. 3 stars for me.
Agreed. Okay, next we got the black color hate sideboard card. And it is a sideboard card. Don't play this in your main board. Against a green or white deck, giving their creatures -3/-3 is huge. Like, especially if you're actually playing like a green-white deck, like both green and white, this is like absolute bomb tier against them. So I love this in the sideboard of your black decks. Like blue-black and red-black in particular are going to be playing this card, and your opponent is going to hate saying this. It might even be strong enough to make green-white like inherently worse just because of its existence. I almost want to give it a 4, but it's still a sideboard card, so I'll give it a 3, just to be consistent.
Yeah, watch out when you're playing, and it's easy to play these multiple color decks, so watch out when you're playing this one. I've had a lot of opponents draft themselves and sealed.
Yes.
So I'll give it 3 stars as well.
Okay, we talked a bit about Gloomfang Mauler, but you seem to be a bit higher on it than I am, even though we gave it the same grade.
I don't think. Yeah, I mean, I gave Tidehauler better because there's no other blue cycler. As we'll see later, there's a different black land cycler who is just better. But like, this isn't terrible. But because there's just a better option, only 1 star.
Yeah, I would give it a 2 if the other one did not exist. But because the other one does exist, it's a 1. So, there we go. Next is, it's an even Phyrexian Lord. Gyruda Phyrexians is so rewarded. And it's quite a good one. Because it just keeps on coming back. Like, this thing does not die. And when it comes back, it gives all your Phyrexians menace. So, like, the boost of menace and +1/+1 ends up giving you really good attacks. I like Grafted Butcher quite a bit in the Phyrexian decks. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, this definitely seems like a fairy.
Okay. Next we got Hoarding Broodlord. I was actually going to almost call it Hooting Broodlord, but no, it's Hoarding. It's expensive. Convoke makes it a bit easier, and it tutors for your other rare, it's not terrible. I give it a 2.
I don't like it. It's way too much mana. 1 star for me.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. It's not like amazing or anything. I feel like I might have given this card too low of a grade.
Yeah, I could see that as well. But I'm still gonna say my mean intro to him. Next up, we have the stupidest vampire in the multiverse, Ichor Drinker.
Why is he stupid?
Well, why would you bite a Phyrexian? I mean, you're the lore guy, so maybe I'm being too harsh here, but isn't that
already a Phyrexian? It's a situation where he's being like, oh, yes, like, I'm being romantic.
Okay, I guess I was too harsh on this. I should have looked closer. But yeah, this is super solid. You're gonna want to play this a lot. Honestly, it should be a free, but I've given it a 2, and I am sticking to my guns.
No, I'm gonna raise my rating. I'm gonna put it up to a 3, and I'm changing it right now.
Fine, I'm giving in to peer pressure.
I mean, easy sacrifice fodder, good Phyrexian synergies. Yeah, I like Ichor Drinker a lot. And good 1-drops tend to, play quite well. So, yeah.
Yeah, this is definitely going to see a bit of play.
Well, the Shade.
Unlike the next card, we're going to talk about the Ichor Shade. I don't think I'm thinking of the right card. I feel like there's something else. I don't know. Point is, this card does not do enough to see play. Easy 1 star for me.
Yeah. I don't have anything else to say. Invasion of Eldraine, though. Do I have something to say? Is this my card? I don't... no, it's your card.
I have Eldraine. Overcosted Mind Rot and Terrible Body on the backside. This card will see no play. 1 star.
Yeah, I'm not playing 4 mana for Mind Rot and Uncommon. Now this is an Invasion of Fiora. Having a Wrath, and this is a kind of Wrath that can actually leave you with stuff. I think in a blue-black deck, I say blue-black, but it could be any black deck. Turn 5 Shieldred, turn 6 Invasion of Fiora, Shieldred attacks Invasion of Fiora, flips it, you now have a Shieldred and a Marchesa out on the board. I think that's going to be a decently, not super common because it's a 5 mana mythic into a 6 mana rare. But, I think a blue-black deck will definitely play both, Invasion of Fiora and a legendary creature in its list. And even when you don't have that situation, it's still a Wrath. And it's low enough defense that you can flip it into Marchesa. And Marchesa is quite a strong card. I like this a lot as a 4.
Yep.
Yep, is that all you have to say?
I mean, oh, sorry. Yeah, I can elaborate a bit more.
You don't need to if you don't want to.
No. Like you said, you can do funny things with the Rav effect, where I have a couple legendary creatures, you only have non-legendaries, or I don't have any legendaries, you have legendaries, or you can just kill everything. And then the flip side of this is fun too, because it instant flips battles. It kills incubator tokens. There's a lot to do with it. Pretty fun.
Yeah. I mean, killing incubators is also nice because, incubate tokens are, the things that actually can survive a Wrath, so.
Yeah. But presumably you're past combat by the time that would be happening.
That's true, but, I mean, for your next turn, when, they're like, oh no, my creatures have died, I need to rebuild my board, flip my incubators, and then Marchesa is out here, just been like, I am Marchesa. All your counters are gone. I don't know. Maybe I don't think that will happen too much, but it's a thing. It's cool. Anyways, Innistrad. What have we got going on here? Well, what we got going on here is it's actually quite a solid removal spell. Like, it's basically 4 mana kill a creature. Like, at instant speed as well. Flash on a battle is quite interesting. And the backside, yeah, it creates 2/2 zombies, and then keeps on creating more zombies, and also can potentially harm any graveyard based decks. So, like, blue black ends up getting hurt by this a lot. Your Halo Forge Scop does as well.
Yeah, I know we started this video by saying, "Oh, you don't really want to use a rare slot on a kill spell," but for this one, I think it's kind of worth it because the graveyard hate could be pretty big. So I definitely think that we'll see a lot of sideboard play.
Yeah. Plus, flash on a battle is nice because your opponent doesn't get to expect it, right? You're just like, kill your creature after you've like attacked. And then, like, on my turn, I can flip the battle, make my 2/2s, and also, like, potentially make another 2/2 as well. So, flash on a battle, I think, pushes this into the 3 range.
Yeah, I'm giving it 3 as well.
Okay, cool. We're returning to Homelands! Woo!
What do you mean this is an Innistrad again?
Okay, what have we got with Ulgrotha?
We got another card that I gave a 2, which I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time. I mean, 5 mana for a bolt. This is 5, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
5 mana for a bolt is not great if you're red. It's terrible if you're red. But if you're black, that's only a little overcosted, I think.
Yeah, it's overcosted by 1 over the common Agonizing Siphon, which is the going rate for this kind of effect.
And it flips into a decent body if you can deal 5 damage to it. So, probably won't see any play.
Yeah. 1...
I'm gonna keep I gave this a 2 for some reason.
Okay. But a low 2 then.
Yeah.
No, Urbrask. The good news is the flavor text does hint that Urbrask is actually alive. So, anyways, that's all I have to say about it. Tell us about the card.
You might need exile-based removal, so 2 stars. But it is pretty expensive.
Yeah, it's too expensive for me. I give it a 1. Especially since it's hurting my boy Urbrask. Favorite Magic character. Okay, second favorite Magic character. Iname is my favorite, but we'll never see Iname again. Anyways, I mentioned Mirrodin Avenged for the lore stuff. Is You Are Already Dead a playable card?
It's not often, no.
So, what are you going to give it?
I'm going to give it a 2 still. Like, you might want to play it against a counters deck, but you're probably just want to play Aether Blade Agent.
Yeah.
What am I doing? I can't leave this as... I don't know why I gave all these cards 2s. I don't know if I was, like, reading something wrong, but this one I have to give a 1.
Yeah, it's a 1. Okay. Yeah, You Are Already Dead saw no play in Kamigawa, so, like, and this is a functional reprint.
Speaking of Kamigawa, it's time to meet the rat who rides the bicycle. The Nezumi's This card's fine, not too impressive. I don't actually think you want to play this in black-white too much. Maybe you do.
I think it's more of a black-blue card.
Yeah. And sliding right on over one, we'll see the card that you're most often get back with the Nezumi Freewheeler.
Wait. We need to give Freewheeler a grade.
Okay, true. 3 stars.
Yeah, I'll give it a 3. The backside's good enough. I like it. And the front side's not terrible. But yes, I love this next card. I love Ravenous Rats.
The Nezumi Informant. He is quite literally a ravenous rat. This card's going to see a ton of play. Oh, this is your card. I'll let you take over.
Yeah, Ravenous Rats is always good Always ranges from 3 to 4. Depends on like what kind of sacrifice synergies you have. There's enough sacrifice synergies to make Nezumi and Foreman a 4. Like bring this guy back with Luris, for example. Yeah. What are you gonna give him? 4?
Yeah, easy 4.
Yep. I love Ravenous Rats. Next, it's not like the last one wasn't a reprint, but it was a functional reprint. This one's a straight up reprint. It's for Phyrexian Gargantua. I love this card. This card was insane in like the original invasion block. Lost a bit of its luster because of the fact that power creep has happened, but like it's still like a card that you play on turn 6 and you are in a great place. A 4/4 that draws you 2 cards that puts you significantly ahead in the game. I love Phyrexian Gargantua, so I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna give it a 3 as well, just because you seem so highly on it.
This might just be nostalgia that's affecting it. It might very well be like a 2. It's definitely not a 1.
Got a lot of competition at the uncommons, so we'll find out though, I guess.
Yeah.
Anyway, the card that doesn't have competition.
Well, it does. It has competition with commons.
Yeah, pile on. Rare kill spell. Don't play it.
Yeah, play Deadly Derision instead. Yeah.
1 star.
Yep, agreed. Next we got Render Inert. Interesting card. Tell us about that.
Yeah, just 3 mana, remove up to 5 counters from target permanent, and you draw a card. I like it because it basically flips every good saga in the game.
Battle.
Oh, right, yeah, battle. I mean, it resets sagas.
That is true. But I don't... you kind of want your sagas to flip, because then you get your Praetors back and can flip them again.
This is also true. So I'm going to give it 3 stars.
I'm only going to give it a 2, just because if it was a common, I would definitely be higher on it, but uncommon is a bit hard to fit into the deck, I think. And I think like relying on this to flip your battles might not be the best proposition, because of the fact that I don't think you're going to be playing too many battles in your decks. So, might be a bit challenging on that front. Like, I think only like 1 to 2 battles will be in the deck. So,
yeah.
I'll give it a 2, though. It is a good sideboard consideration if you do have a battle in your deck, because you can also bring this in against like a incubate deck and be happy as a removal option in addition to flipping your battles. Next we got Scornblade Berserker. How is this 0/1 killing Saruf? I don't know. But I like this card quite a bit because of the sacrifice deck. Like, decent card advantage with Luris, that's for sure. But yeah, you just put your counter on something else, you block and then sacrifice this and draw a card, and yeah, you're happy. It also gives you an additional means to sacrifice a creature when you use Furnace Rains as well. I think this goes well enough into the sacrifice-based deck, where this can end up being like a easy draw 2. Like, you put the counter on Nezumi and Foment, you attack with the Nezumi and Foment. If like the attack's clear, if not, then you just sacrifice it, and then you sacrifice this later, draw 2 cards. Like, it does enough in the sacrifice deck is what I'm saying, that I think this warrants a 3.
Yeah, I was gonna go with a 1, but looking at it now, yeah, this is too much fuel with Luris, so definitely a 3.
Okay, cool. Is this the strongest like card in the main set? Like, not the Multiversal Legends, but in the main set, is this the strongest card?
Probably not. That's probably Deadly Division. That card's really good.
Yeah, but it's
No.
not like a 5. I mean,
Yeah.
like, if you could have 3 Shieldreds in your deck, you would be playing 3 Shieldreds in your deck.
I was probably being a little too salty there. Shieldred is just amazing and so easy to flip too.
Yeah. And when she flips, she wins you the game. Her front half wins you the game. Shield, and you're in black, so you can easily like get her back with Unseal the Necropolis. I think Shieldred is the strongest main set card, so I'm going to give it a 5. Like, okay, you're giving it a 5 as well, but I'm giving it like, super 5. But it's amazing that Shieldred like gets the best like Praetor once again. Like, she was the best last time too.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Next up, we got Tenured Oilcaster. Nothing too impressive about this one, but I mean, I'm trying to think. There was a card in Dominaria where we were like, this won't be impressive, and I think it was similar to this. That it kind of saw a little bit of play. Am I onto something there?
I have no idea what you're talking about, to be honest.
Yeah, I'm probably just crazy then.
We
So
didn't even
yeah,
have a set review in Dominaria, did we? No, I don't think we did.
not Dominaria. Return to Dominaria.
Did we have a set review for that?
Well, I guess there wasn't an original. I guess there was an original Dominaria until Dominaria in like 2016. So, look, we're done talking about Dominaria here. The point is, this card is not very good.
Yeah.
1 star.
Yeah, easy 1 star. Okay, now this is T-posing, right?
I don't know, man. Those arms look a little bit short, but I guess I'll give it to you.
Okay. You don't play it in the main board, but it's a decent enough sideboard card in your like decks that also have like incubate synergies. Your white black, or well, you're kind of forced to play it in white black Gyruda because of the fact that it's even. But and even in green black, you'll probably have it in your sideboard and be fine to bring it in against like a deck that has like an unbeatable bomb battler creature. 2.
Yeah, 2, maybe 3. This does hit most of the big bombs, but I'll say 2.
Yeah, okay. Next we got Unseal the Necropolis. We talked about this. You like this card. I like this card.
This is near bomb, I want to say. Each player mills free, then pick up 2 creatures from your graveyard to your hand. That's crazy value. But I still think you want to be playing Yorion so that you don't mill yourself out. I don't know though. Maybe that's just me. But this card is definitely going to be seen play in pretty much every black deck in some number.
Okay, not Gyruda because of the fact that it's
right.
Yeah. This is very important, especially in the Lurrus decks, because you need a way to get back Lurrus in order to be able to use Lurrus to recur things. So keep that in mind. It's instant speed. I love that it's instant speed. Like, that's amazing. So good for control. Yeah.
So 4 stars?
Yeah, easy 4 stars. This is a phenomenal card. I love it. Final black card, and it is a reprint. We got Vanquish the Weak. We mentioned before how the removal in black this set is insane. And Vanquish the Weak, it just falls short of the other ones, but it's a common, so like I can give it a 2 because maybe you want to play like, I don't know, 8 removal spells in your deck for some reason, and like maybe you're mono black and not bringing in any of the other colors. It faces a lot of tough competition though, so I 2 is even kind of generous to it.
I mean, I think the biggest reason you play Vanquish the Weak is because you're playing the red-black companion, but yeah, you just play the better removal spells.
Okay. So there we go. In black. Quite an impressive color. The best card in the set and the best common in the set. Oof. That's going to be a tough thing to beat. I don't think red's going to be able to do it. So, with black finished up, that brings us to our first red card. We got Aki Scrap Chomper. And Jayfish, justify yourself here. Why would you ever get this card at 2?
I don't know what you're talking about, my man. It's a 1-drop with 1 power. That's a 2. Every 1-drop with 1 power is a 2.
Are you that scared of Ragavan that you'd be playing this instead?
You need outs. You gotta have outs.
This is not what I would call an out. This is an atrocious card. What is it? Merfolk of the Pearl Trident, basically? You would play that card in this set.
I mean, this does also have some other upsides. Like, the sacrificing to draw a card won't be too relevant, but you might do it with incubation tokens. Maybe treasures.
I don't know. I'd rather have a 2/2 or a 3/3. Yeah, I am not at all in on this card. Like, I do not think Ragavan is going to be such an issue that you need to make your deck bad in order to combat it. So, I'm going to give this a 1. Okay. Which brings us to our next card, Beamtown Beat Stick, not Beam Stick. What about this card?
Yeah, so we got another equipment. Pretty cheap to cast one, but this one is a bit on the expensive side to equip.
Right.
The Menace is nice though, and the treasures could be relevant, but this is probably too slow with like the 0 synergies. So I'm giving this a 1.
I mean, it's not 0 synergies. There is the red-white equipment deck that, while not good, is a thing, but yeah, this is not the equipment you want for it. As you said, Equip 2 is a bit too pricey for my liking, so I'll also give it a 1. Next, we got Blood Feather Phoenix. I like this card for constructed, but these kinds of effects just never end up being good for your rare slot in Curiosity. Not being able to block is a huge downside. It requires you to constantly be attacking. And, you know, there are situations in Curiosity where that's just not the case. And even then, even if, like, you're, like, hyper aggro, you got better options like the aforementioned Ragavan. So, I'm down on this card. Probably a 1.
Yep, I would also give this a 1.
Okay. 1 for Bloodfeather Phoenix. Keep that to standard. What's next?
Next up is probably the toughest card to determine a rating for, I'd say.
No, it's bad.
You don't think that you didn't have any difficulty? Like,
no,
I don't know.
This was the easiest one ever. Okay, it wasn't the easiest one. There was one more card that was easier to grade than this, but no, this card is awful. Yeah,
so we got Burning Sun's Fury. A decent decent pump spell, and it also gives the creatures haste, and it has Convoke. But this, like, probably, there's nothing where I think you want to give a creature 2 power in specific.
Yeah, I like the anti-synergy of Convoke and Haste, because usually with Convoke, you use it on the creatures you just played. But I guess now it's being used on the creatures you already have out. Sure. Are you giving it a 1, though?
Yeah, 1.
Okay, yeah, don't play this in your decks. Next, we got a card. I mentioned liking this card earlier. We got Chandra's Hope's Beacon. Now, I think the main scenario that this card will play out is you drop it, you use like X for -4. It depends on the, like, toughness of your, like, opponent's creatures they have out. but you use the -X ability, kill 2 of their things, and then, like, if Chandra survives, which is likely, you just killed 2 of their things, well, then you can just start doubling up your spells. The ability to just kill 2 things straight off the bat, and if it's left unanswered, it, like, causes a lot of issues, is quite good. And even though that's the main way it plays out, just being able to, if you have, like, a removal spell in hand, for example, like you have Volcanic Spite, you drop this, +2, cast Volcanic Spite, and then your Volcanic Spite gets doubled, so you kill 2 of their things. But now this time, even though you kill 2 of their things, you're at 7 loyalty. So Chandra has a variety of options. She has a high enough loyalty and enough versatility that I think Chandra is very good, either in a more top end for, like, mid-range / ramp, or, like, the top end for the blue-red spells deck. So I like Chandra a lot. What are your thoughts on her?
This is definitely the best of the Planeswalkers, I think, we saw this set. Like you said, the passive... I disagree. The passive is super cool. You can do neat things by playing this on turn 6 and then doing the uptick to cast Volcanic Spites, like you said, or other things. I'm sure there's some crazy... You could even do, like, crazy Convoke synergies with some of the cards. But the rest, well, not the rest of the abilities. The +1 is concerning to me. Like, we only have 40 card deck sizes, so you can really only do that about once or twice, I think, over the course of the game.
Yeah, but that's all you need.
But, yeah, like, hopefully, by the time you've gotten to the point where you'd be activating that once or twice, the passive would have already won you the game. And just being able to come down and kill 2 4 toughness creatures is pretty nice. So I agree with the 4.
Okay, 4 for Chandra's Hope Beacon. I agree on that. Cool. I still don't think it's the strongest plane. Actually, you know what the real strongest Planeswalker is? It's the flip side. But that's because of Invasion of New Phyrexia. Anyways, we'll get to that way later. Next is City on Fire. Is this any good?
So this is an 8-mana enchantment in the set with the best removal spell for artifacts and enchantments we've seen in a good while, I want to say. So no, this is unplayable. 1 star.
Yeah. I agree with that logic entirely. Coming in hot. I think this is a functional reprint. I think we saw this card in Streets of New Capenna, where it was unplayable. Granted, red in Streets of New Capenna was generally unplayable. But, like, it's still not a good card, no matter what. Like, it's not a good combat trick. Do not play this. It's a 1.
Yep, it does not do enough to be constructed playable.
Okay, next we got Itali, Primal Conqueror. Now, 7 mana is a lot of mana. That is true. However, in the type of deck you'll be playing this card in, like a green-red ramp deck, it's quite strong. And there are strong ramp options between Portent Tracker. Invasion of Zendikar is phenomenal for ramping. And then, like, Overgrown Pest helps you get your lands in hand. So 7 mana is not impossible by any means. It's still, like, difficult, but it's something that the deck can achieve. I would say it could achieve it consistently. As long as you're not up against an aggro deck, of course.
I don't even think getting to 7 is all that hard, because you just go turn 2 Satyr into turn 3
Invasion of Zendikar?
No. I mean, yeah, that's another option, but the enchantment that makes a land tap for 2.
Oh yeah, Blighted Burgeoning. Yep, Blighted Burgeoning is also a great ramp option.
Yeah, you could get this out relatively quickly.
Yeah, and I mean, when it goes down, I mean, it's a 7/7 Trampler that also gets you 2 cards. Now, who knows what the quality of the cards will be, right? But it doesn't matter. You're getting a 3-for-1. It does have a backside that wins you the game. It's Blightsteel Colossus, but I mean, that's 9 mana to get there. And if you haven't won with your 3-for-1 7/7 Trampler, like, I don't know what's going on in this game that, like, you require it to flip in order to win. I mean, it's there. What are you thinking of giving this card?
Well, I mean, like you said, the flipping isn't too relevant, so I don't want to score it too high, but I think it deserves at least a 4. There are some life gain synergies, so you might want to flip it into the Infect have some number of games, so I think 4.
I'm going to be more tentative and go with a 3, but I could definitely see it going up to a 4. It is a strong card. I'm a bit more cautious on the 7 mana front, but yeah, strong card.
Yeah, I mean, with Satyr, I think getting to 7 isn't too hard.
Okay. Next, we got Fearless Scald. What are your thoughts on this guy? Or gal?
5 mana. Oof. I like it. Like, the 3/2 double striker, that's a decent body. And back up lets you do some cool things with it, but 5 mana is just too much, I think. I can only go as high as a 2-star on this one.
Agree. Like, Double Strike is a great ability to give things. But yeah, 5 mana is a bit too expensive. So I'll go with 2 on Fearless Scald as well. Okay. Cool. What have we got next?
Next up, we got the Furnace Gremlin. Little cheap guy who can fire breathe, and when he dies, you get to incubate where X is his power. So it's a pretty decent card. Nothing too, like, must include, but it might have an important role in some decks. So I'm giving it 2 stars.
Yeah, I could definitely see it seeing like some play in like a black-red sacrifice deck. Not the best option for it, but it's certainly not bad at all. So I agree with 2. Next, we got the one of the red land cyclers. There are 2, considering we do allow Jumpstart. And we talked about Furnace Host Charger. I know you weren't in on it, but basically, this is not strictly inferior to the other red land cycler. I consider it to be basically the same. It serves a purpose different to it in like the red-green ramp deck, for example, where, you know, just being able to slam down a 5/5 haster can swing the game potentially in your favor. And I can't go too low on a land cycler, so I'm giving this card a 2.
Yeah, it's not like one of the cyclers is just better than the other.
Right, not
but
like
I
the
think
black one.
Like a 70-30, even with the black one, I don't think it's that bad of a difference. But I still think you always just pick the one that's slightly better. So I'm giving this a 1.
Okay. I do think that while the Yeti is slightly better, I do like it enough as like a 1 of in red green that I'll give it a 2. But yeah. Next we got Furnace Rains. You knew they had to be cautious with this card, which is why it's an uncommon, because this set has a lot of free sacrifice outlets. And they did not want a repeat of AFR, where their active treason effect was at common. So this does take up an uncommon slot. However, the impact you have when you like steal their best thing, hit them with it, get a treasure, because, you know, they're not going to block. They're not going to throw a creature in front of, like, you because they don't want to lose a creature. Sure, they'll give you a treasure for that. And then you sacrifice that for free or for like almost free. Like there's like the Corrupted Conviction, 1 mana sacrifice, draw 2. So Furnace Rains is a strong option in the black-red sacrifice deck. So I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a 2 just because it is an uncommon, but I could totally be wrong on that. Could definitely see it as a 3.
Okay, cool. Again, one of those ones that is like, if we did like half grades, but we don't. Next we got the Hanger Scrounger. I gotta say, I love this card's design. It has the whole like pilot like tap thing, which like in traditional pilot like sets with pilots, like that's meant for like creating vehicles, but in this case it's like for convoke and stuff in addition to, you know, naturally attacking. So cool design. And not too bad in like the red white backup deck, like being able to get down like a 2/1 that, you know, gives you a counter and a rummage, and then like rummages later itself, perhaps. Yeah, I don't think this is bad at all. Not like amazing or anything, but I could see playing it. Probably at a 2.
Yeah, it curves nice into the uncommon, so I could see it having a role in red, white, black backup. So I'll give it a 2.
Okay, cool. 2 for Hanger Scrounger. Next we have Harried Artisan, which 3 mana 2/3 haste. You could probably get in like a hit with it easily enough if you're on the play. Less so if you're on the draw, because then their 3-drop will probably potentially block it, or they have 2 blockers. But still, if you're on the play, this is a nice aggressive card, and you know it's easy to transform. Like it can literally transform the next turn, and it's also cheap enough that like you draw it in the late game, you just like play it and flip it for 6 mana, and you're now got a 3/4 flying haster. I think this is a strong enough aggressive card and a good enough card to receive backup, considering it is a red-white card, that I'm willing to go in on a 3 for this one.
This is probably my least liked card of the set. I just really dislike the backside having haste, because I'm like, oh, I know like some number of the times the backside having haste will matter for limited.
It's that scenario I talked about, the whole fact that it's like on turn 6 you can play it, flip it, and if it didn't have haste you wouldn't be able to attack with it.
Yeah, I know, dude, but something about it just always struck me as wrong. But yeah, this card's not bad. Easy 2 stars for me.
Okay, cool. 3 from me and 2 from you. Cool. Okay. What have we got going on next?
Next up, we got Into the Fire, which isn't worth talking about too much. The board wipe side is not terrible, but you're not good enough really for the rare. We're going to see a better board wipe rare in red in just a little bit. And the shuffle cards from your hand back in and draw, not great as well. So yeah, I'm going to give this one a 1 star.
Okay, I agree with 1. Yeah. In fact, it's 2 cards from now we'll see the better card. So.
Yeah, it is not far off.
Okay, next we have Invasion of Kaldheim. Yep, we're on our first red invasion. What are you thinking on this one?
This one looks super fun to build around. You know, obviously the first half can give you a lot of immediate value. Not immediate value, but a lot of value depending on how many cards you have in hand.
Value for your next turn.
Yeah. The backside turns into what's its name? Seismic Assault?
Seismic Assault that allows you to basically cantrip, yeah.
Yeah, it feels fun to play around, build around, but as mentioned, the 2 mana white, destroy target enchantment or artifact, non-token, is such a good card that it really hurts this one's playability. So I'm going to give it 2 stars.
Yeah, I've been decently unimpressed with actually playing. Like when I first saw the card, I was thinking like, "Oh, this card's insane!" Like 4. But having played with it, I actually think it's a 1. So yeah, I'm not in on invading Kaldheim. Um, hey, we prophesized this card. It's Invasion of Karsus. It's the better board wipe because it deals 3 damage, which actually kills things, and it's a battle, so it transforms into like a pretty solid creature. It's like it keeps on dealing 2 damage to your opponent. It's just constant. So this card can really hurt your opponent. Yeah, I think this is a easy sideboard staple for red, which puts it at 3.
Yeah, this is gonna see a lot of sideboard play. So I'll go 3 as well.
Cool. Okay, 3 for Invasion of Karsus. Mercadia, let's go. I love returning to these like just old school planes. It's Tormenting Voice. And uncommon, sure, but like, at least you're not paying a premium for like in terms of mana cost for the effect. And the backside wins you the game. Like Kieran Flameright is a card that necessitates removal because it will get out of hand quite quick. Still, I'm not sure if I want to play Tormenting Voice as my uncommon, so can't go too high.
Yeah, for me, this one got it. For me, I'd always pick the I'd usually there will be some scenarios where you're not in red green, but I'd usually pick the red green battle instead. So I'm gonna give this one a 2.
I also give it a 2, but I think I like this more than Invasion of Urgamon. So I don't know. Next we got Invasion of Regatha. I'm not sure if the backside is actually too relevant. Because I think if you're playing this card, you're playing it for the front side of 3 mana deal 4 to face. Plus kill Ragavan. And then like you just like hit your opponent's face. And there's potentially a deck for that. I mean, mono red aggro could be a thing. Ragavan helps a lot, of course. And you'd play 2 of these and 2 Stoke the Flames. That's like 16 direct damage to the face. So definitely could be a thing. Probably not though. So I'll give it a 2 though.
Yeah, I mean, the backside, I think, will be relevant a good number of times.
I don't know. Are you going to really damage at it?
I mean, maybe. You could go with like a red-black Rinderer, but that's too uncommon, so that's not going to happen too often.
Yeah.
But like, it could turn your 1 stroke the flame into 6 damage, so that's already netting positive. That's also an uncommon though. So yeah, this is a
not
what
are you
thing.
I'm gonna go. You could just direct the Stoke the Flame and your creatures at the face.
Yeah, like this is nice. This is really nice. So I think 2.
Yeah, 2. Again, if there's like a red burn deck, this card will see play. But I'm not so sure on there being a red burn deck. One of my favorite planes of all time, Tarkir. Are we any good here?
This one's a little bit under the power level for a rare, in my opinion. But as we'll see later on, there will be some dragon synergies. So this might be a fun build around.
I mean, we won't see later on in this video.
Yeah, you gotta come back and just some amount of time. Who knows how long? Oh boy! Just like the time travel on Tarkir, even though I hated the ending.
Yeah, hopefully they return to Tarkir soon, so we can have the cons like take back what's rightfully theirs. Hopefully, like soon. I think they might be seeding a return to Tarkir. Like,
I look forward to it. I feel like it's an inevitability. I want Collins back. Collins was a much better storyline.
Yeah, and I mean, Cons is one of the greatest sets of all time, so hopefully they can replicate that. But yeah, what Invasion of Tarkir is like a 2. It's not atrocious, but you probably don't want it as your rare.
Yep, 2.
Okay, cool. Okay. What have we got next?
Next up, we got a card I really like, the Chorus Death Guard. 3 mana, 4/3 defender, and as long as it has power 5 or greater, it can attack as though it didn't have defender. This seems crazy to me. Like, all you have to do is put 1 counter on it, and you've got, like, above curve stats galore. But you seem not to like this card too much, so what's your thinking there?
I'd just rather, play like just other cards. This set seems quite strong to me, and I'm not sure just what's basically like a slightly above curve vanilla card is where you want to put your counters on. I'd rather put my counters on cards with keywords, of which there are plenty in the set due to backup. So, give it to like a vigilant dude, a lifelinker, a flyer, rather than just what's basically a vanilla creature.
Alrighty then. So that's going to be a free for me and for you?
1 for me.
Oof. Alrighty then.
Now this is an exciting card. We got Kenra Spell Spear. Front half, it's fine. 2 mana, 2/2 trample prowess. It can pretty easily get through damage in the early game. But whenever you have a spare 3 mana, or 4 mana if you don't want to pay the 2 life, but usually 3 mana, the backside is so good. 3/3 trample, double prowess, ward 2. That is such an insane backside. Like, this card will easily win you the game in like a blue-red spells list. It's incredible. And it's strong enough to see play in basically any red deck, I would say. I like this card a lot. I think this is a 4 uncommon.
Yeah, this card is crazy. This is definitely, I think, the most egregious example of the perfectly curved out transforms. Like, you play this on 2. If they can't kill it, you pay 3 and 2 life, and then you just have a crazy body going on. Like, it's so good.
Yeah, it might as well read unblockable, because double prowess, you're not going to block that unless you got like a huge creature on board. And by turn 3, you're never going to block. Your opponent can never block this, like, until like turn like 5 or 6, right?
God. Yeah, this thing is going to be super good. Like, better have your early game removal spells.
You also on 4 with this?
Yeah, 4.
Okay, 4 for the Kenra Spellsphere Jitaxian Spellstalker. Ooh, it's the red color hate card. Lithomantic Barrage. 1 mana, deal 5 damage to a white or blue thing. Yeah, I'll definitely bring that in the sideboard. And this seems like an easy sideboard staple for red decks. Reliant on, the place of white and blue decks in the meta, of course, but we're just going to assume that it will see decent amount of play, especially since the Knights deck looks pretty good. So yeah, easy 3.
I was going to say easy 3 with this as well. I do want to point out how good this is to answer the backside of Kenra Spellspear while we're here. Like, kind of perfectly timed.
Oh,
but also, the fact that it's just 1 damage and can't be countered, I think I got to go up to a 4 with this. You just got to kill the monkey.
Okay. Sure. I don't know. It's still not a card I would ever main board, so I can't go up to a 4 with this. But as I said, it's a sideboard staple. So, yeah, good card.
Yeah. And let's move on to the next card, which also dies to Barrage. Marauding Dreadship. 4/1 vehicle that when it ETBs incubates 2. And oh, look at that. It has a tap crew cost of 2. So if you have 5 mana, it's just a 4/1 haste. But that's pretty below what would be playable in my opinion. So I'm gonna go with 1 star.
Yeah, it's limited filler, so 1 star. Metal is like hell though. Look at that ship.
That's a great artwork.
I love it. It's an equipment. Is it a good equipment?
So this is the most recent Bone Splitter Axe, and it is a far cry from the one of old. Equip free is way too much to ever even begin to think about playing. But Flash is nice. But I just gotta go 1 star with this. If equip free kills this card's playability.
Yeah, I mean, this is a strictly better dueling rapier in that its equip cost is 1 less, but dueling rapier is pretty much unplayable. And I said this as somebody who actually played it in Baldur's Gate Curiosity. So yeah, one for the Bane Splitter. Okay, next we got Nakiri's Warcrafting. 3 mana, 5 damage, can kill basically anything. And, you can also pretty easily draw a card off this. I mean, it's very rare you're pointing this right at like something with 5 toughness. Usually you're pointing it at something with 3 or 4 toughness and a removal spell that basically draws you a card. Sure, it's not bad at all. It's not great for your rare, so I can't go too high on it. Probably just like a 2.
So maybe I'm misremembering here, but didn't you think Surveil 2 was like worth drawing a card?
Yeah, but you're thinking of Pylon, right?
Yeah, like I do not like this card. I think
Well,
this is just worse than Pylon.
Well, yeah, but Pylon is in the color where you have the most insane removal I've ever seen in a limited format. So this, sure, it has Volcanic Spike to compete with it, but still, like, it's potential that you just need an extra removal spell, I guess. As I said, I'm not too high on this, but I can put it at 2.
Okay, I don't agree. I'm gonna give it a 1.
Okay, I'm completely fine with that grade. The Anaki have returned. Oh, such story implications. Does it have implications for Curiosity?
What the heck is an Anaki? Is
So-
that No, go ahead. Go ahead. You got the explanation ready.
Yes, I am both resident lore person. So, on the plane of Shandalar, there used to be an ancient race of ogres called the Anaki that were insanely powerful mages. They crafted the chain veil, the thing that Liliana wears that gave her, like, huge amounts of power. But, like, their entire race were killed off, and there was, like, some mystery over, like, the purpose of the chain veil. Basically, like, it was meant to bring back the Anaki. And apparently now, the Chained Veil's magic has awoken the Anaki. So, cool lore. I am looking forward to seeing what we got with that.
Kirkesh. That was actually one of the first ever cards I got.
Yeah, yep. Kirkesh Anaki Ancient. Cool card.
But yeah, to get back to the card, 5 mana, 5/4, reach, and you can tap it to shock a player or battle. That's okay in limited, but not good enough for constructed. 1 star.
Yeah, 1 star, 5 manas. A bit too much because, it just dies to removal. Okay. Yo, just a prank, Bo. I'm burning down your door just a prank.
Yeah, Pyretic Prankster, a card I really, really like. Just a simple 2 mana 2/1. Not even close to great stats, but it's got a curve out transformation and it flips into a free 2. With when it dies, each opponent has to sacrifice an artifact or creature. And obviously you can get this back with Luris, so I think it's worth at least 3 stars, maybe 4.
I very much agree, and I'm right on with you. In my black-red deck, I'm playing this as a 3 of. Usually its backside is a 2 for 1, and yep, it gets you back with Luris, and Transform is nice with Lurrus because you tend to have like a bunch of excess mana since you're playing a bunch of cheap cards in your deck. So Transform is easy to do. Yeah, 3 for the Pyretic Prankster, Glistening Goremonger. Next we got Rawl's Reinforcements. It's a Dragon Fodder, except they're also an additional color to help with Convoke. I'll play a Dragon Fodder in blue-red spells. Sure. 3 stars.
Yep, solid playable. 3 stars.
Okay. It's an equipment. Oh no.
Yeah, so 5 mana, but it has Convoke, and it has an equip cost of 2 to give something +3/+1 and trample. But the thing that kills it is it's an uncommon, so I would not waste a deck slot on it. 1 star.
Yep, easy 1 star. You need a lot better equipments than that in order to be playable. Ooh, you're high on this one.
Yeah, Rampaging Raptors, the new questing beast. Though it's nowhere near as good as questing beast.
Nothing is.
So, for 4 mana, you get a 4/4 Trample Haste, which is great on curve. 3 mana in a red, 2 mana in a red. It fire breeds for 2. And whenever it deals combat damage to an opponent, it deals that much damage to target Planeswalker, which shouldn't be too relevant, or battle that player protects. So this could do a ton of damage to face and also flip a battle. So I think this is, at the very least, worth 4 stars.
I have not been super impressed with the battles enough lately that I value that text highly. And while I do value a 4 mana 4/4 Trample Haster with Fire Breathing, I'm not sure if it gets up into that 4-star range. It could. It definitely has the potential. I'm going to go with a 3, a tentative 3. You're going with 4 though?
Yeah. For anyone wondering, I had originally had this as a 5. I don't know what I was thinking then.
No. So yeah, 3 for me, but I could easily see this ending up being a 4. I do like this in the like mono red aggro burn list that I mentioned before with Invasion of Regatha, because like as I said, Invasion of Regatha, you're not going to flip that unless you have Rampaging Raptor. Then you can flip it. So that might be relevant. Again, I don't think mono red's going to be a thing. I think you'd play this as like one of your potential rares in like a red-green ramp deck, but it's something to consider for sure. Okay. Next we got the Redcap Heel Slasher. I like the card for just like he's using a knife from a kitchen in order to heal slash. I mean, it's not terrible. Basically 3/4 first strike that you spread out the counter. Backup's a solid ability, and I think this is a potential consideration for like the red-white backup deck. Definitely one of the lower tier ones. For 4 drops, it's competing with Bullet Slinger a lot. But it's not a bad card by any means. I'm willing to give it a 2.
Yeah, it could give you some nice defense, too.
Okay. Raccoon. He's got a movie that just came out today.
I was unaware. But yeah, Scrappy Bruiser. Bruiser? Yeah, that's Bruiser.
Yep.
Whenever it attacks up to one other target creature, gets +2/+0. We've seen it all over the place. Gains trample. That's nice. And return it to your hand at the end of combat. So maybe you get to play some more counters. That said, it's a 4 mana creature. So that's a lot of mana going on. I don't think this will see any play. 1 star.
Yeah, I agree. The fact that it has to attack is the sticking point. If it was any of your creatures being able to attack, I would like this card a decent amount. But because it has to attack, and it's a 3/4, which means it's very easy to double block, I also give it a 1 star. What a weird card this next card is. Explain this to me.
Yeah, Searing Barb. 3 mana is too much for shock. But for some reason, if you're shocking a creature and didn't kill that creature, it can't block this turn, and you get to incubate 1, because that's a totally reasonable number to incubate off 3 mana. So let me put this out here. This was clearly a Tybalt card. Like, Tybalt was meant to be here somewhere, and I think it was this card.
Who knows? Sure. I mean,
this reeks of I'm Tybalt. I can't have anything nice.
My conspiracy is that it was Incubate 2 in playtesting, and then they thought the card was too good from that, so then they nerfed it to Incubate 1. But
yeah, I could see that as well. Also, this is a sorcery, because it needs to be a sorcery for some reason.
Yeah. 1?
At instant speed, even if this was like 4 mana, that might actually be a little bit crazy.
Yeah, 1 for this?
Yeah, 1. Possibly the worst card of the set.
Oh, no, definitely not. That's probably like, I mean, discounting some of like, the super weird rare / mythics. In terms of commons, the worst one's probably like Vengeant Earth or something. Or maybe Burning Sun's Fury.
Okay, fair point. It's probably not the worst.
Next we got Shatter the Source. It's expensive, but I think it could definitely be a sideboard card. It basically kills anything that red can kill. 6 damage to either a creature, a planeswalker, probably not a battle, probably not directing it there, but creature, planeswalker, or artifact. Destroy one of those. It's got Convoke, so even though it's still a bit on the more expensive side at like 4 mana, this is like 4 mana to destroy something. It's reasonable. So I'll put this as a sideboard too.
Yeah, the Convoke has some nice synergies. I could maybe see a Chandra control deck wanting to play it. So I'll give it a 2.
Okay. Okay. Dragon time.
Yeah, another Convoke card. 7 mana, 4/4 dragon with Convoke is not good enough for me at uncommon. 1 star.
Yeah, convoking this is seems like an aggressive top end, but convoking is not what you want to do in an aggressive deck. You don't want to tap your own creatures. You want to, well, you do, but you want to tap them when you're attacking your opponent. So yeah, one for Sheevan Branchburner. Our next card is an exciting reprint. It is Stoke the Flames. Oh, I love this card. This card was so good when it was in Standard. I think does it see Pioneer play? I don't know.
I do not play Pioneer, but I would think probably not.
Maybe it did at one point. I don't know. It's a good card.
Do people in Pioneer play Burn? Isn't it all just Greasefang combo?
I don't know. Anyways, Stoke the Flames, amazing card. 4 damage anywhere is fantastic. As I mentioned, you could 4 damage to face. Like with 2 of these, your opponent has to really worry when they're playing against a deck with Stoke the Flames to not go below like 8 life or like 9 life, I guess. Because then you can just point Stoke the Flames at your opponent's face. So, and it's a fantastic removal spell. You can cast it for free or for like super cheap as well. Stoke the Flames should be in pretty much every single red deck, in my opinion. So easy 4 stars.
Yeah, like you said, it just goes into every deck basically. Definitely a 4.
Next we got Thrashing Frontliner. You were high on this at the very initial spoilers for the set, but you've gone down considerably on it.
Yeah, yeah. So I was really high on red green battles at the start, but a 2/2 that gains a tiny tiny boost while attacking a battle only until the end of turn is not great. That said, this passes my blocks Ragavan in a reasonable amount of time scale, so it's 2 stars.
1 star for me. Just if you want to do that, play the next card instead. Like it's not the next card's not great, but like it actually doesn't trade with Ragavan. It just outright blocks it. It's Trailblazing Historian. Yeah, tell us what's going on there.
Yeah, Trailblazing Historian. Tiny guy who has haste and he can give something else haste. So yeah, as you mentioned, yeah, this blocks Ragavan really well. This also helps Ragavan a lot because you can just if you top deck your Ragavan on turn 3, you can give it haste.
What are you talking about? Ragavan has dash.
Yeah, but maybe you don't want to keep paying the dash cost. So there's some synergies there. But yeah, the biggest thing is the 1 free body to black Ragavan. You could use this with obviously other more expensive creatures to give them haste. I'm sure that some people will be doing that, but I'm not too impressed with this card. I'm going with a 2.
See, I'm not giving it a 2 because of the Ragavan thing. I don't care about that. Like, sure, I'm a 5 on Ragavan, but like, I'm not like it's like an absurd 5 on it. I was very wishy-washy on my Ragavan score. I'm giving this a 2 because of a card from Aftermath, Samut, Vizier of Naktumen, which reads that whenever a creature you control that just entered the battlefield this turn deals damage to a player, draw a card. Giving your creatures haste fits with that. So Trailblaze, and I'm high on Samut when we eventually read her card in like a couple of weeks. So I'm going to give Trailblazing Historian a 2.
Yeah, I kind of forgot about Samut. I was wondering where you thought all these haste creatures were going to come from. I think I'm going to raise my Trailblazing Historian to a 3.
Interesting.
But a large part of that is because it blocks Monkey good.
Okay. Brask, let's freaking go. Like, second favorite Magic character. Yeah. And you know, he gets a far more exciting card this time. Now, is it necessarily good? That's fine. It's very hard to flip him. Granted, you know, there will probably be like 1 or 2 games that happen this Curiosity season where somebody flips Urbrask and they're going to win the game. But you know, just on his own, 4 mana, 4/4 first striker is good body, and then just being able to ping your opponent with every instant and sorcery and get some mana back. Yeah, that's solid in a blue-red spells list, so I'll give Urbrask a 3.
Yeah, I feel the same. With some cards we're going to see coming up soon, I don't think flipping this will be too hard for the lucky members of the community.
So Squealer.
Yep.
Okay. We mentioned Volcanic Spite, and Volcanic Spite is insane. This is a strictly better Fire Prophecy, which was a top rare, or not rare, but top common in Ikoria. And here it's premium removal spell. You will play this in every single red deck, and you will be happy to play this. It kills cards, and then it, you know, smooths out your hand. I love it. Easy 4.
Yep. Instant 4.
Okay, cool. Next card is a card that does have a combo. So Voldaren Thrillseeker, it's not very good. but it does instantly win the game if you drop it on Yargle and Multani, which is hilarious. But, that's not good, so I give it a 1.
Yeah, I can't go higher than a 1, even with the meme dream.
I swear, if I lose to that, though, I'm going to. Well, at first I'm going to be furious, and then I'm going to be just like, fair game. Okay, so 1 for the Evil Darn Thrill Seeker. Next, we got War Train Slasher. What's going on there?
So this is a 4 mana 4/3 with Menace, which is decent, and whenever it attacks a battle, double its power until the end of the turn. This just seems unnecessary. Like, there are no battles with 8 toughness, and this doesn't have trample. So unless you're giving it travel, I don't think any of the do. Only the Jumpstart Red Cycler give trample off backup?
Let's see. Yeah.
And
Yes.
he's the 6, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't see this ever really doing much. I'm gonna give it 1 stars. Good creature type, though.
Yeah, I agree with you on there. 1 star for there. Reckless Impulse reprint. Is Ren's Resolve going to be good in this Curiosity format?
This card is crazy. This is so good, so much value. I'm giving this 4 stars.
I'm giving it a 3, but I like the card a lot. I like Reckless Impulse a decent amount. Not enough to give it a 4, but I felt it was like a 3 in its original format, so probably a 3 here. Okay, cool. End of red, which brings us to green and to Muragonda with the Ancient Imperiosaur. It is big, but that's all it is. I'm not sure if I want my rare to just be a big thing. I'd rather have my rare actually, do things and be big. And there are a lot of green cards that do both. So, 1 from me for Ancient Imperiosaur.
Yeah, this is a 1.
Okay. And next card.
Speaking of other things that are just 1s, 1 mana +2/+2, +2/+2, and reach. Oh boy, that's definitely worth a card. I guess you do get to untap it, but yeah, don't play this.
I don't think it's atrocious. I still think it's a 1, but I was almost tempted to give this card a 2. But yeah, it's probably a 1. So yeah, 1 there. Sideboard card time.
Yeah, Atraxa's Fall. I think this does enough to push it to a 4. Like, this kills so many things. But I get why you're giving it the generic sideboard staple free.
Yep, that's exactly my reasoning. I'm not sure if destroying battles is super relevant, just because they got the value from the battles already. But yeah, I mean, you play this in your sideboard. It's your standard destroy artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying. Yeah, that's a 3. I don't play it in the main at all, but I play it in the side every day, except in probably green-white, because you have Sun of the Gateway. Okay, cool. You mentioned Blighted Burgeoning earlier. Tell me about this guy.
I did. Blighted Burgeoning. It's that type of effect where a land makes 2 mana. I don't remember the name of it right now, but I think it's crazy good. I think it's going to be crazy good this set because of Satyr. Just being able to ramp out all that mana so early, like we talked about it, turn 4 Tali is theoretically super crazy. So I'm giving this a 3 stars.
Wait, turn 4. Let's see. Satyr on 2. That's 2 mana. 3. Then 4. Tap for an additional 1 from this. Untap. Okay, you're right. No.
Yeah, because and I've only made this discovery recently. I just finished a draft where I got turn 4. What's her name? The vampire plus giant dinosaur.
Oh, Galta and Maverick. Yeah.
Yeah, I dropped that on somebody on turn 4. I felt so bad for them, so I look forward to doing this.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going with a 2 right now, but you know what? I think your argument is convincing enough for me to go up to a 3 for it. Yeah, sure. I'm a 3 on this. I thought it just had a bit too much competition from the other ramp cards you got, but you're right. The Portent Tracker synergy is very good. Okay. Bonded Herd Beast, not so good. We've mentioned this before. 5 mana.
Yeah, you are right. Sorry, I was going to say, yes, this is in fact a beast, which is my biggest thing.
Okay.
That's out of the way.
Play it in your Kahira deck. The 5 mana, that's... You need a lot of impact for 5 mana. A 4/5 is not that, and the flip side is still just like a generic big thing. Like, it still just dies to removal. So, one from me for Bonded Herd Beast.
The flip side on this one, I'd say it makes it just worse, because now its damage gets prevented by Surge of Salvation. So, 1 star.
Now, Chomping Kavu is a nice creature. It's basically a 4 mana 4/4 with upside, and it's pretty good upside. Like, the can't be blocked by power 2 or less thing is not like amazing. It helps against like Aetherblade Agent, I guess. But just the fact that, it's backup synergy, it's a counter, so it's good in the green-white counters list. And it's just a good stat line already. So, like, it's not asking you for much, and it gives you a nice little upside. So that seems like a 3 to me.
Yeah, furry. It does. I mean, it curves in great with Death Guard, so I'm definitely giving it a furry.
I don't think you're going to be wanting that for the red-green, but okay. Next we got the Converter Beast. Converter Beast, you play it in green-black. You'd go curve of turn 3 Elvish Vat Keeper, turn 4 Converter Beast, turn 5 you use your Elvish Vat Keeper's ability to flip the Incubate token, and now you have a 10/10 on turn 5. There you go. Converter Beast, it is meant to be played in the green-black Incubate list, where you've got easy ways to flip it, good ramp, and the card will just end up being big. So, that's a 3 for me.
Is it too early for me to make another beast joke?
Like, we're in green. If you keep on doing that, we'll be here all day.
We will be here all day, but like, think of the value of casting this guy twice. But yeah, this card's great. I don't know really how great the Elvish Incubator is. I don't think I'm very high on that card, but this guy is great. So I'm gonna give him 4 stars. I'm sorry, 3 stars.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes, 4 is like staple in all green decks. So, yeah. Okay, 3 for Converter Beast. I want to love this card. I really do. Should I love this card?
Phyrexian Bear Rhino. You guys could not fit 5 more letters on this tag for me? Like, come on. No, I don't think this does enough. We've talked about how relatively easy it is to get to 7 mana. Getting to 8 mana is a lot more difficult. And I don't think Trample and Hexproof is nice, but I don't think it's enough. I'm going 2 stars.
Yeah, I'll go 2. Like, when you get it down, it does win you the game, but it's really hard to get it down. So 2 stars. Next we got Cosmic Hunger. We've seen these kinds of effects many times. They're always 4s, and this one also can hit battles. I'm not too high on battles, but it's like relevant upside. But yeah, you play this in your green decks easily. Like every green deck will be playing this, so easy 4.
Yep, super easy 4. But I gotta ask, where the Phyrexian snake?
Yeah, where is Coma? They gave us a completed Coma in the story, and then they never released a card for it. What were they thinking?
Welcome to the Tybalt Club.
Okay. And now we have Crystal Carapace. It is a 4-mana aura. Never play this. It's a 1. Never. No, it's terrible.
Yeah, this is not good.
You know what? This might actually be in that running for like worst common in the set. Like, it's bad.
Yeah, I could see it.
Okay.
I mean, +3/+3 isn't a terrible stat boost, but it's not good enough.
Yeah, auras auras require a lot to be playable. This is not even close to enough. Okay. Next we got Deeproot Wayfinder.
Yeah, this card seems good. Like if this is like, dare I say this is the green Ragavan? But in practice, this is not going to show up in your opening hand enough to ever really get its trigger off. So I'm giving this 1 star.
And even if
even when you get it on curve, sometimes you're not going to surveil into a land. You got no ways to just drop lands into your grave.
Yeah, there's no Terramorphic Expanse or Evolving Wilds in the set. So yeah, easy 1 star for Deeproot Wayfinder. Next, this card's cool.
The card is pretty cool. I guess this gives trample also. Now that I think about it.
That's true. I wasn't considering the rares.
Yeah. But yeah, so it's back up, and whenever it deals damage to a player or a battle, look at that many cards on the top of your library, and you may reveal a creature or land, and put it in your hand. The rest go to the bottom. This is like maybe just not impactful enough with all the bombs. But at the same time, I think maybe we're wrong about this. I think this is probably a 3-star card.
You know what? I've been considering that. Do you want to go 3 on it now? I'm willing to go 3 on it.
Yeah, I think this is a 3.
Okay, originally we both rated it as a 2, but yeah, like, there are a lot of bombs in the set, but like, this is a good stat line. It's good card advantage. Like, that's a decent place where you want to be. It's probably not your like go-to rare, but maybe like towards like the end of the season when things like Vorinclex have gotten banned, then you play this. Okay.
Yeah. Next up is the ramp spell you don't play, Ferdlin's Favor. 4 mana. It is an instant, which is nice. Search your deck for a basic land and put it into play. And put 2 +1/+1 counters on target artifact or creature. It's too slow. 1 star.
Yeah, if you're playing 4 mana ramp, just play Invasion of Zendikar instead. Granted, it's an uncommon, but like, don't play this. It's a 1 star.
Yeah.
Next, we got Glistening Dawn. What mana value or what land count do you think we should like ideally be looking to cast this at? Like 6, right?
No, I think you can play this on 4 and be perfectly happy.
Oh yeah, I'm perfectly happy playing it on 4, but I'm talking about like the ideal is like 6, right? That way you can like flip at like during their attacks as well, so that way you're like, you know, not giving them a chance to actually like get through some damage and stuff.
Yeah, I guess 6 is the ideal. Well, I was gonna say because you could have played Glissa on 5.
I have actually had actually my current sealed pool has both Glissa and Glistening Dawn, and yes, I ended up flipping 6 incubate tokens, including 2 Glistening Dawn tokens, and it was evil.
Yeah, I just finished a Glissa draft of myself. It's really crazy.
Yeah. But yeah, this is definitely a consideration for the green-black incubate list. I mean, it creates 2 really big creatures, and it has the additional synergies of, you know, your Glissas, your Elvish Rat Keepers, that sort of stuff. Yeah, it's solid value. Probably not into the 4 range, but I'll give it a 3.
Yep, same for me. I'm gonna go with 3.
Okay, cool. Which brings us to our next card, Not Gold Hermit.
Yeah. He's just not that impressive. 4 mana, 4/4. 6 mana transform. Another one where I gotta say, like, what was their thinking here? Would this really be that? Wait, no,
this is 5 to transform.
Yeah, this is 5 to transform. Yeah, and he flips into a 5/5 that turns something else into a 5/5. That's not terrible, but not good enough for an uncommon, I think. 2 stars.
Yeah, it's expensive enough that it does fall into it dies into removal. If it does manage to swing freely, swinging with 2 5/5s is a big deal. Like, your opponent is going to be very scared when you're swinging with 2 5/5s on turn 5. But yeah, I'll go in on 2 for this as well. Next we got Herbology Instructor. How about this one? Is this a strong transform?
The transform on this is too expensive to call it strong. And I get why it had to be so expensive, because it's such a crazy transform. But just being a 2 mana gain... Just being a 2 mana, sorry about that. Just a 2 mana guy who gains you free life, blocks Ragavan, crazy good, 3 star.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the front side is Erishan Cleric, which I played a lot of back when Fate Reforged was out as a set. This is a fantastic anti-aggro card because yeah, it's a 1/3. It gains you 3 life, and then later on, when you've stabilized, it flips and kills a creature. I only gave it a 2 because it is an uncommon sideboard card, so it's a bit difficult, but I might have been a bit too harsh on it. It could be a 3 easily enough. I'm going to stick with my 2, though. But yeah.
Okay. Well, next up, we are finally at the invasions. The invasion of Ikoria, flipping into the creature who we've never seen before on a physical card. Yeah, this is not very good. Like, you would not play a rare. Like, just a while ago, we had, what's its name? The elf. To discard a creature and search your deck for a creature.
Oh, Fauna Shaman.
Yeah, we just had Fauna Shaman not too long ago, and it saw 0 play.
Which is sad.
There are some benefits to this compared to Fauna Shaman. Like, the search target goes straight into play. But I just think the backside is so fun that I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah, I don't want to play a tutor in my rare slot. That has traditionally never been good. So I give it a 1.
Understandable.
Okay, next we have Invasion of Ixalan. Okay. Invasion of Ixalan. I want to give it a 1, mainly because the front side of it is the kind of front side that I will whiff on. somehow I will whiff on it. It's a permanent, so I shouldn't be able to whiff on it. But considering my experiences with Contagious Vorak, I probably will whiff on it somehow. But, as an early game thing, it gets you a card. And the Transform the Regisaur is quite a good card. It's really hard to attack into because any instant speed gives it indestructible, which, it basically turns any of your spells and combat tricks into a thing that is indestructible, which I'm in for that. And yeah, it's a solid attacker. So I'm willing to give this a 2. It's cheap enough, and the flip side is strong enough, then I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, I don't feel too great about this one, but I think it's worth a 2 as well.
Okay, cool. Muraganda.
Yeah, this is probably a battle I'm overestimating. 5 mana for a 1/1/1/1 counter and a fight spell is not impressive. And then if you do 6 damage, it flips into a pretty unimpressive creature. So I originally had this as a 2. I'm going to go down to a 1.
Yeah. Hunt the Weak is a common at 4 that does the front sides effect, and Hunt the Weak is not playable in Curiosity. 6 is a huge amount, and the fact that the flip side makes you lose abilities sucks, because, you want stat buffs on things with abilities, right?
Yeah.
So, yeah. The 1 from the Muraganda. Very sad. Oh, well. Invasion of Chandalar is next. They sent one guy.
Yeah. So there's some way, I'm sure, that you can loop this with Halo Scab. And that's why I'm giving this a 2.
Yes, play 2 cards that are worth 1s. Sure.
Infinite value.
This is a 1. Yeah, you do not want this effect as your rare. Okay. Now this is the best battle in the set, in my opinion. Invasion of Zendikar is incredible. As we mentioned before, there are a lot of ramp cards in the set, and there are a lot of payoffs for ramp, like things like Atali and stuff, Vornklex, Elish Norn Grand Cenobite, Shieldred Whispering One. I could go on and on. There are some really, really, really strong bombs in this set. Invasion of Zendikar will get you to those bombs, guaranteed. And it's so easy to flip. 3 defense is nothing. You could just play this on the 4, swing in with whatever 3 power creature you have, and just flip this into a 4/4 vigilance. Fantastic card. This is the glue that holds together so many of these green decks. I'd say it's a 4.
Yeah, easy 4. And even though you don't care about flipping this one a large portion of the time, I think such a low defense count. Only 3. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean 3, and then you get a 4/4 out of it, so you end up, gaining a significant benefit from doing so. Yeah. You going on a 4 as well?
Yeah, 4.
Okay, cool.
Next up, we got the Iridescent Blade Master. And I could talk about what the card does, or I could just say that this is the only 2-mana creature I don't think I gave a 2-star to.
I was wondering what was going on there.
Yeah, this is not good. 1 star.
Yeah, bear with incredibly minor upside is not where you want to be. Easy 1. Next, we got Kami of Whispered Hopes. Now, Kami of Whispered Hopes, it's a Hardened Scales attached to a Mana Dork. I like me Mana Dorks, and I love me a Hardened Scales. This card is a fantastic fit into the green-white counters list. You are throwing counters every which way, and getting an extra counter on things, and even taking into account just this, not like Ozolith as well. And that can lead to a pretty significant like amount of stats going on. You also have like cards that give counters that give counters en masse. So this ended up getting counters and can end up being a pretty significant mana boost as well. This card also works great in the Incubate deck because all your Incubate tokens get an additional counter on them. So plus it provides you easy mana to flip them as well. And it makes it easy to ramp into like turn 3 Kami, turn 4 Glissa, or turn 4 Vorinclex, or what have you. I think Kami of Whispered Hopes does a lot of stuff that you want to be doing, enough so to get a 4-star rating.
Yeah, I feel like I'm right on the edge of a 4-star rating, but I only have this one as a free.
As long as you're right on the edge, then yeah, I think that's an acceptable grade to have for Kami of Whispered Hopes. Good card.
Check it out. We got one that I'm really surprised you rated higher than me.
Oh, yeah. Listen, I've been scorned so many times by these style of effects, but I have to say, like, these kind of effects are always 4s. It's a 2/2 that often you'll use it to get your land, sure. Very nice to be able to consistently hit your land drops, especially with the kinds of bombs in this set. But the fact that it can get you a double face card is what pushes it from a 3 to a 4 for me. Because with something like Contagious Vorak, it ended up being like, oh no, all my bombs got put to the bottom. With this, your Vorinclex, your Shieldred, what have you, you can just grab them instead. Like, being able to grab Vorinclex, yeah, I'm in for that. Or, like, Invasion of Zendikar. Like, say you already have, like, 4 lands in hand, and then, like, or not in hand, but, like, you have an extra land in hand, so you'll have 4 lands on the field next turn, so instead of getting land, you just get Invasion of Zendikar. I think this does enough stuff that I'm giving it a 4.
Okay, well, it's going to be a 3 for me, but yeah, interesting to hear your reasoning for.
Next we got Ozolith, the Shattered Spire. Hey, it's another Hardest Scales effect. Having played with this card in a green-white counters list, this goes off. Like, the fact that it fuels itself by, it's basically like 2 mana every turn to give something +2/+2, like, that is a lot of stats that will end up going out there. Now, granted, this is a set where we do have Sunder the Gateway, so artifacts and enchantments are more vulnerable than they usually are. However, this is a strong enough card, and especially in a matchup where your opponent does not have any Sunder the Gateway, so against a non-white deck, this card will go off in the green-white counters list. So I'm giving this a 3.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 2 because Sunder, but I see why you're giving it a 3.
Yeah, I will say put in another like rare in your sideboard, like I don't know, like Archangel Elspeth or something to bring in case your opponent is playing all 3 Sunders. But yeah, if they aren't, Ozolith will win you the game. Your rabbit. It's a cute little bunny rabbit. Is it any good?
He's literally rotted. But yeah, this card's pretty good. 1 power, 1 mana, instant 2 stars.
Alright, because of Ragavan. I'm not in on the Ragavan thing, so I only give it 1 star.
Yeah. Like, voiding Ragavan, you're not really going to want to play this card. Like, you might, it can exile itself to put some counters on some stuff, but only as a sorcery. So if Ragavan wasn't in the set, I'd be giving this 1 star.
I mean, I'll just play Enduring Bond Warden. I think that's what the green-white list will want instead. It's Pelucranos. Maybe it will see play when Siege Rhino rotates. I'm kidding. It does have Siege Rhino stats now. I love that about it. If mono green is a thing, then yeah, you will play Pelucranos Reborn and you'll be happy about it. Like, it will be insane there. And even in green-white, sure, it's like a 6-drop instead. But I mean, the flip side is like Wormcoil Engine. So I won't say no to Wormcoil Engine. Still, it is hard to cast, so like a 3.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to cast, hard to flip, but it is very fun. So 3.
Okay, cool. Which brings us to one you mentioned. You know what? I'm going to give this to you. I know it's labeled me, but you've been hyping this card up enough.
Yeah, we probably hyped it up enough that I could just say 4 stars here, and our point would be gate across. But I guess let's run through it again. Turn 1, Ragavan. Always turn 1, Ragavan. Turn 2, Tracker. In a turn 3, Burgeoning. In a turn 4, Atali. You could get some of this stuff in earlier if you hit with Ragavan. The Ragavan is a smokescreen. They're going to be focused on the Ragavan, and then they're not going to kill your Tracker. That's how good I think Tracker is. 4 stars.
I mean, yes, it's an easy 4 stars. I don't think the second part of the text is too relevant, because, I don't think battles are going to see enough play, and usually when you play a battle, you play it on the turn you can flip it. But yeah, just for the ramping ability alone, it's a 4. Cool. Okay.
The second half is pretty irrelevant, but it is fun to just put counters on your opponent's battles when nothing else is going on.
Even then, I think you'd rather just, like, instead of doing that, you leave back the Portent Tracker chump block when they attack the battle.
So, it all depends on the board state.
Yeah, I guess that's true. If they can't attack at all, then sure. You do get some insanely small upside. Anyways, Ravenous Sailback. It's an Intric Stomp Howler. Is it any good?
It's not terrible, but like we've talked about, Sunder is just so much better that the best I can give this is a 2.
Yeah, I'll give this a 2 as a potential sideboard consideration, because, as I said, it is an Indrik Stomp Howler. Indrik Stomp Howlers have traditionally been fine in the sideboard, but yeah, it's a 2.
Are there any dinosaur payoffs?
No. There's a lot of dinosaurs in the set, I know. It's probably seeding for, Sorry, what were you saying?
I said that feels like a missed opportunity to not have a dinosaur payoff.
Well, the thing is, they're seeding for 2 sets from now when we return to Ixalan.
Yes.
Okay. And it's the final of the Uncommon Hate Cycle. It is Sandstalker Moloch. As always, the hate cards, they're good. They're solid sideboard inclusions. I'm not as hyped on this one. The fact that your opponent has to cast the blue or black spell means that you basically should be playing this against a opponent who is like blue-black. Because otherwise you leave up 3 mana, they cast like a white spell, and then it's like, no, I just have a 4/2 flash. That's terrible. So I'm not as high on this one. It's not just something you can slot into every matchup with one of those colors, unlike most of the other ones. So probably a 2 from me for Sandstalker Moloch.
Yeah, I feel about the same.
Does this card give us any hope? The Seed of Hope.
I don't see the point here. Mill 2, and you may put a permanent from among them into your hand, and you gain 2. That's a good number of the time. I feel like you're gonna whiff with it. Like we talked about it with.
You're getting a bit quiet.
Sorry, we talked about earlier. There's no really good ways to put lands into your graveyard for the Merfolk. And I still don't think this is a good way to put lands into your graveyard. This card just is terrible to me. 1 star.
Yeah. The fact that it's only the cards milled. If it wasn't only the cards milled, I would love this card. But, of course, that would be too powerful. This card will whiff actually a decent amount of the time, I think. Like, this card, I can never play it because of my luck with these kinds of cards. And you shouldn't even be playing it even if you have good luck, so this is a 1. Next, we got Serpent Blade Assailant. Again, making me wish they had Coma in the set, but, Death Touch is a nice ability to give something. Like, you give something Death Touch, you're basically saying, hey, you can't block me. Like, it mainly is used to prevent double blocks, because you're going to be putting it on something that's slightly larger in all likelihood. Although you could definitely put it on a cheaper creature and get in some damage. And the fact that it leaves a Death Touching body behind is always nice. Like, Death Touch is always a relevant ability to have, especially since, Cosmic Hunger is in the set. It turns your Cosmic Hungers into an automatic kill spell, no matter the size of the creatures you have, or that they have. So, Serpent Blade Assailant's a 3, in my opinion.
Yep, 3 as well for me. And worth noting that down the line, we're going to see some elf payoffs, I believe.
Although, not good ones. Okay. Beautiful art. I love the art of Storm the Seed Core. Does the card...
Absolutely great artwork. And I think the card's not terrible. Distribute 4 counters for 4 mana is decent, but the fact that it also gives Vigilance and Trample, I feel like is pretty good. I'm going to give this one a pretty optimistic 2.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 2. Sorry, you were going to say something?
No, I don't think I was. Sorry.
Okay, cool. 2 for Storm the Seed Core. Next, we got Streetwise Negotiator. I like this card a lot. Its core, it's a 2-mana 3/3. Granted, it's a 2-mana 3/3 that you need to watch out with Cosmic Hunger, because it will only hit for 1 with Cosmic Hunger if you put the counter on itself. But 2-mana 3/3, and you can also distribute the counter to something else. That is a good chunk of stats in your green decks. Like, green-white counters loves this card because, it puts a counter on things. I'll play this in green-black as well, and in red-green, because it's just a big creature. Like, I am in on Streetwise Negotiator. I give this a 4.
Yeah, this card's crazy. Easy 4.
Okay, cool. Get screwed, Luca.
Yeah, I don't follow the story. I'm not quite sure what happened there.
He went out, and apparently, Vadrock, its fire, completely erases somebody from memory. So Luca has been erased from, existence, super erased from existence.
And Vadrock is who exactly?
The giant cat dinosaur pterodon that you see. Pterodactyl. There we go. I got it.
It's just, I have no idea who this character is.
He is one of the apex monsters from Ikoria. It's the Jeskai one.
Oh, right, the annoying one.
Yeah, anyways. What about the card?
Yeah, this card is not terrible. It is an uncommon fight spell. We've already seen a very good common fight spell, so you often want to pick that. But this does have some nice protection, because you can target up to 2 of your creatures to fight something.
Yeah. What are you wanting to give it?
I will give it a 3.
Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm in for a 3 on Tandem Takedown as well. Cool. Next we got Tangled Skyline. Tangled Skyline. Quite a good card, in my opinion. Sure, 5 mana enchantment, but the fact that it gains you 5 life does make it more palatable to take a turn off to play a 5 mana enchantment. And giving all your Phyrexians reach is a good defensive play, and it gives you a 5/5 as well. I like Tangled Skyline a decent amount in the Incubate deck, especially if you have some way to like flip it without paying the mana cost. So yeah, I'm in on Tangled Skyline. What about you?
I don't like this one as much as its cousins. I'm only going to give it 2.
I'm gonna give it a 3. Yeah. Okay, it's time for the green land cycler. Either the best or wait, no, not the best because that's the white one. It's either the second or third best one. What do you think? Is it better than the Jumpstart Black one?
Ooh, Jumpstart Black one is a 5/5, right?
Yeah, 5/5. Yeah, that dies incubate 3.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go with the black one as the third best.
As the third best, and this one's second best.
Oh, sorry, second best. Black one the second best. This one, I don't know. I like the red one. Maybe we'll drop a top 10 list later on.
Number 7, card from Alara. No, wait, number 8 would have to be a card from Alara. Yeah, I'm in for Timberland Ancient. Green is precisely the kind of color combination that can actually reliably cast a 6-drop, and a 6/5 reach trample. That's a big body. It does good things, and the forest cycling. It's not as important in green, but it's still nice to have. It makes your hands a lot easier to keep. 2 lands and a Timberland Ancient is just an automatic keepable hand. So I like Timberland Ancient as a 3.
Yeah, I feel the same way. 3.
Okay, cool. The World Tree died. So sad.
I hate that squirrel, dude. I could not care less.
Toski is really annoying to play against in Brawl, which I'm guessing is where you hate it from.
Yeah. That said, this card, if you're gonna be playing a free green pip card, it's gonna be Blue Greenhouse. I'm giving this 1 star.
I agree. We mentioned Sunder the Gateway makes enchantments a lot harder to build around. And green has a lot of bomb options, so yeah, it's a 1 for me. One of the cards in contention for the worst card in the set, Vengeance Earth, go.
I feel like is this a reprint? There was something similar to this in Battle for Zendikar.
Was it Battle for Zendikar?
I think it was Battle, because it was when I was first starting to play, and that was Battle.
I think you're right. It was either Battle or Oath, but yes, this is almost a reprint. It's strictly better because it can also target a creature to do this, rather than just a land like in originally was. But yes, this card was bad in that set as well, and it's bad in this one.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. If it untapped the land, I'd at least give it a 2 to block Ragavan. But as it is, I can only give it a 1.
Yep, easy 1 for Vengeance Earth, one of the weakest cards in the set. Onto one of the strongest cards in the set, it's Vorinclex. Oh, this is a monster. 5 mana, 6/6, trample, reach. We just mentioned how, with Timberland Ancient, it's a 6 mana, 6/5 trample, reach. This one's a 5 mana version of that, and it's pretty easy to flip, all things considered. The second easiest to flip after Shieldred, probably. It's just
yeah, Shieldred's probably a little bit easier. You do it to get a few more lands into play for this guy.
Yeah, but I mean, he gets you the lands, and you have Invasion of Zendikar, Portent Tracker, and all that stuff we talked about before. So 8 mana is definitely not. It takes a bit, but it's definitely doable when you drop Vorinclex. And then the backside, I mean, you get your 2 best creatures. You get 7 +1/+1 counters, and then you kill all your opponent's creatures, and you get Vorinclex bad if You haven't killed your opponent by then, but you probably killed your opponent by then because that's so much value. Flipping it wins the game. Its front side wins you the game because it's just a really big creature. So I am in on Vorinclex. This seems like a 5 for me.
Yeah, definitely ban worthy. I'm going 5 as well.
Okay, cool. Next we have War Historian. It's a 3-mana 3/3, and it's got reach. That's basically the stuff I consider relevant. Like, the indestructible, as long as it attacked a battle this turn, whatever. Like, I don't care too much about that. Like, yeah, I guess it's good for flipping Invasion of Zendikar, but, you know, I'm not super high on that part. I'm in for the 3-mana 3/3 reach card. I consider this like a sideboard potential card, so a 2.
Yeah, this is mostly a 3-mana 3/3 reach, but I do want to point out the massive synergies this has for Abzan monks.
What is this?
So you go turn 3 War Historian. Wait, how much is Monastery Mentor again? 3
Also
or 4 mana?
3 mana.
Okay. Okay. You go turn 1 Ragavan. Turn 2 hit with the Ragavan. That's very key here, because you're gonna go turn 2 War Historian into turn 3. Wait, no. Don't play the War Historian on even in Magical Christmas Land. This combo line is not working out like I think it is.
Yeah, why are you playing War Historian with Monastery Mentor? What's the combo there besides the share creature type?
Invasion of New Capenna. That's it. The combo is they share a creature type.
Okay. Let's move on to, like, a, surprisingly good card. It's Wary Thespian. Yeah, 3/1 that surveils 1 on enters and on death. It's a solid curve filler in any green deck. It trades easily enough. It hits if your opponent doesn't have anything. And it, Jayfish will probably say it trades with Ragavan or something. But, it's just a good, solid card. That 3.
Yeah, very, very solid. A lot of cats here. You could probably play an Abzan cat deck if you want.
Although, granted, Kahira does buff cats. So, don't do that, please, people. Are you also a 3 on Wary Thespian?
Yeah, 3.
Okay, cool. The cowards. They were so cowardly with this card. Tell them why this card is so cowardly.
I get it. I do. But it also makes this card almost unplayable. 5 mana 3/3 is a terrible stat line, but it does return another creature or battle when it enters, so that's not terrible. But the fact that it dies and exiles itself really hurts its playability. I can only go as high as a 2.
Yeah, I agree there. You can't Gravedigger loop this, and Gravedigger looping is why these kinds of cards are, like, good. Like, if it could Gravedigger loop itself, I would give it a 4 easily, because I love me a Gravedigger loop. I won Dominaria United off of that. But yeah, this is a 2. Okay. Cool.
Alright, then. We can wrap up the green with Ren and Realmbreaker. This was originally a card I really did not like, but then I got a sealed pool the other day with this and a ton of the Angel cards in the set. And just because of the number of times I got to go Ren into Atraxa, I think I'm going to give this card a 3-star review off that alone.
Okay. I am going with a 2. It's fine, I guess, but green has a lot of bombs, and I don't feel... This is basically like a 4 mana Planeswalker, because you aren't casting this on 3. And I don't know, I think you can do better than this. I give it a 2.
Yeah, I mean, this really doesn't ever feel great. Like, even with the turn 4 tracks that I was talking about, Ren never felt amazing. Like, the +1 doesn't untap a creature, so that's kind of problematic.
Which is why I said 4-drop.
Yeah. The mill, it really feels like you could have got back any permanent. But the -7 is crazy. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with my furry.
Okay, cool. So that brings us to the end of our green cards and onto the gold with Baral and Kari Zev. That's right. Kari Zev is apparently moving on from being just a regular criminal into a war criminal with Baral there. This is the Ragavan we've been talking about, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I love Ragavan appears in the set 3 times if we're counting the commander cards.
Yeah, I look forward to playing Temur Artifacts at some point when I can get it together.
Yeah. Baral and Kari Zev, though, it's a good card. A 2/4 first strike menace is very difficult to block. Because like menace means they require 2 creatures. Normally they would block with I don't know, something with 2 toughness or something to be able to block it in the early game. And first strike means that you can't double block this and kill it easily. And turning every single instant or sorcery you cast into like a Ragavan is nice. Granted, you can only have 1 Ragavan at a time, but even then it gives you additional value. It saves you some mana potentially. Good body, good value. This seems like an easy include into the blue-red spells deck, so I'll put it at a 4.
Yeah, this is pretty good, but I don't like it too much. I'm only gonna go up to a 3.
Okay, cool. Next we got the first of our tricolor team-ups. It's Borborygmos and Fibblethip. That's right, another Borborygmos to mistakenly do Pithing Needle on.
Yeah, this could maybe draw you a bunch of cards and be hard to target, but really I think this is too slow and too awkward. At 5 mana, it unfortunately cannot synergize with the Gyruda, so I'm going to give it a 2.
Yeah, I also give it a 2. I don't think this is incentive to go into Temur. So yeah, 2 there. Next we have Botanical Brawler. This card is absurd in the green-white counters list. Playing with and against this card, this honestly gets up to a 5/5 or 7/7 super easily. This card gets big very quickly. You really need only 1 counter on it in order to, 1 additional counter put on it in order for it to, be an above curve beater. And it's going to get way more counters than that. This card is one of the most threatening cards in the green-white list, so I give it a 4.
Yeah, this card is crazy. Just super crazy. Just play with it to find out how crazy this card is. Easy 4.
Yeah, at first you think, it's probably a 3 or something, since, it can just die as well, but no, this gets really big. Play with this card. You will see what we mean. But yeah. Easy 4 for Botanical Brawler. Next we got... You pronounce this.
Dinjiru, I believe that's how their name is pronounced, and Hazaret. This card isn't amazing. I'm not going to try and say that it's amazing, but my Amonkhet pre-release stamp promo was Hazaret, and my mom pre-release stamp foil promo was this. So I'm going to give it 2 stars because I'm biased.
See, I am not biased, so I will give it 1 star. I do not think Boros Legendaries is going to be a thing. So, yeah, 1 there. Next we got Drana and Linvala. I like Drana as a character a lot. Is the card any good?
The card there aren't really that many activated abilities. I can't rate this too highly at all. I'm only going to give it a 1.
Yeah.
But great artwork.
It's a good card, just not for this format. Like, Commander is probably in love with this card, in my opinion. Right?
I would reckon so, yeah.
Yeah. Like, it's a good card. There's just not the activated abilities to make this playable. So, yeah, it's a 1. Next we got...
Oh. I don't think Linvala's ever had lifelink, but I was going to say, pretty weird that this card doesn't have lifelink.
I don't think Drana's ever had lifelink either.
No, Drana had lifelink. She had it in battle at the very least.
No, she didn't. In
yeah, she was she was a free mana, 2 free, first strike lifelink whenever she
she had first strike flying.
I'm pretty sure she had lifelink.
You are wrong.
No, I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm wrong.
I remember my cards from long ago. Do not try and think you can do better than me on just random magic knowledge. That's how my brain works. Okay. Anyways, you've gone quiet again. Jayfish, hello? You there? Oh no! He's gone and absorbed by the void again. Jayfish. We can't hear you. No, it's still quiet.
Sorry for these technical difficulties.
That's okay. People don't watch our set review for high, like, octane technical prowess. I'm literally using Scryfall.
Yeah. But still, I'll try to get that fixed on my end by the time the actual set comes out. Okay. But let's move on for now.
Yeah, Elvish Ratkeeper. I mentioned this card before. It's good glue for the green-black deck. Just a 3/3 that gives you an incubate is already solid stats. And whenever you have excess mana, you transform your, like, Converter Beasts incubate tokens into 10/10s. Yeah, I'm in for that. Yeah, I put this as a 4.
I'm not too big on this, but I see it as at least a free.
Okay. Cool. Next we got Errant and Giada. Apparently Giada never actually got, she doesn't actually have physical form, so who knows?
Yeah, I thought this was part of the Capenna. Well, I thought she was, like, just a person, and then she died in Capenna, but...
She never died. She ascended to an angel, but she's still young enough that she hasn't been able to, like, take, like, a full physical form. She's basically Halo at this point.
Okay. But yeah, I think this is going to be a fun little build around. I like its mechanics. It's going to be a shame when it dies to one of the 10 billion removal spells, though. Yeah. So I'm going to give it an optimistic free. Just always have protection.
Yeah. I also think it's an interesting build around. I mentioned before how, like, blue has, like, a 2/1 flyer for 2 at every single rarity except for Mythic. So, you know, you can just build your deck of 2/1 flyers and just swing in with your flyers, which, you know, could potentially work, especially since flyers can, you know, flip like an invasion of Gobakon, or no, wait, not Gobakon, Belanon, and get the anthem there and stuff. Sure. Yeah, and flash flying 2/3. Yeah, it can ambush something easily enough and can potentially get you cards, but still, it's a 2. If you're in blue-white, you're probably not going to want to go in the flyers route. You're probably just wanting to go knights. You mentioned Galta and Mavren earlier.
I did. Very, very scary if you do drop this on turn 4. But for curiosity, even then, I wouldn't be too concerned. I feel like you could probably just kill it somehow. So I don't think this will see too much play. I'm only going to give it a 2.
Yeah, it faces a lot of competition from other really big creatures in the set, so I'll also give it a 2. Now this is a card we both talked about and we both raved about. It is Glissa, Herald of Predation. She gets really close to a 5. I don't think she quite makes it to the 5, but she's as close as a 4 can get, I think. Like, she will just run away with games. Usually you want to incubate twice because that is an insane amount of value. But sometimes you already have a lot of incubator tokens out and you transform all of them. And then sometimes you also have like your army of Phyrexians out and like you now give them the first strike and death touch and your opponent's dead. So this kills your opponent easily.
Yeah, this card is crazy. I could definitely see it as a 5, but I think the removal's good enough that it's only a 4.
Yeah. We'll put it at a 4, but again, I don't think we'll be surprised if it like does get banned. So
yeah, I want to point out again, this fits in so many of those janky Invasion of New Capenna decks, like Phyrexian, Zombie, Elf. That's like all of them. That's all the types. Besides Monk.
Sure. Okay. Let's move on to Snapcaster Mage. Okay, it's not actually Snapcaster Mage, but it actually might. It's probably better for curiosity since.
Yeah, this is gonna be crazy.
Yeah, I mean, first off, it's a 3/1 flyer for 3. That's a good aggressive body. And then yeah, it just does Snapcaster Mage stuff. Like sure, it's at sorcery speed, so you can't get back your counters or anything like that. But you're probably not playing any counter spells anyways in your deck because the counters in this set aren't like amazing. You're probably just getting back like either a draw spell or a kill spell. And then yeah, like this is great. Like fantastic card. You were playing this in your blue-black deck, and it's part of the reason why I think blue-black is actually one of the strongest archetypes in the set. So easy 4 for Halo Forager.
Yep, totally agree. Easy 4.
Okay. Hinatsugu and Kairi I mentioned a bit about in Breach the Multiverse, but it's a good card even outside that. Granted, the Breach the Multiverse combo is very nice in a blue-black deck. Probably not where you want to be in the earlier weeks, but if like stuff like the Shieldreds end up getting banned, you can definitely play those two as your rare. But it's good even without that, because it's a 5-mana 5/4 flyer that draws you a card, and you know when it dies, it like will hopefully deal some damage to your opponent, and maybe you even get a free spell out of the deal. Like, yeah, that's just good.
I just think that there are too many better options for me to really rate this one high. I'm gonna go with a 2, but I could see it as a 3.
Yeah, I'm going to.
Like you always pick Shieldred over this.
Oh
I feel like.
no, definitely. But Shield is getting banned. So
yeah, yeah. I should maybe like the same argument we said with the green guy. I should probably give this a 3 as a backup ban.
Yeah, which is why I'm rating it a 3. It's your backup rare for blue-black, and I do think blue-black is one of the strongest archetypes in the format. So, plus, I mean, it's Shieldred. Shieldred is getting banned no matter what. Like, there's no way it survives. So, with that in mind, you need your backup rares for blue-black in particular. So, Hinatsugu and Kairi does a good job with that. So, are you on a 3 for it now?
Yeah.
Okay, 3 for Hinatsugu and Kairi. Inga and Asika. I hate how they just like brush past the lore of Asika not being completed. Apparently the Cosmos Elixir is a cure for completion. Maybe
I did not even know they were completed.
So at the end of the Kaldheim story, when Vorinclex was stealing the Cosmos Elixir in order to, create the Realmbreaker, Asika was in the way, and Vorinclex injured her, and then was basically if you survive this, you will become stronger and stuff. But apparently Asika is not completed. So, and apparently the Cosmos Elixir cures completion, Phyrexianization, Fierceness. I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, let's talk about the card.
Yeah, the card. I want to like the card. But feels pretty situational. Super situational, if we're being honest. Turning everything into a land over elf. Well, not a land over elf, because I guess a good way to phrase it is no, that would not be a good way, because I was gonna say it gives everything convoke, but it doesn't do that because you can only cast creature spells.
It gives all your creature spells convoke.
Yeah, it does do that. And whenever you cast a creature, if you tap for your more creatures to cast it, you get to draw a card, which is nice, but like we said, this is like it's just gonna die too much before you even get any value off of it, I think.
Yeah, it's not a bad card, but it's like a 2.
Yeah, 2.
Okay, next we have Invasion of Alara. I love this card because I won with it and Omnath at my pre-release. I went completely undefeated, no games lost, so I was pretty happy about that. But don't go 5-color in Curiosity. It's too difficult.
I beat somebody who had 2 Omnaths and 2 Atraxas. So you didn't have an Invasion of Alara though. But crazy deck. That's how I went undefeated with 2 C doubles.
Yep.
Yeah, this card is uncastable for Curiosity, but maybe fun elsewhere.
Yeah.
1 star.
Cool. Next we got Invasion of Amonkhet. Yeah, I'm in for it. Each player or your opponent discards a card, you draw a card. You know, it's a 2 for 1 there. It doesn't really impact the board, but it sets you up nicely in a control shell. And the mill 3 is, you know, blue-black likes that. And, you know, it flips and Lazatep Convert becomes the best creature in the graveyard as a 4/4. Or, yeah, that's like all around solid. Blue-black and has a decent number of evasive creatures, so it can flip a battle a bit easier than normal. And yeah, it gives enough value that I think this warrants a 4.
Yeah, crazy value. Easy 4.
Okay, cool.
Like that Childred he's going to copy.
Yeah, that's mainly what is going to happen. Next is Invasion of Asgul. Yeah, 2 mana, impacts the board, makes your opponent sacrifice a creature. Yeah, sure. It's 2 mana, so you can get it back with Lurrus easily enough. Granted, like, you know, it requires actually flipping the battle and then killing the Ashen Reaper. But, you know, that's a thing. So, yeah, I'm in for it in black-red. Not as high on it as Invasion of Amonkhet, but I'll go with a 3 for Invasion of Asgul.
Yeah, same. I'm going to go with a 3. It just kind of does just enough to earn a 3.
Okay. Okay. You are way higher on this than I am, but I have gone up for my 1 rating, so...
I wouldn't say I'm way higher on this.
Okay, originally you were.
But I don't know. I don't know you. I was originally really high on red-green battles. But I think this does perfectly fine. Like, you could use it in Reanimator. You could use it
a red-green Reanimator?
Yeah, a Jund Reanimator.
Okay.
I mean, it gives you a treasure. You could go 4-color Reanimator if you really wanted to with Invasion of Amonkhet.
Okay.
Tutors the Invasion of Amonkhet. These are synergies. I'm just pointing out synergies. 3 stars.
I'll give it a 2-star. I don't think the backside's good enough. And the front side is like, meh. Just not an exciting card. And 5 defense is a bit too much for my liking. So
just go Invasion of this place I've never heard of before into turn free, render inert, into Invasion of Amonkhet, into reanimate children somehow.
Okay, sure. Also, Urgamon was like this very old plane that like appeared in like alpha rules, like the alpha rule books and stuff. So, like, this is, like, a deep dive for the old school players. Like, older than me. Next, we got the Invasion of Kaladesh. It creates a Thopter, which can start getting in on the battle. The main thing is that it is a count as a non-creature spell for your blue-red deck. So it's a potential consideration. Not the greatest, but it's not atrocious. So I'll give it a 2.
Yeah, not big on this one either, but it's not bad enough to warrant a 1.
So 2 there.
Yep.
Unlike this next one. Oh wait, sorry, I stole Invasion of Kaladesh from you. You can read this one then.
That's totally fine. Invasion of Kylim. Whenever it enters, up to 2 target creatures each get +2/+0 and gain vigilance and haste until end of turn. This again raises the question of why is this giving haste to creatures that have probably already been on the battlefield?
Right, it's 4 mana. How are you playing this and a creature that needs haste? What is going on here?
And when you flip it, you make 2 free 2 red-white warrior creature tokens with whenever this creature attacks and at least one other creature attacks, put a +1/+1
creature token attacks, by the way.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so this is far from great. I'm giving it 1 stars.
Yeah, this front side is baffling to me, and it's bad. So the back side is fine, but you never want to play the front side. So yeah, 1 star there. You know what? I was never into Lauren. How about you?
I liked it. I mean, I wasn't playing it at the time, but I like it aesthetically. I think it's a pretty cool looking place. Not a big Kifkin guy, though.
Yeah, the elf stuff is cool. I like the elf.
Yeah. Is Nissa from Lorwyn, or is she from Zendikar?
She's from Zendikar. Lorwyn was the first plane she planeswalked to, though.
Okay. Anyways, Invasion of Lorwyn, though, is probably just a bit too overcosted of a removal spell to really see play. It's decent, but probably too slow. I'm going to give it 2 stars.
Yeah, I mean, it kills a thing and then flips into a big creature. But yeah, it's 6 mana, so it's not bad, so it's 2 stars. Okay. Next we got Invasion of Moag, or Moog. I don't know which one.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's Moog. If you have a bunch of hardened skills out, it's crazy. But all the hardened skills are uncommon plus, so good luck with that. I'm gonna give it 2 stars. You definitely play it just for the front half. The backside
is good.
It's good, but maybe a little hard to get to.
Yeah, I feel this card might be a bit too win more. You already have had to build up a significant board presence, in order for this card to actually be effective. I'd rather have my uncommons be good at all points in the game. So
I'll want to talk about winning more. Mayhaps we should move on to the next invasion. Invasion of New Cappuccina. 2 mana. Whenever it enters the battlefield, you may sacrifice an artifact or creature. And if you do, exile target artifact or creature an opponent controls. That's crazy. That's crazy good. You play this with Lurrus. You play this in Lurrus Cat Tribal.
Okay, let's ignore the cat tribal parts.
Let's not, because it flips into the Holy Frazzle Cannon, which is an equipment that equips for only 1 mana. This is a Bone Splitter Axe level of equipment. And whenever the equipped creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on that creature and each other creature that shares a creature type with it. That's crazy good. This is going to be super fun to play with. Also, I just threw out Cat Tribal kind of haphazardly, but I don't think Cat Tribal would be too bad. You got Weary Thespian. You've got the 2 mana backup one. So, who knows?
Yeah, I think Phyrexian Tribal is going to be the main thing. And in that case, yeah, I could consider it in a Phyrexian deck. It's also 2 mana, meaning, well, you would much rather have Lurrus. I think Phyrexian works best with Gyruda. and this is playable in Garuda. I'm not super hyped on it though, but I think it's potentially playable. I'll go in on a 2 for it.
I'm going 4 stars.
Okay, quite a bit of a difference there. You think it's going to be an absolute staple.
Yep.
Speaking of absolute staples, it's Invasion of New Phyrexia. Yeah, just these X, make X knights. Like, usually you want to cast it for, at least X equals 3, because then you have enough knights that you can easily flip this. But, you know, if you need to cast it for, like, 2, or maybe, you probably don't, because the Knights has enough 4-drops that it should have something on that. But still, like, it has the flexibility. It scales really well into the late game. Just, you know, 6 mana gets you 4 Knights, 7 mana gets you 5 Knights, just a lot. And then when it flips into a Planeswalker. It flips into Teferi, and Teferi makes all your Knights better. And it also serves as removal. And card draw, I guess. But I think the main thing is you want the emblem and potentially the removal in case your opponent has, like, something really nasty that you need to take care of. But still, like, being able to draw cards is also still nice. It's a Planeswalker. It flips into a Planeswalker. Like, that's great. Like, the front half is, like, a 4 on its own already. Like, approaching a 5. And then with the Planeswalker, it's a 5.
Yeah, Invasion of New Phyrexia, crazy good. You could play Invasion of New Cappuccino with it. It's basically free. You're already gonna want to be in black to have Lurrus.
That is true.
That is true. Yes, this can
also be Lurrus.
Yeah. Also, just throw a monkey in there somewhere. Easy 5-star deck right there.
Okay. So yeah, 5 for Invasion of New Phyrexia. Next we have Invasion of Pyrulia. Cool card. Cool plane. While I'm not super high on green-blue, Invasion of Pyrulia is a strong enough card that, you know, if you are in green-blue, you're playing Invasion of Pyrulia probably. It's 2 mana, scry 3, and it will definitely draw you a card. Like, very rarely will you not hit either a double face card or a land in your green-blue deck. So, and then the flip side, you know, that's a good creature. Like, giving all your transform permanents trample and ward 2. Yeah, sure, I am down for that. I'll give this a 3.
Yeah, the front half is decent. The back half feels to me. I'm only gonna go up to a 2.
Okay. Is part of that also due to the fact that green-blue is kind of meh?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough there. Okay. Next we got, this one's yours.
Yeah, Invasion of Tolvada. Front half is a reanimation effect, and the back half pumps out creature tokens at the end of each of your turns. I think this is pretty good, but not a guarantee to get banned, so 4.
I am not high on this. I do not want an Obsidat's Aid as my rare. And yeah, the backside's fine, but I think, like, you know, you're in black-white. You're playing Elish Norn, Elspeth, or one of the Shieldreds instead. Or Boonbrinker, Valkyrie, or, you know, there's a lot of options to choose from, and I don't think Invasion of Tolvada gets up there, so I'm giving it a 2.
Yeah, I could be wrong on this one. I could be very wrong on this one, but I like it, so let's see.
Okay, next we have Invasion of Xerex, one of the coolest looking planes that we haven't been to yet. Blue-white, listen, red-green is technically the battle archetype, but I think blue-white is actually the battle archetype because, you know, you got a bunch of flying, you got a bunch of tempo cards, solid removal options. So it's in blue-white probably has the easiest of flipping battles, and bouncing one of their creatures that helps you flip a battle. And then you get a pretty large knight. It ends up being like a 4/4 flyer, oftentimes, and can get bigger, can potentially be smaller, of course, but all in all, it's easy enough to flip in blue-white, and it provides enough value, and it doesn't require too much commitment at only 4 defense, that I'm willing to go to a 3 for this.
Yeah, I could see myself giving it a 3 as well, but right now I only have it as a 2.
Okay. Yeah. It is one of those borderline 3s, in my opinion, so cool. Next we have Joyful Storm Sculptor. How about this one?
Yeah, so 5 mana, 2/3, makes 2 elementals, and whenever you cast a spell that has Convoke, it deals 1 damage to each opponent in each battle they protect. And if you're going to be playing City on Fire, this is pretty good with that, but that card's terrible, so I wouldn't really want to play this too much. I'm going to give it 2 stars.
Yeah, it's a 2. 5 mana, it doesn't do enough for 5 mana. Like, it's not, like, terrible, but again, just doesn't do enough for 5 mana. Godzilla and King Kong have teamed up. Let's go. It's Kogla and Yadaro. 6 mana, 7/7. It's either Trample and Hasty, which means it's going to instantly hit your opponent hard, or it kills one of their creatures. And it also has the additional flexibility of, in a pinch, if there's like some really problematic artifact or enchantment that you need to kill, well, it's a Slice and Twain. And, you could potentially redraw Kogla and Yadaro again, maybe. Yeah. And this is flexible enough and powerful enough that this is a fantastic card to play in green-red. The mana cost, yes, the mana cost is restrictive, but we've mentioned that green-red can easily be able to handle that. So I'm going to go a 4 for Kogla and Yadaro.
Yeah, super solid. I do want to ask, isn't there an actual turtle in the Godzilla universe? Why is this one Godzilla? Why is she?
Well, he was Godzilla. It wasn't Yadaro one of the Godzillas in like the variant art.
Yeah, I was just checking old Ixalan, and yeah, he's Godzilla, but I thought there was just like a straight up turtle in that universe.
I'm not sure if it's part of like if they own the rights to like what is it, Gamera or something. I don't know.
Yeah, I do not know.
I don't know the
Toei. Our marathon when we get to 10,000 subs.
Never going to happen. Okay, next we have Kroxa and Kunaros. Yeah.
Yeah, Kroxa and Kunaros. It's got a hefty reanimation cost, exiling 5 creatures from your graveyard. But I think it's going to be interesting to play with, so I'm giving it 3 stars, I feel like.
Yeah, this is strong enough to potentially warrant going into Mardu. Like, I generally would suggest against it, but if you are in Mardu, then yeah, you're playing this. You're probably only getting 1 reanimation off. Like, filling your graveyard with 5 other cards, sure. That's, by the time you can play a 6-mana card, that's going to happen. Getting it a second time, unlikely. But, it's still a 6/6 Vigilance, Menace, Lifelink, so it's a big body itself. So yeah, it's an interesting card for sure. I'll go in on 3 as well. Okay, next we have the blue-white Signpost. It is Marshal of Zhalfir, and it is a Lord. A 2-mana Lord at uncommon, and it's also a good tapper as well. Like, if you're in blue-white, you're playing this card for sure. And it's like, and blue-white is a strong archetype. partly because Marshal of Zhalfir is such an insanely strong uncommon. This is an easy 4.
Yep, it just hits all the things.
Okay, which now brings... you're also a 4 on, Marshal?
Yep, easy 4. Honestly, I could see this being banned.
If blue-white is that strong, it could be, but I don't like going 5s on uncommons at all unless they're like super egregious.
Yeah. Like, I'm just saying, non-0% chance this is banned.
I'll agree with that. Yeah, blue-white is a strong deck by the looks of it, and this will be in every blue-white list. The other uncommons, who knows? But this one will for sure be in every blue-white list. Next, we have Mirror Shield Hoplite. This is a pretty good payoff for being in backup. Doubling up your backup triggers that's a significant amount of advantage for a 2-drop. I'm not super high on the backup deck, but this card's strong enough that I'll put it at a 3.
Yeah, this yeah, I see it as a 3 as well.
Okay, cool. Anything else to say on it, or good to move on to the blue-green?
Well, I was trying to think about Luris synergies it might have, but I don't think there's many backups that cost 2 or less.
No, a lot of the backups are at 3.
Yeah, so let's just move along.
Okay. To, as I said, the blue-green signpost, Mutagen Connoisseur. We mentioned before, blue-green doesn't seem the strongest. Part of the reason is because this is just not a good signpost. Like, it requires a lot of work before it is playable. Like, I'll go with a 2 for it, but even then I think I'm being a bit too generous on it.
Yeah, I feel a lot of the same about this. Just, not like the best thing you could say about it is, I mean, it has vigilance. That's nice.
It is a good blocker, but in order to actually attack, that requires a lot of investment. So it might be a 1, but I'll be optimistic and give it a 2. Okay. Next we got Omnath, Locus of All. We all knew this was going to happen to Omnath. Again, I won my pre-release with 5 color, but you don't want to be 5. Okay, technically Omnath is 4 color because, it's Phyrexian mana, but still, you also don't want to be 4 color, so Omnath is a 1.
I'm just saying, Watsy, you should have went full. What's a good way to phrase this? Fully commit to the bit. Make this 5 Phyrexian mana. Let me start the game at 10 life and just play Omnath on turn 1.
No, they cannot print that into a standard legal set. That playing this on turn 1, it would just be broken.
But yeah, this is gonna be a 1 for me as well.
Okay, next we have Quintorius Loremaster. He's not yet a Planeswalker. We'll see that in Ixalan. But is he, Planeswalker level power yet?
The fact that he casts the spells for free is pretty nice.
It does require you to sacrifice the spirit.
Well, yeah, but even that, that's the not big part.
I don't want to get rid of my 3/2 spirits.
I get it. You want to play Mardu spirits, so you can flip Invasion of New Capenna. But this is a pretty solid card. Too often though, it will just die to removal. So I'm gonna give it 2 stars.
Yeah, I agree. 2 for Quintorius. Next we got Rampaging Geoderm.
Yeah, 4 mana, free. That whenever you attack, it's kind of tough to figure out. Like some of these things are whenever they attack, and others are just whenever you attack with a creature. Gotta keep an eye out for that. But whenever you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+1 until the end of the turn. And if it's attacking counter, instead you put a count. If it's attacking a battle, instead you put a counter on it.
Oh, I wanted
So
to attack a counter and put a battle on it.
yeah, this also has trample and haste. It's also a dinosaur beast. So there you go. More no blue invasion of New Capuchina dinosaurs. The jokes aside, this card is pretty solid. 4 stars.
I agree. Yeah, at its base, it's a 4/4 trample haster for 4, and it's better than that. So easy 4. Okay. Next, we got Rankle and Torbrand, the best of friends forever and ever. Yeah. What should we think about this card?
It's such a restrictive mana cost, but the effect is pretty decent. I'm gonna give it a 2. I feel like.
Yeah, it's probably a 2. Like Luris gets banned, Kroxa gets banned, Ragavan gets banned. You're looking for things for red black. Shieldred's also gotten banned. Maybe you bring in Rankle and Torbrand. So 2. Okay, cool. Next we got the Sculpted Perfection. It's Phyrexian buff. It's even, so you can play it in Gyruda. Yeah, sure, I'm in. Not in too highly. It's a bit expensive, but yeah, it's a 3.
Yeah, I feel about the same. 3. It does enough.
Okay, cool. Next we got Stormclaw Rager. What about this? The red black signpost.
Yeah, it's decent. Only sorcery speed, but the sacrifice cost is cheap. So I don't know. I don't hate it. I'm gonna give it 3 stars.
Yeah, it will require Luris to be banned before it can see play, but Luris is likely going to get banned. But then yeah, now you're free to play Stormclaw Rager, and yeah, it does fine work. Also 3. Thalia and the Get Rug Monster.
This one looks fun, but not exactly fun for curiosity. First strike, Death Touch, always crazy good to see. Creatures entering tapped. It's good, but we've already seen Phyrexian Censor, so it's not like it's the only thing that does it. And whenever you attack, whenever it attacks, not you, because I mentioned there is some things that are just whenever you attack in this set. Sacrifice a creature or land, and then draw a card is decent, nothing amazing. I'm going to give it 3 stars.
You are forced to do the last ability, but because you can sacrifice a land, it's not too bad. Yeah, I'll give it 3. First strike and Death Touch is on its own enough to probably warrant a 3. So, okay. We mentioned there's the combo with Yargle and Multani. Don't do that though. Yargle and Multani is a 1. It just dies to removal. There we go. Any argument there? Or...
Nope, we can move on.
Okay, to Zamone and Dina, our Sultai team up. Is this one any good?
This one might actually be good. We've both given this a pretty negative score, but like getting this down on curve shouldn't be too hard with the gain lands. The problem is it might just die. So yeah, I'm gonna stick with my original not optimistic score of 1.
Yeah, I'm also gonna give it a 1. Yeah, it doesn't give you immediate enter the battlefield effect, and it does require you to have creatures to sacrifice in order to gain its value. So, and I honestly think it actually will be hard to cast on 3. So, there we go. 1 for Zamon and Dina. Which brings us to our final gold card. It is Zurgo and Ojutai. Dragons.
Yeah, this is definitely the only dragon payoff. There's not more dragon payoffs coming in some amount of time. But this one's really good. 5 mana 4/4 flying haste. Has hexproof as long as it enters the battlefield this turn. And whenever one or more dragons you control deals damage to a player or a battle, you anticipate, right?
Yep.
Yeah, and then you can return a dragon to its owner's hand. Super solid, 4 stars.
Yeah. What do you think for the returning it thing? When do you want to do that? Because you're obviously returning itself.
I feel like most times you're not against a blue deck, I would say. Like against mono black, you want to always return it, I feel like. Not even mono black, just like black X. I feel like you often want to return it. Also depends, I guess, on what you grab off the anticipate, if you're going to have the mana to cast it next turn or not.
Right.
So it's very situational.
Yeah. It all depends on what your next turn is. If you do have an actual play, you probably won't want to. But yeah, still, this is a very good reason to go into Jeskai. This is a very strong card. Like, it's like the power level of a 5, but its color is a 4, so it's a 4. Okay.
Would you play this with the Samut, who we have not yet actually seen?
No, I'm not going 4-color nonsense. What are you talking about?
You're right. You don't have Invasion of New Capuchina in those colors.
Okay. Which brings us.
Speaking of colors, yeah. Kolos, stop now, and it's not too impressive, so it's gonna be low energy time.
Yep. First off is Flywheel Racer. It's like those it's like the Sentinel Stalwarts Loam Dryad sort of creature, except this time it's a vehicle and it costs 2 mana. Those are already unplayable, and this is also unplayable, so it's a 1.
Next up is Halo Hopper, who it's a 3/2 with Convoke, and it's a frog for your Follia frog tribal decks. Moving on, 1 star.
Yeah, easy 1 star for Halo Hopper. Next we got Kite Sail. Now this one, it's still a 1, but it's a better 1 than the others, because these kinds of effects have never been good. But there's been formats where they've been you could put 1 in your sideboard, but you're probably not going to do that in this format. So I'll give Kite Sail 1.
1 for me as well. And that will lead us into Phyrexian Archivist. And let me just say something. If I'm giving a put target card from a graveyard into its owner's library card a 1 star, you know it's bad.
Oh yeah, definitely. This is actually a functional reprint of a card from Strixhaven, which was also like the Archivist, but now it's been Phyrexianized, and it's still terrible. So yeah, one there. How about Realmbreaker? Ooh, one of the big names of the set. Well, not the name of the set, but one of the big story moments of the set. It must be good, right?
I'd probably say that this is better than the World Tree must have been in Kaldheim Curiosity. But yeah, it just a rare that sacrifices itself to get your other rare will never be good. 1 star.
Yeah, this is a meme card for other formats, not even for Curiosity. But our next card, oh, I love this little dude. This is I'm loving the love that this card is getting among the like Magic community with this set. It's Skittering Surveyor. Like, yeah, it's a 3-drop that gets you your lands for future turns. Let's go, Skittering Surveyor. I love this guy. I might be a bit optimistic giving it a 3, but I'll give it a 3. I love the little dude.
Yeah, slightly optimistic, but the artwork's good, so I'll go with a 3 as well.
Okay. 3 for Skittering Surveyor. Love the little guy. It's the final of the swords. It's Sword of Once and Future. The protection part is always relevant, of course. Especially protection for black. That's one of the big protections you want. Out of your swords. However, the actual, like, when it deals combat damage to a player is not really the greatest in Curiosity. It's honestly a bit difficult to get full value off of it. But still, if you need protection from blue and black, and as I said, I think blue-black is going to be one of the stronger color combinations. So I'll go with a 3 for the Sword of Once and Future.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a 3 as well. I don't think it's actually that hard to get full value off of. See, it's simple. You go turn 1, Ragavan. Turn 2, hit your opponent, exiling their Sword of Once and Future. Cast Sword of Once and Future. Turn 3, equip.
Okay, so I was expecting like value off like the instant or sorcery with mana value 2 or less. Instead, you just
yeah. Okay. I mean, you can do that with like Final Flourish and your Ragavan treasure tokens, but like I've won already. Like that's just unnecessary.
Okay. Okay, next we have Urn of Godfire, our final of the artifacts. Also in contention for one of the worst cards in the set, right?
I don't know, man. Yeah, no, this is terrible.
It's 2 bad cards stapled together, and it's still like an atrocious card. Okay. 1 for Urn of Godfire.
Yeah, this could have just said destroy target permanent, I feel like.
Yeah. Why enchantment? Yes, it's Theros, but still. Okay, and
isn't this Kamigawa?
What?
Isn't this Kamigawa?
Urn of Godfire?
No, I'm totally wrong. I just looked at the lore. Yes. I don't know, the term Godfire, it sounded like it would be a dragon thing to me.
No, so Godfire is referring to Greek fire, which is an ancient Greek weapon from, ancient history and stuff.
Yeah, Trachy, I know. I'm excited for the Percy Jackson show too. We've been over this.
It better be significantly better than the movies. Anyways, the final cards of the main set.
No, Trachy. I'm gonna let you finish, but come on. It only has to be better than the HBO Harry Potter show, and it will already be an achievement.
Hey, it already will be better because it is supportive of trans people, unlike the Harry Potter show. Let's go.
Yeah, truly. Yeah, great. Really, like, I don't want to say anything, but like, it's, no, like, just great on Rick. He did a great job. Like, if you ask me, when I was reading the original series, I could not see the world being as positive as it is today for people who are different than me. Like, I'm a cis straight white male. I'm glad that everybody else gets to feel as inclusive as they do today. And I hope we can continue to work forward on that. Mm. But now back to our children's card game review.
Hey, it's for ages 13 and up. That means it's a teenager card game. Okay. Yeah, our final cards of the main set. Note the main set. We have
Yeah, we still got 2 hours to go, at least, folks.
we have Jumpstart, we have Multiversal Legends, and eventually we'll have Aftermath. So there's basically 3 additional sets worth of cards to have to do. But anyways, we're ending off on the 10 tapped game lands. Yes, they are 4s. You will play them in every single one of your decks that is not monocolor, and you will play the full amount of them, and yeah, they will see tons of play. Easy 4.
You can definitely just be free colors with no setback. Guaranteed.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, let me scroll through all these cards, and it's a bunch of lands. What do you think of the full art lands?
They're okay.
Yeah, definitely not as exciting as some of the others. Oh my god, having to scroll through all of the alternate arts to get to the jump starts. Okay, there we go. We are on the jump starts. Let's go. We have a lot more than usual. So yeah, there's a lot more jumpstart cards this time around. Usually we just have like 1 rare for each of the colors. But this time around we got 1 rare for each of the colors, 1 uncommon for each of the colors, and 1 common for each of the colors. And so let's start off with our first one, which is Essence of Orthodoxy. I'm in for it. Like 5 mana, 3/3 flyer that comes with an Incubate 2, and then it makes all your additional Phyrexians come with Incubates attached to them. That's solid value, all things considered. Like, I could definitely see this after getting played after like bannings happen for your decks. So I'll put this as a 3.
Yeah, maybe after Garuda gets banned. Otherwise, I don't see you ever picking to not be even for this.
That is, yes.
Also, I'd like to add in here, since all of these cards have to be crafted, we can be as harsh on these ones as we want to, because you can't use them as budget options.
Yes, that is true. And yes, they have to be crafted this time around. You don't get them from the Mastery Pass this time. Although the uncommons and common ones, they're easy enough to craft. But yeah. Okay. And we actually got this one's, like, good. Phyrexian Pegasus. 3 mana, 2/2 flyer that gives another attacking creature flying. Like, we've seen this kind of effect be good in other sets. Like, this tends to be, like, a pretty high up there common. And, like, we see it a lot in, like, the core sets, for example. And it's a Phyrexian. It's a relevant creature type. Granted, it is odd, but still, I'm not holding that against that too much. I'm going with a 3 for Phyrexian Pegasus.
Yeah, I'm going for a 3 as well. Just to point this out here, turn 1, Ragavan. Turn 2, Pegasus.
Okay.
There were just so many things you could just say turn 1 Ragavan into.
Okay, let's go with. Are you going to Can you turn 1 Ragavan into turn 2 Seed Pump Caretaker? Is that going to be a play?
God, why is this one so bad?
Yeah.
Yeah, so Seed Pod Caretaker, 3 mana, Phyrexian Cleric, 2/2. When an ETB is put a +1/+1 counter on target artifact or creature you control, or transform target incubator token you control.
Yay, save 2 mana.
Yeah, but you notice there's a similar effect called shoot, what's its full
Attentive
name?
Skywarden.
No, Sundering. Like Sundering can straight up incubate 2 and transform that incubator. This guy doesn't even incubate by himself.
Yeah, this is bad. Like, this would be bad as a common. This is an uncommon, so this is a 1?
Yep, 1 star.
Okay, which brings us on to the blue ones with Interdisciplinary Mascot. It's expensive at 8 mana, but it's got Convoke, and it's got a strong effect. It's a 5/5 Ward 3, and it impulses. Yeah, that's a strong effect. At like 5, if you can Convoke it and get it down at 5 mana, that seems like a decent enough rare. Probably not amazing, but like it's not unplayable at all.
Nah, save your wild card on this one, unless you're playing Esper Elementals.
Okay. So what are you on this? I'm a 2.
I'm a 1.
Okay.
You know what else I'm a 1 on? Referee Squad. 3 mana 2/2 with Convoke, Vigilance. And whenever it ETBs, tap target creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. This isn't terrible, if not for the fact that it was an uncommon.
Right.
If this was a common, it'd be great.
Yeah, I mean, it's Frostlinks, which we want at common, but not at uncommon. So 1, right?
Yep.
Okay, which brings us to our next one, Zephyrwinder. I mentioned before, there's a 2/1 for 2 flyer at every rarity, except for Mythic, in blue. And this one, like, having a 2/1 for 2 flyer in blue with upside? That's surprising. We haven't really seen that before at common. So, yeah, it's an aggressive enough flyer that I'm willing to give it a 2.
Yep, very solid. I definitely see it as a 2 as well.
Okay. We mentioned Injector Crocodile before as like the thing that was keeping the other black land cycler out of it. Yeah, Injector Crocodile is quite a good card to include in your black decks. It's even, so it fits into the Phyrexian list, and of course you play it in like green black. And yeah, it's a 5/5, so it's a big creature, and when it dies, you get additional value. And again, it's got land cycling, and land cycling is always fantastic. This one's strong enough that I'm going up to a 3 for this.
Will I spend 5,000 gold crafting the parallax style of this? Probably. 3 stars.
Is that how much gold it costs to do that?
I think that's how much gold it costs for a common. I will fact check that. Well, I have the next card, but I will fact check that at some point and leave it in the.
How can you fact check though when you have no eyes? Ah,
my eyes. Seer of Stolen Sight. 3 mana 2/3 menace. Whenever one or more artifact or creatures you control are put into a graveyard from the battlefield, surveil 1. Just play the thing that incubates free. 1 star.
Yeah. It should actually be a Seer of Stolen Sight, because the eye was stolen.
Anyways, this is probably either my no. I like quite a few of these jumpstart cards. Next up is Terror Otowashi. 4 mana, 4/3, Death Touch. Whenever it attacks, you may pay 3 and a black, and if you do, return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and it is a Phyrexian in addition to its other types. It is expensive, but I like it.
It's just going to die to removal before you can attack with it. Like, you play Terror Tawashi, your opponent plays Volcanic Spite.
Okay, well, I'll just get it back with Gyruda or something. Wait, Gyruda only gets back what they milled.
Yes.
Yeah. Either way, I still like it.
Why are you giving this then?
I'm giving it a 3, as I thought I said.
Oh, okay, I didn't hear you, but I think that's way too generous. I think this is a 1. Okay. Next we got Axguard Artisan.
Will this card see play in Artisan? Maybe. I don't know. 2 mana 2/1 Dwarf Artificer. Whenever one or more +1/+1 counters are put on it for the first time each turn, create a treasure. Not amazing, pretty bad honestly, but I'm still giving it 2 stars.
Yeah, I'll give it a 1. I think, as I said, you want to put your backup counters instead on things with keywords. So this does not have keywords. And I don't think you'll need the treasures in your red-white aggro backup list. So 1 for me. We got the Yeti though, which you are quite in on. You seem a bit more in on it than I am, so I'll have you read it.
Yeah, I had this as a 2. I'm definitely raising that to a 3. Crag Smasher Yeti, 4 and 2 red, 4/2 mountain cycling, backup 2. So if you have no other creatures, the 6/4. And it does trample. Like that's good. But the only downside is I don't think there's a single other Yeti for Mardu Yetis.
Yeah, I mean, you know me. I'm down on the land cyclers, but I think that this actually competes with the other red one close enough that I'm going to give it a 2.
Okay, well next up we have Orpheon?
I'm going with Orpheon.
Right.
Yeah.
Orpheon, hero of Lava Brink. 4 mana, and he does a decent enough impersonation of Kiki for me. I'm gonna give it 2 stars. It is hurt by the fact that it doesn't have haste.
Yeah, I think this is another dice to removal situation for my rares, and it doesn't even really provide board impact. Like, it's aggressive in creating a token, like, at sorcery, and then it's also just a 3/3, so, you know, it's not like you can't really do much on its own. I do want to learn the lore about him. I'm really, like, ticked off that they didn't put out one of their articles for, like, the legendaries of the sets, except for, like, the team-up cards. But we didn't get any of the other legendaries, so, like, this guy's commanding lava serpents. What's going on there?
Well, he's from Mirrodin, right?
No, this is, Lava Brink is, Ikoria. It's the last bastion of humanity after Luca destroyed Drannith.
Okay.
And Lava Serpent was actually a card from Ikoria as well. It was 5/5.
Right, yeah, terrible. Yeah, I guess that makes sense too, because he's a soldier. But then again, Mirrodin had soldiers, because hero Blade Hold. And that's why I was thinking, oh, he must be from Mirrodin, because he's a hero of. And, like, they got lava people there, because that's where the lava people are from.
Okay. But yeah, no. Yeah, I want to learn the lore for this guy, but I don't think he's good. I think he's a 1. Next, we got a Fairgrounds Trumpeter reprint, but this time it's been downshifted to common.
Holy my gosh, this is a reprint. Okay, well, you guys can use your sick uncommon Kalida. Is this even on Magic Arena? Did this make the This did not make the cut, did it?
Let me. No, it did not. No, it did not.
That should about tell you how good this card is. But I'm optimistic about these jumpstart cards. I'm giving it a 2.
Yeah, I'm giving it a 1. Having played with it in, like, Kaladesh, it was terrible at uncommon. Common, it's still terrible. Like, it takes a lot of work before this card becomes a good set of stats. Like, it takes a long time for this to do anything, so yeah, it's a 1.
Speaking about a lot of work for a good set of stats, tell us about our next card.
Yeah, Ruins Recluse. Listen, I love me a Reach Death Toucher. I have played Deadly Recluse in so many limited formats, but that was a common. This is uncommon, so I don't want to play it at all. This is a 1.
And is a 1 for me as well. Moving us on to the last card, Suruk and Gorklaw. 6 mana, trample. Other creatures have trample. That alone makes this card worth a 2.
Yep.
But yeah, the other effect will never be too relevant because it dies to removal.
Yeah. I mean, it's nice if it lives, but yeah, it faces a lot of competition, but it's like, it's a 2, right?
Yep, 2.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of cards that are actually from the set March of the Machines. We finished off the main set and the Jumpstart set, which leaves us with Multiversal Legends. Okay, there we go. We still got quite a bit of the video left. So, with Multiverse Legends, we're just going to go straight off into our first one, which is Anafenza Tree Spirit. By the way, these are all reprints. None of these are new cards. So, we kind of already have a feel for, like, how good they actually are. Maybe not in Curiosity, but just in general. Anafenza Tree Spirit, and that's a card I played with in Mono White back when, like, Dragons of Tarkir was out. Like, not during Dragons of Tarkir, but, like, I think I played with it in, like, Shadows over Innistrad or something. It's a solid card. You drop it on turn 2, it basically acts like a Lord. And it does put counters on things, so it synergizes with the +1/+1 counter deck. It's not a bad card by any means. It's fairly unexciting because of the fact that if you don't get it by, like, turn 2, then, you know, it doesn't get too much value, so... But I can give it a 2.
Yeah, with all the rare bombs in this set, I can't go high on this one. I'm giving it 1. I don't think we'll see any Anafenza decks.
Okay. So, not the most exciting way to start off Multiversal Legends. Is the next card any better? It's Recent Theros.
Yeah, it's Daxos, Blessed by the Sun. He is a large man if you have a lot of devotion, and whenever another creature enters the battlefield or dies, you get to gain some life. It's not terrible, but it's not, like, too impressive either. If I was like being super biased again, I'd give it like a free because of a demigod, super relevant creature type. But it's an enchantment, so it's often just gonna die to Sunder. So I'm gonna give it 1.
Yeah, that is true. It's a fine card if there's a dedicated life gain deck, but there's no dedicated life gain deck in the set, so there's no payoffs for this. So yeah, it's a 1. Our next one, now this is a reprint. It is Elish Norn Grand Cenobite. They're reprinting the original Praetor cycle from New Phyrexia, and Elish Norn is a doozy. This is a bomb to end all bombs. It is one of the strongest possible creatures that you can, like, put into play in terms of, like, being able to, like, cheat it out or ramp into it or something like that. Elish Norn will easily win you the game when you play her. Just completely, like, wiping out all your opponent's smaller creatures and then making all your opponent's, like, big creatures into small creatures. Plus, like, giving your board the anthem. Like, this is a lot of value. It is a very scary card to have to face. It is 7 mana, though, so I'm not going with a 5 on this, but I'm going with a 4. This is an easy 4. But I could see it being a 5 as well.
Yeah, as we talked about kind of just recently, we didn't really know this going in, but getting to 7 mana is, like, nothing. It's super easy, in all honesty. But this isn't too impactful if you drop it on turn 4. So I'm going to go with the 4 as well.
It's not impactful if you drop it on turn 4?
It's impactful, but, like, it's not, like, as impactful as it would be on, like, turn 7 when your opponent has a board state as well. Okay. Like, if you just jam Satyr, jam the land aura, and then drop this on 4, like, yeah, you've got a 4/7, and you've got a free Satyr, but that's it. So I think there are better bombs you want to ramp out early, so I'm going with a 4.
I'm not sure if that's actually the case, because, like, at least, like, back when Modern was a more fair format, like, Unburial Rites for 4 mana on the flashback mode, getting back Elish Norn was, like, a thing. So, then again, Modern is a far more aggressive format, so, you know, people would actually have more developed board states. So yeah, I guess I see your point. Yeah, still 4 for Elish Norn, very scary card. You do not want to see this on the other side of the board. Next we got something that Brawl players hate. It's Kenrith.
I also think limited players hate this card now too, since it's been in a pre-release pool. And he is crazy in pre-release, especially if you get some of the better colors out of him. Like white-black Kenrith, that's a terrifying combination.
Yeah, that's the color you want to be in.
Yeah, but for Curiosity, he's probably definitely too slow. Like, he takes so much mana to get the good abilities out. And he's also very fragile. Like, your opponent can just remove him pretty easily. He dies to Finale Flourish. He dies to... he just dies to a lot of things. So I'm going to have to go with a 2 for Kenrith.
Yeah, I agree. He's a 2. A strong card if you can like have him survive, but yeah, he's vulnerable and too expensive. Next we have Quende, Pride of Femereth, reprint from Dominaria. There's not a lot of first strike in the set, so you know you're not giving many things double strike, so it's a 1.
Yeah, the only first striker I remember off. Well, there's the. Is it a goblin or a fairy in red? The one who has backup.
Yeah, the goblin.
Yeah, and then there's the 2-drop knight who gains first strike whenever a knight enters, but that's not a lot to work with. So I'm going with a 1 as well.
Okay, yeah. It wasn't too great in original Dominaria either, so 1 for Quende. Next, we've got SRAM. Is he good in Curiosity? I know he's good in older formats.
Yeah, SRAM, like we've talked about with the first wave, when we're talking about the aftermath stuff, it changes a little bit. But with the first wave, there are a lot of cheap equipment. So you could cast like 1 billion of them. And their equip costs, again, aren't too expensive this set. But they are kind of low impact, and he has a big target on him, and he's only a 2/2. So I'm going to give him an optimistic 2, but I don't expect to see too much out of him.
Yeah, I'm going to go with a 1, considering the kinds of bombs we're like seeing. Yeah. I don't really see a SRAM deck being where you want to be. Speaking of good in older formats, it's Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. I mean, if a white weenies deck ever appears, then Thalia is definitely a consideration, I think. So I can give her a 2.
Yeah, I'll go with a 2 as well. It's annoying. We do have a free mana and the anti-white green card. It's pretty crazy, so I don't really expect white weenies to be a strategy.
Yeah.
But she's definitely at least worth a 2, just because of how annoying she is to play against.
Yeah, so a 2 for Thalia just based off her historical presence. Next is Brawl, Chief of Compliance. There's no Storm deck in this format, so you don't play Brawl. He doesn't provide nearly enough value for your rare. Like, the second part is, like, absolute nonsense. Like, it's not going to come up, really, because the counter spells in this format are not the best. Except for Negate, of course, but, you know, that's still just a sideboard card. And then, yeah, the front side is not nearly enough. Brawl's a 1.
Yeah, the only positive thing I could say about him, besides the very niche, I wasn't even going to say, oh, he can block Ragavan, because this is a rare. I don't want to trade my rare with Ragavan. But, like, he kind of lets you cheat out Convoke spells, you know? You can tap him, and they cost 1 less. That's not nothing. But, yeah, he's only getting a 1 from me as well.
Yeah. Does not trade with Ragavan, by the way. If Ragavan was a 3/1... I already wonder about Wizards printing Ragavan as is, but if it was a 3/1...
So did I imply that, yeah, okay. Yeah. I meant more so, like, having my rare to block Ragavan on turn 1 or 2.
Oh, okay.
That's not gonna happen.
Yeah, when you said trade, I thought you meant Ragavan would get through and kill him. Next, we got Emery, Lurker of the Lock. Yeah, this is another one that's like cool in like older formats and like Commander and stuff, but like there's no artifact deck. So you're not getting value off of Emery. Like, oh, I returned my Urn of Godfire value. No, don't play Emery. It's a 1.
Yeah, like the score we gave every artifact in the set probably comes out to like 1.4 maybe. This is not worth playing.
Okay. Which brings us to a Kaldheim reprint. It's Inga Rune Eyes.
Yeah, Inga, 4 mana free. When it ETBs, scry free, and when it dies, if 3 or more creatures die this turn, you get to draw free. It's not terrible. It's good and limited, but it's not good enough for constructed, in my opinion. Just doesn't do anything immediately. Your opponent could exile it. Even if they don't exile it, even if they just kill it, like it's so easy to make you miss the trigger for drawing free cards.
Yeah.
So I'm going with a 1.
Yeah, I agree. When it does go off, it's a strong effect for sure, but yeah, it's very difficult to go off, and the just 4 mana 3/3 scry 3 is not where we want to be with an uncommon. So yeah, 1 for Inga. Next we got Jin-Gitaxias Core Augur. You know, it's very strange. Usually you want your rare/mythics to kill your opponent. This is the 10 mana mythic that kills you, actually. A very bold decision. 10 mana is not 7 mana. 7 mana, we can get to it decently easily in this format. 10 mana, you will not be getting to. And Jin-Gitaxias will kill you in a lot of, unless like you have already a winning board state, in which case you don't need a 10 mana card. So yeah, Jin-Gitaxias is worse than atrocious. It is going to actively kill you. It is an easy 1.
Yeah, it's not great.
Okay, so 1 for Jin-Gitaxias. And the final of the blue Multiversal Legends. What have we got next?
We have Tetsuko Umizawa Fugitive. Cheap creature, decent stat line, does block Ragavan, and makes creatures you control with power or toughness 1 or less can't be blocked. Which isn't terrible. There are some things you can do with it, but there's no like payoff for this, so I'm only giving it a 1.
Yeah, the thing is, cards that can't be blocked, you generally want to like have like a saboteur effect. Think like a Scroll Thief or something like that, and Tetsuko doesn't have anything else in the set to, go with that. So yeah, it's a 1. Next we have Ayara, First of Locthwain. Is Mono Black going to be a thing, playing Ayara?
I don't see it. I don't see it at all. It's not a terrible sacrifice outlet, but it is a rare, so I doubt you'll ever want to play this over like the uncommon options. So 1 star.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're in Mono Black, which I don't think Mono Black's going to be a thing, like there's no real payoffs for going into Mono Black. You got the Shieldreds instead, so yeah, 1 for Ayara. Next we have Hirobi Death's Wail. Hirobi Death's Wail is atrocious. It's also going to kill you if you play this card, because your opponent will get the first go at being able to kill all of your stuff. There's a lot of random things that like target in this set, and since your opponent has the first go of it, They either just kill Hirobi with a backup trigger, or they kill your other stuff and then kill Hirobi as well. So yeah, Hirobi is terrible. Easy one.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a shot because we're Magic players, so they might just not read the card. But it's a pretty terrible card. 1 star.
Yep. Another reprint from the old Kamigawa block. It is Saizen, Perverter of Truth. Is this better than Hirobi?
Yeah, no, it falls into pretty much literally everything that was said about Hirobi could be said about this. Your opponent gets the first chance to use the cards, and often those cards will just kill Saizen before you can get the cards. 1 star.
Yep, easy one. We were mentioning Shieldred quite a bit, and it is original Shieldred Whispering one. This is quite a bit of value. I mean, it has the immediate value of making your opponent sacrifice a creature, so even if they kill it, it's not dead for good. Or it got value, and it's likely not dead for good. You're probably playing, Unsealed Necropolis in the decks that will play Shieldred. And then, when it just, it survives, you get so much value off of it. Shieldred is consistently a fairly strong card, and I will picture this set will be absolutely no different. You play it with the other Shieldred, and you have 2, bomb Shieldreds that your opponent is going to have to deal with. It's not as strong as, the main set's Shieldred, but still good. Probably not bannable, though, so I'd say it's a 4.
I think I have to go with a 5 on this one. I was originally going to go a 4 as well, but we've talked about it. Main set Shieldred is probably going to be banned by as early as week 3. And I think that this could easily pick up 2 wins around those after those weeks as well. I mean, it might even pick up a win on turn 2. And it's that sweet curve of 7 mana. So you could drop it on turn 4 with the Satyr draw that we've talked about before. So I think I'm going to raise my originally a 4 to a 5.
See, I'm not going to fight you on that. Shieldred is definitely a strong enough card to be able to deserve a 5 ranking. I'm going to be conservative and play it at a 4, but yeah, I will not argue there. So high grade for Shieldred Whispering one. Which means Shieldred is basically the best Praetor, right? In terms of the Quarter.
Yeah, I mean, it's the only one that's been banned in Curiosity at some point, I think.
Yeah. Yep.
Anyways, next up, we got another Phyrexian, Skitterix, the Blight Dragon, and I'm just going to say it. Guys, please just don't play this. I don't want to deal with Infect again. Please.
Oh my god. When we thought one was over with.
Yeah, I mean, this isn't too bad, though. It's 4 power, so you need pump spells if you want to make it even be able to 2-shot someone. The regeneration is annoying. The haste is kind of scary in the late game, but yeah, it's not too bad. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah, I'll also give it a 3. It might end up being more of a 2, in all honesty, because Infect is not toxic. Infect, it does not actually deal damage, and since nothing else in your deck is going to deal poison, unless you're playing some weirdo Skitterix Atali deck, and you somehow didn't win with the flip side of Atali already, you're probably not, doing any other Infect damage, so it's a bit tricky in that regard. But it could potentially be a win condition, so I'll give it a 3.
Well, there is one more creature in the set with pseudo infect.
Which one?
Finn.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yes, okay. Fair enough. Okay, next we got Timoret, Chosen from Death. Another demigod reprint.
Yeah, Timoret. Yeah, I definitely choose Timoret all the time for my sideboard. Graveyard synergies won't be. There are a few things, but it's not like a major theme of the set. I don't think it's going to be like a Dominaria where towards the end of the season everybody was playing repossession. Like I don't think it's going to be that bad. But having the ability to exile two Fangs from the graveyard and gain some life is going to be super relevant in some matches. So I think every black deck pretty much is going to be playing at least a copy in their sideboard, which is why I've chosen to give it a 4.
See, again, sideboard staples for me are very, like, you're not playing this in the main deck, but it is definitely a sideboard staple, so I put it as a 3. This card performed quite well in Theros Beyond Death, and while this is not as heavily graveyard-centric as Theros Beyond Death, where Timuret was like a bomb uncommon because of how graveyard-centric it was, Timuret is still a fantastic card. And I mean, you're getting that graveyard hate on a good body as well. Like, it's often like a 2-4 or something like that, right? So, yeah, I'll go 3 there. Sideboard staple. Yargle, Yargle, Yargle. Yeah, don't play Yargle. 1. There we go.
I mean, I've got to do my bit. It does have some pretty relevant creature types for like Abzan frogs or Abzan spirits, but yeah.
Okay, let's move on to Captain Landry Storm. Yeah.
Yeah, Captain Lannery Storm. I think this used to see a lot of standard play, but I don't really recall back then.
Didn't see a lot, but it was certainly playable.
Yeah, 3 mana, 2/2 haste is nothing too impressive, but when it attacks, create a treasure, and whenever you sacrifice a treasure, you can sack it to get +1/+0. I don't think it's going to be all that impactful, but we will have some moot in a while, so it might not be terrible. I'll give it 2 stars.
Yeah, I agree with the 2-star rating there. It might be a bit too it might be closer to a 1, but yeah, I'll start it off at a 2. Cool. Next we've got okay.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you've watched this whole video. I don't think we need to give too much of a reason as to why Ragavan is a 5. It fits perfectly. Like, if you drop it on 1, it's crazy against literally everything. It's less than 2 mana. It's 2 mana or less, so it fits into every Lurrus deck. It's just an insane card. It will definitely be banned. 5 stars.
Yeah, I'm not as high on it as you are, mainly because, you know, you draw it in the late game, and it's not as relevant as some other bombs in the set, but, you know, the fact of the matter is, when you drop it on turn 1 or 2, you win the game. Like, that's kind of without question. So yeah, it's a 5. Okay. Next we got Squee the Immortal. Can this do anything cool?
Not really. This is kind of like literally the exact opposite of Ragavan. This is a late game 2/1 every single turn. And like, usually you'd see that in black as like a 1/1 skeleton that can return itself from the graveyard. So I don't think Squee at Rare will see any play. 1 star.
Yeah, definitely a 1 star. It wasn't exciting in original Dominaria, and it's unexciting now. Next we got Urabrask the Hidden. Urabrask's original incarnation might be considered the least exciting of them, but it's not the worst in this kind of like limited constructed style of format. Giving all your creatures haste, meaning that it on its own is a 4/4 haster, and making all your creatures enter the battlefield tapped. That's like a considerable amount of aggro upside that you got for a 5 drop. This card can get pretty scary pretty quickly in like a red-green ramp deck, for example. Yeah, I'm solid on Urabrask the Hidden. I'd go with a 3 here.
Yeah, I see this more so as like a battles deck because it does pretty much everything you want it to do in battles. So I'm going to go with a 3 as well.
Yeah. Well, battles would be red-green anyway, so...
Yeah.
Okay, next we got Valduke, Keeper of the Flame. This go in your little equipment strategy?
You could definitely think about playing it. I mean, it's not terrible. Pumps out a lot of dudes if you put a lot of those cheap equipments on them. It's just very, very fragile to removal. Like this dies to what, everything in the set. So I can't go higher than a 2.
Yeah, I agree with it too. If red-white equipment is a thing, you're probably playing this as an uncommon, but I don't think red-white equipments will be like a thing. So yeah, it's a 2. Speaking of not a thing, it is Zodahedron Grinder. There's no real instance or sorceries that can like super go off with her in the set. And Zada is already like, it's not the greatest card to build around in like a format like Curiosity. That this is more like a commander fun card. So Zada gets a 1.
Yeah, I'm gonna go with a 1 as well. But I expect at some point somebody is going to cast C double targeting Zada, and it's gonna be crazy.
That could be pretty cool. Okay, next we got a card you mentioned earlier. It's Finn the Fangbearer.
Yeah, Finn the Famebearer. Tiny guy, 1 free stat line, is super good on a 2-drop. Death Touch. Whenever is Death Touch, so it's always trading up. And whenever a creature you control with Death Touch deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters is kind of insane. Honestly, I might be pretty low on this, just giving it a 2. This might be a furry.
No, I think it's a 1. I don't think it's nearly where you want to be with your uncommons. The whole giving poison with like your Death Touch creatures, like how many Death Touch creatures are you playing? Like, I mean, the way to give mass Death Touch would be with Glissa, but I mean, if you're giving your creatures Death Touch and First Strike with Glissa, you've already won the game. Like, you don't need to give poison counters, you just won the game already with Glissa. So, yeah, I'm not big on Finn the Fangbearer. I can only give him a 1. Okay.
Alrighty then. Let's move on to the next card. Goreclaw, Terror of Calcisma? I'm guessing that's how that's pronounced.
Sounds right.
Yeah, this was good in like, what did this come out in? Magic 2019?
I believe
like
that's
that?
correct.
That's correct.
But yeah, it doesn't seem at all like something you want to build around for Curiosity. I'm just gonna give it 1 star.
Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to get a lot of creatures with power 4 or greater out on the board. And Goreclaw helps with that, but you know, it also just dies to removal as well. And it's at that mana cost where, like, you know, your opponent actually is favorable in that place. So yeah, 1 for Goreclaw. Next we got the final of the demigods. It's Renata, Call to the Hunt.
Yeah, so she's 4 mana and a star free, and she gets power for each of your devotion to green, and each other creature you control enters the battlefield with an additional +1/+1 counter. So it's not like amazing by any stats, but if you get it down, your creatures start getting bigger. That's not terrible. Though it does have a lot of competition for the green-white uncommon slots. So I'm going to give it an optimistic 2.
I'm going to give it a 1. 4 mana and only 3 toughness makes this a bit too vulnerable to removal for my liking. So yeah, I give Renata a 1. Okay, which brings us to Vorinclex, Voice of Hunger. This is definitely the weakest incarnation of Vorinclex when it comes to viability and curiosity. The other like Vorinclexes have gotten like the Kaldheim one got a 4, and the newest one gets a 5. This one gets a 1. Like, by the time you get to 8 mana, you don't really need these abilities. And you have a lot more like win the game cards at 7-8 mana than Vorinclex. So it's a 1.
Yeah, it's just not very impactful for its cost.
Plus 8 is a lot harder to get to than 7, as we've done the math on.
Yeah, it comes down to pretty much drawing Ragavan in that case.
Okay, so 1 for Vorinclex, and now it's the final of the monocolored multiversal legends. It's Eudora Grave Gardener, which is a reprint from the Commander decks for Strixhaven.
Yeah, 5 mana, 5/5, Treefolk Druid. Whenever another non-token creature you control dies, you may return it to the battlefield face down under its owner's control as a forest. I don't see why you'd ever want to play this. It's just terrible to me.
That's a downside, right?
I mean, if there was like Blink, it wouldn't be terrible, but there's no Blink for lands, so
Yeah, you're at 5 mana. Like, yeah, I don't know how much more land ramp you need. So yeah, a 1 for Eudora.
yep, 1.
Okay, which brings us to some pretty metal art with Agar, the Freezing Flame. This card was, I didn't play Kaldheim Curiosity, but it was definitely good in the limited format for Kaldheim. Is it going to be good in this set for Curiosity?
I think it will be fun to experiment with a little bit in the first couple of weeks, but it's never going to see success, so I'm going to give it 2 stars.
I'm going to give it a 1 just because you're basically getting the card draw off of spells rather than like giants or wizards like you would have been in Kaldheim. So I'm not too in on Agar the Freezing Flame. He just doesn't have the support. Like, it's a good card. It's just without the support needed to make it good. So I give it a 1. Next we got Erixmathes Slumbering Isle. Is a 4 mana 12/12 good?
I just don't see it. Like, we've talked about it, like the ramp strategies are a lot quicker than just playing a 12/12 on turn 4 that needs to remove 5 counters from it. So I don't think this will see any play, so I'm going to go with a 1 star.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that, like, it takes so long to end up flipping it, and it's just still a 12/12 when it flips, means your opponent has plenty of time to, like, you know, save a removal spell for your 12/12. Yeah, Erixmathes is a 1. Next we got original Atraxa with Atraxa's Praetor's Voice. Yeah, it's a 4-color card, and while it's like cool when you get it down, it's not like super high impact for a card that requires you to be in 4 colors. So I'm down on Atraxa. I put it as a 1.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. 1 star. Definitely agree.
Okay. Next, we got one of the funnest cards in the set. Not necessarily like insanely powerful, but you know, it's gets you a decent card draw out of the whole deal. And you know, if you end up recurring it, like, you can get some decent value off that. And again, it is just very fun. Separating things into piles is one of my favorite mechanics. I give Atris a 2.
Yeah, I agree. It's always fun to play with. What's the lore implications behind him being a constellation? I thought that was just for the gods and monsters. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there is no lore implication. It's just like all the Theros-based legends are going to be constellations in the special art treatments, just because that's the Theros thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Alright. Next up, Aurelia, the War Leader. 6 mana, a lot of specific colors of mana. Flying Vigilance Haste. Whenever it attacks for the first time each turn, untap all other creatures you control. And after this phase, there is an additional combat phase. Free 4 stat line is not the biggest, especially for its cost, but getting an extra combat step could be pretty big, and you could always stick a buttload of counters on it. So I'm gonna give it a 2.
Yeah, I'll give it a 2. Red white is with that kind of casting cost is a bit more of an ask. It's not like it's in green or anything where it's like not an ask at all. So yeah, 2 for Aurelia. Cool card, but probably not going to be what you want in red white. Next we got Brutaclad, Telcor Engineer. Yeah, tell us about this one.
So I've kind of fallen off on this one. It's just, yeah, I just think it's gonna die a lot of the time after it makes like a single token. But there are crazy fun things you can do with it, like turning all your tokens into like one type of token is crazy fun to experiment with. Obviously, watch out when you're transforming. Like, make sure you don't click on the incubator tokens. Otherwise,
you don't want to be copy of those.
But yeah, I think this is just going to be too fragile. I'm going to take, my grade was going to be a 4. I'm going to take it down to a 3.
See, I'm going to stick with a 4 for it. Like, I think it gives enough value on the turn that it's played. Getting a 2-1 and then turning all your incubates into, like, the 2-1s with also have, like, counters on them. So they'd be like, you know, if you're blue-red, so you're playing, like, Isaac Ataxius or something. So you'd have, like, 5/4 tokens and stuff like that now. I think that's enough value to go up to that 4 rating for Brutaclad. I could definitely see it being a 3 though. So, but I'll stick with a 4. I'll stick with my original 4. Okay. Next.
We got Dina Soul Sleeper. I remember this one was a steeper. I remember this one was a little bit fun to play with in Strixhaven Curiosity, but it never really did numbers. And here it's just gonna be worse. So 1 star. Like, there's no life gain deck. Sacrificing is kind of cool, I guess. Like, but you probably want to be black red instead of black green. So I don't think this will see much play.
Yeah, the sacrifice effect is like strong. It makes Dina like a have to block it, but yeah, there's not enough life gain support to support this, so it's a 1. Then we got Azuri, Claw of Progress. This is really, really slow, and it requires you playing, like, you know, a bunch of creatures with power 2 or less. That's too much of an ask in Curiosity. I don't think there's, like, a deck that can really support Azuri, Claw of Progress. And, again, it is a very slow card to actually build up and stuff. So Azuri gets a 1.
Yeah, same for me. I just want to add, all right, Watsy, you've done experience counters. Give me my goblin waifu so I can just have her shot down all the time in Brawl because it's such an easy target in 1v1s.
Yeah. Okay, next we got a Fire Song and Sun Speaker. There are no red and white instants and sorcery spells, right?
There's the backside of the invasion, but that doesn't do anything.
Yeah, there's not really the support to play this at all. So it's an easy 1. And it wouldn't even be good if there was, like, full support for it. It would probably be a 1 as well, even if it was like had something more support. But there's no support at all for it, so it's a 1.
Yep, agree. It's a fun card to look at. The original Buy a Box promo, if I remember right.
Yep.
But it's never really been, like, playable anywhere.
So easy 1 for Fire Song and Sun Speaker. Next we got Furja, Judge of Valor. You didn't do Kaldheim Curiosity, right?
Nope, I started just after Kaldheim, so I have no idea how good this was in Kaldheim. I wouldn't think so great though. Like 5 mana 2/4 is not an impressive stat line. Flying and lifelink is decent, and the second effect, a lot of times you're not actually going to be casting 2 spells in one turn, but still, all things considered, I want to experiment with this a little bit, so I'm going to give it 2 stars.
Yeah, I'm only going to give it a 1. By the time you cast this 5 mana card, you probably are a bit bereft of cards in hand, so it's really hard to get the second part off, and its stats are not worth it to play it, so it gets a 1 from me. Okay. Next we got a Grim Grin Corpseborn. Quite a, what is that, Dark Ascension or something?
Before I started playing, sometime in original Innistrad, that's all I know. I would guess Dark Ascension, because like that was when like everything was supposed to be the worst ever, right?
Yeah, I think it's either original Innistrad or Dark Ascension. I don't think it was Avacyn Restored.
Anyways, though, it is a 5 mana 5/5, which is not a terrible stat line, but as we talked about with Eudora, not impressive. Though the effect on this one does kind of save it. It enters the battlefield tapped and doesn't untap during your untap phase. You got to sacrifice a creature to untap it, and it gets a counter. But whenever it attacks, destroys target creature defending a player controls and put a +1/+1 counter on it. That's a pretty impressive effect. If I don't think it would often just like die to Finale Flourish, so I'm gonna go with 2 stars.
I actually dropped my grade down to a 1 just because like I think the common play pattern is you play this, next turn you sacrifice to untap it, and then your opponent uses an instant speed removal on it, and then you're sad. So
yeah, I could definitely see giving this a 1 as well. I think I'll stick with 2 for now, though.
Yeah. I originally had it as a 2, like literally seconds ago, but okay. It's one I've been talking about, and it's the first of our companions. It is Gyruda, Doom of Depths. Now, a lot of these companions have restrictions that, you know, they're variable in how like easy it is to meet them. Gyruda, not the most difficult. The white-black Phyrexians deck already is wanting a lot of even mana cost cards. The main thing you're missing out by just using evens is like you're missing out on Phyrexian Censor, Ichor Drinker, and then in the sideboard like Surge of Salvation. I think the benefit of having Gyruda always in hand more than makes up for that, because Gyruda is a strong card. Like that is a bomb when you drop it. 6 mana 6/6 that gets you a creature, so like a nice little 2-for-1 there. That's quite good. So because of that, I'm going to go with a 4 for Gyruda.
I was gonna go with a 4 as well, but because you mentioned it's like such an auto, not almost an auto include in Phyrexians, I think I'm gonna raise it to a 5 since it's companioned and it's really easy to get to.
Yeah. I'm not sure if the white-black Phyrexians is going to be the kind of deck that's strong enough to, you know, get Gyruda banned, which is why I'm going with a 4. But it is a good card there. I think that's the way you want to build that deck. So Gyruda, quite a good card. Next we got a reprint from Commander Legends. It's Emoti, Celebrant of Bounty. 5 mana 3/1 Cascade isn't atrocious, but it's very random with exactly what you get, and it's really hard to get any additional cascades off because, like, you know, it requires mana value 6 or greater stuff to be cast, which you're not going to have too much of that in your deck. So I don't think Emoti is really worth it in a blue-green strategy, so I give it a 1.
Yeah, I mean, it might be fun to experiment with the blue-green companion, but I don't think it would be any good. So I'm going to go with a 1 as well.
Okay, 1 for Modi. Then we got our next companion, Gigantha the Wellspring. Gigantha's restriction is such that, you know, you're not going to go out of your way to, like, fit Gigantha, because it's basically just like a 5-mana 5/5. Like, that's what it is. That's always in your starting hand for an extra 3 mana, sure, but, like, you know, it's not exciting on its own like Garuda is. But also, just sometimes you're playing a deck and it's like, oh, like, I'm not repeating any mana costs. Guess I'll play Gigantha. So it's just something that you incidentally can just put into your deck, and if you can put it into your deck, it's always the right choice to put it into your deck. So this gets a 4 from me.
Yeah, pretty much the same.
Okay, so 4 for Gigantha. Now we got Judith, the Scourge Diva.
Yeah, Judith, from Ravnica Allegiances, I want to say.
Yeah.
3 mana 2. Right. Other creatures get +1/+0 whenever a non-token creature you control dies. It gets the pink softening. I'm not too impressed by this. It's not in Luris, so I feel like it's going to see very little play. I'm going to go with 2 stars, but I might even consider giving this a 1.
I'm going to go with a 2 just because, like, when Luris gets banned, this is a potential consideration for a rare in the black-red sacrifice deck. But again, it's not the most exciting, and it definitely will not see play while Luris is around. So I'll go with a 2 for Judith. Now, Jury is a bit more of an exciting Rakdos card on that front because it is able to be played in Luris, and it fits right in with what Black-Red wants. It gets pretty big when you sacrifice things, and then when it dies, it, you know, kills off something. Yeah, and you get it back with Luris and stuff. Yeah, Jury just naturally fits into Black-Red strategy, so I give it a 3.
Yeah, works great with the monkey. Easy for you.
Okay. I've been joking about Kahira, but is Kahira any good? This companion?
I've mentioned so many janky tribal decks that, like, it's not terrible. Like, it's not the least playable companion. So I'm going to give it 2 stars.
I'm going to give it a 1. I don't see any, like, actually competitive Curiosity deck jumping through these kinds of restrictions to play Kahira. So, yeah.
Oh, wait. This is the dinosaur payoff we were looking for.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I give a 1 to Kahira. Okay, next is Karuga the Macro Sage. Karuga is one you will never play as a companion. Starting deck, only cards with mana value 3 or greater and land cards. That is way too much of an ask. However, this is a companion that's perfectly acceptable in the main board, I would think. It can end up drawing you a decent number of cards, like, tends to be around, like, 2 or 3 cards. So, you know, that's perhaps enough of value play. And, you know, maybe there is a companion deck, but I'm not taking that into consideration for the grades. I'll give it a 3.
Yeah. I mean, maybe when Monkey, Luris, the guy we're about to talk about in a second is banned, the format might slow down enough that you can play this as a companion. But I wouldn't expect it. I'm still just going to give it a 3, though, as well.
Okay, speaking of our next card, which, again, fits perfectly into Black-Red strategy and with Luris, it is Kroxa, Titan of Death's Hunger. This is a card that sees play in, like, Pioneer and Modern, and Kroxa is fantastic. Very good to recur this with Luris, because it's just eradicating your opponent's hand while hurting them. And then eventually, when you've like sacrificed enough stuff, used enough of your removal spells, you just escape this, and it will just take over a game. And plus, considering you're in Luris, most of all your stuff is like less than 2 mana, so you need a bit of big stuff to push through sometimes, and you'll have a lot of excess mana available. So Kroxa helps with that a lot. Kroxa's phenomenal card, easy 5.
If not for the fact that we have both Luris and Monkey, I think I'd be a lot more negative on this card. But the fact that we do have those, it just makes this an easy vibe, like you said.
I don't know. I'd play it as a 5. I think it'd be a 5 even without that. Like the Elder Giants, the Titans are like really, really good. Next we got Lathiel, the Bounteous Dawn. Yeah. Why should we not play this?
It's a 4-mana 2/2 that possibly has to go into combat like some number of the times, and then make it to the end step to put counters on your stuff. It's just terrible. 1 star.
Yeah, as we've mentioned, there is not enough life gain support to support something like Lathiel. So yeah, one there. And here is Luris. That is right. The card that at one point in time was banned in Vintage. It's one of the scourges of pretty much every single format that it has seen play in. Luris is one of the strongest cards ever printed. It is without a doubt a 5.
Yep. Like, it just does everything.
Yeah. This card is like basically the Curiosity community is like scared of Ragavan and this card. Like these are the 2 most worried cards, and they'll be in the same deck. So yeah, you need to take great care for Luris. Pack your Timorets. You need that graveyard hate. Okay, next is our next companion, Lutri the Spell Chaser. You're high on this one.
I'm not that high on this one. That was a carryover from when I think we just went through and gave all the companions like 4. Looking at this, actually, it's terrible. Like, you're never gonna have a deck where every card has a different name. So I'm just gonna say free him in Brawl. Moving on.
Wait, what grade are we gonna give him?
1.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's way too much of an ass to be playing, like, 16, like, the 16th best common in your color. Don't do that. Next card, Niv Mizzet Reborn. It's a very strong card that is not supported at all in Curiosity, and is also 5 colors, which again is not really a thing for Curiosity. Stick with your Niv Mizzets for like your Brawl decks. This gets a 1.
Yep, 1 as well.
Okay, next we got our next companion, which is Obosh the Prey Piercer. Odd mana values is a much harder ask than even mana values. However, it's still a strong card. You do get paid off for being able to put this in your deck. It's just a rather difficult ask. 3 might be a bit generous, but I'll start it off with a 3. You do get to play Ragavan.
Yeah, you can play this with Ragavan and Luris in your main as your rares, but then you have to play a lot of the bad removal spells. So I'm going to give this a 2.
Okay. Next we got Rada Coalition Warlord. I remember this being a decent card in Dominaria United Curiosity. But here, it's not really supported. Like, domain, we don't have lands that have like a bunch of different land types, and domain is not really a thing. We're probably going to be like 2 color decks, 3 at most. So Rada gets a 1.
Yeah, to be fair, it would probably be too much to put the domain lands in because of land cycling.
Yeah, that would be insanely strong. That is true. Wait, can they get non-basic lands, or is it basic land cycling?
It can get anything with a land type.
Okay. So, oh yes, it is just regular mountain cycling, swamp cycling. Okay, yes, that is true.
Yeah, next up we got another Dominaria United returning card, and this one saw a lot of play. Wrath, Weatherlight, Stalwart.
Well, it didn't see a lot of play.
But... Really? I felt like this saw quite a bit.
No.
Well, it's a decent enough card. He can help you net some value off casting instant sorceries as long as you have a bunch of guys. He can pump your field. It's not terrible, but I don't think it's something white-blue really needs. I'm going to go with 2 stars.
Yeah, I agree with that. White-blue is already under a lot of competition in the uncommon slots. We've been talking about like white-blue knights having like a lot of strong uncommon options. Wrath is not a bad card, but yeah, it's a 2. Okay. What have we got with Rayav?
Rayhan, Master Smith is another option for your payoff in white-red equipments. Whenever a creature you control that's enchanted or equipped attacks, that creature gains double strike until the end of turn, and by himself he's just a bear. He's not terrible. Like, you could do low-risk synergies with him. I'm going to give him a 2.
Yeah, I think this is the main payoff for red-white equipments. Again, I don't think the deck is going to be good at all, but Rayav is enough of a payoff that I'll give him a 2. Next we got another Dominaria United card. It is Rona Shieldred's Faithful. It was like playable as a 1-of in Dominaria United, but it's overall fairly unexciting. You have better uncommons that you can play. Rona gets a 1 from me.
Yeah, 1 as well.
Okay, this one's a regular Dominaria reprint, not Dominaria United. So, what should we think about Shauna Sisay's Legacy?
Yeah, this card's it's not great, but it's not terrible. It has hexproof from abilities your opponent controls, and gets +1/+1 for each creature you control. So it's never great, but it's 2 mana. You can play with Luris. I'm gonna give it at least 2 stars.
Yeah, it can get decently big. Like 2 mana 4/4 is a 5/5 is a potential for this card. But it's fairly unexciting, so I'll also give it a 2. Next we got Taigam Ojutai Master, reprint from Commander 2017.
I want to say, yeah, it might be 17, 18 maybe. It was in the Ur-Dragon one, I think. So
yeah, so that's
yeah, however, on his own, he's just too slow. This isn't Commander. You won't always have a player you can attack. And he's gotta survive the combat to really get the payoff. So I'm gonna go with 1 star.
Yeah, I agree with a 1 for Taigam. Okay. Next we got Teysa Karlov. Ooh, love this art on her.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty solid card. It's not amazing, but when white-black loses some stuff, you might bring this in as an alternative for air. It could definitely help you win some races. I'm going to go with 3 stars.
I'm only going to go with a 1 because it is just kind of like a dies to removal sort of situation with it. Giving your creature tokens Vigilance and Lifelink is nice, but for Vigilance, like, you know, when stuff has gotten banned, you're probably now able to bring in Phyrexian Awakening so you don't really need the vigilance. And I don't think there's too many dying triggers that you care about to double it as well. So, Taste of Karlap doesn't seem very strong to me in this format. I give it a 1. Wait, why do I give this a 2? This is a 1.
Yeah.
And Mori the Collector that was probably just a holdover from like giving companions automatic at least 2s, but Mori the Collector is like, this is a companion restriction that is basically impossible to actually like make a good deck for. It's not like we're in Ikoria where you could use an Amori deck by having all mutate cards, which is a thing, but not in this set. And it's like not the kind of card you want to play in your main board rare either, because it's just a 4/5 that makes things cheaper. So Amori's a 1.
Yeah, there's just too many different types. Gotta go for 1 as well.
Okay. Next we got Yarok the Desecrated. Ooh, this is a cool card.
Yeah, this is cool to play with, cool to play around with, but it's probably just a bit too frail. You can definitely experiment with it in Sultai piles of stuff, like Invasion of Amonkhet with this seems like a good synergy. But I can only go as high as like a 2.
Yeah. It's also a good body. 3/5 Death Touch Lifelink is like that's a good set of stats on it.
Yeah, and non-black, non-white, like other decks will have trouble answering it.
Right. So, but yeah, it's a bit tricky and not the like best build around. So it's still fun though. It's a 2. I agree. You played a Yorion deck earlier, so I'm actually going to give this to you now.
Yeah, Yorion, I was experimenting in it with Super Ramp. It does hurt your odds of getting the ramp pieces, but it does give you some nice late game inevitability. It's pretty easy to just play in some decks. There really are just enough cards, but it's not. I don't think it's gonna be like. There's a chance it gets banned, but I'm not gonna say that it getting banned is absolutely gonna happen. So I'm gonna go with 4 stars.
So you do think it's playable as a companion then?
Oh yeah, it's easy playable as a companion. Like you just go into free colors and play super good stuff.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's where you want to be, but seeing your deck when we played against each other, definitely was surprised by how consistent it was. And Yorion is definitely like, it's like outside of Luris, it's the strongest innately of the companions. Like dropping it down, it is the strongest of them. So much so that it's also just a card you can play in your main board and probably be happy about. Yeah, Yorion's a 4. Good card. And I know our video. It's almost at an end.
Yep, last card, Zerda the Dawnwaker. I tried to make this work with Satyr combo as well, but the aura does not have an activated ability. You could play this in like a super transform heavy red-black deck, but it's hard to say that you want this over Loris. I feel like I'm just gonna give it a 2, just because it's a relatively easy companion to get the requirements for.
Yeah, it's. I wouldn't say it's relatively easy. It does require you to actually work around it, unlike in Ikoria where you just play a cycling deck. But yeah, I mean, you could potentially make it work, and getting a free card out of the deal is, it's decently nice, even though Zerda isn't like the most exciting of the companions when they're on the board. I'll agree with the 2 for Zerda. And there we go. That wraps up our set review for March of the Machines for for now. We will be back in a couple of weeks to go over the 50 cards for March of the Machines Aftermath, which will eventually make their way into Curiosity Legality. But yeah, thank you all for joining us. Give your thoughts in the comments of the video or in the Discord. And as always, for those of you who are just joining us for Curiosity for the first time ever, we are welcome to have you. And as always, thanks to my fellow co-host Jayfish for joining me for this. You ready to sound us off?
Yep, always a pleasure. See y'all again in week 1.
Okay.
Now it's time for the thingamabob.
Baba. Next week now. See y'all when the March of the Machine season starts. Bye.